Ruan Shuangzhou's expression was very ugly. He nodded his head and said, "Seems like at present, this Ruan has no better alternatives as well." One sentence pledged that this temporary alliance was established. Han Tong said, "You two divine kings, are you fighting around first? Or is everybody entering Yellow Millet Mountain, each relying on their good luck?" Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping's expressions were equally ugly. The might of a divine artifact, they both had experienced it just now. An attack blasted out a crack on a transcendent-grade holy artifact. There was no way to fight at all. But letting them enter just like this, the duo were also not reconciled to it. For a moment, the two people were silent and did not speak. Clearly, they could not make up their minds. What's there to fight, harming the harmoniousness? Since everybody already came in, why not enter Yellow Millet Mountain together? As for who can obtain the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, everybody each rely on your own ability. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes turned towards Yi Yuan collectively. This boy's gall was also too fat, right? A conversation between divine kings, he actually dared to interject too. Zhou Boping's face turned black and he said, "Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Do you know what the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil signifies to the Zhou and you two families? You say it easily, but if it's really snatched away by outsiders, can you bear the responsibility?" Zhou Yen sneered coldly by the side. Yi Yuan sticking his head out at this time. Wasn't it asking for trouble? Forget about Zhou Boping, even Yu Lingyu probably would not show him a good attitude either. Indeed, he saw Yu Lingyu's face turn cold and utter, "Zhou Boping, Yi Yuan is my Yu family's son-in-law. Even if it's lecturing, it's not your turn either." He naturally has his reasons in saying so. It's not too late to speak after you finish hearing it. When the people waiting to watch a good show heard this, they nearly broke down. They never would have thought that Yu Lingyu actually started fighting with Zhou Boping for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Han Tong has a divine artifact in his possession. His strength absolutely doesn't lose to the two of you. Clashing bitterly here right now, nobody can gain anything either. But the two of you don't forget, the both of them are each harboring their own ulterior motives. This alliance was only formed under the pressure of you guys as well. Instead, if you let the two of them go inside, if we really run into the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, they will probably start fighting among themselves. At that time, you just have to sit and profit from the snipe and clam fighting." Yi Yuan's words were said very loudly, without the intention of avoiding Han Tong and company at all. But uttering these words, even Han Tong themselves had no way of retorting. One should not prohibit crudely when encountering problems, but should guide systematically. It was this meaning. Yu Lingyu could not help giving a soft smile and said, "It's still you, boy, who are clever. All right, we'll listen to you." Zhou Boping opened his mouth but did not say anything either. Looking at the current situation, if they really fought, it would probably end up with both parties sustaining great losses. Since that was the case, might as well let them enter. This boy has such deep scheming. One sentence made our newly formed alliance teeter. Han Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Wan Shuangzhou originally formed an alliance with them due to the pressure, and he could just nice make use of him a little." But Yi Yuan pointing it out so clearly, the Wan Shuangzhou's wariness would definitely be heavier. Some things would not be easy to do then. Everyone arrived in front of the light screen, but nobody dared to take a step forward. Because this light screen was a grand array with exceedingly powerful might. Those present were all not mediocre and could naturally perceive the actual situation. The reason why they had been waiting outside of the light screen all along was because they were waiting for Han Tong's arrival. Han Tong wielded a divine artifact and could even shatter the mystic realm's space. Presumably, breaking this grand array should be nothing difficult. Heh! Yin Yang Reversal Grand Array. This is a peak Tier 9 Grand Array. Unless the Grand Yen Divine King is here, otherwise, who dares to easily go over? Han Tong said with a laugh. Ruan Shuangzhou said, "What conditions does your esteemed self have? Give it to us straight." Han Tong smiled and said, "It's easy to have dealings with smart people. Brother Ruan, since you and I have already formed an alliance, we'll naturally advance and retreat together. Bringing you in is ought to be. Except, this Han only wants the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Other things, even if Brother Ruan takes 10,000 articles, it's none of this Han's business either. If there's a need to, this Han will even make a move to help out. What do you think?" Wan Shuangzhou's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Your esteemed self really calculated well. Those who came here, which one isn't aiming for the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Otherwise, with my strength, why would I need to take the risk of offending the Zhou and you two families and venture in here? This matter is off the table. Worst comes to worst, we don't cooperate anymore. At most, this Ruan will retreat here and now. I believe those two don't make things too difficult as well. As for you, that will be hard to say." Ruan Shuangzhou was an itinerant divine king, who came and went freely. If he really could not obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, there would not be any losses either. But Han Tong even took out a divine artifact. He could not bear the loss. This point, how could Ruan Shuangzhou not perceive it? Wanting to knead him through the light screen, how was that possible? Han Tong smiled and said, "All right then, since that's the case. Looks like it won't do if this Han doesn't bring Brother Ruan inside. Fine, at that time, we'll each just rely on our own capabilities." Originally, Han Tong had his own schemes, but being exposed by Yi Yuan with a flurry of words, wanting to make Ruan Shuangzhou to exert himself to the utmost was not too likely anymore. Hence, he wanted to threaten Ruan Shuangzhou through the light screen, hoping to be able to force him to give in. Who knew that this Ruan Shuangzhou was not easy to knead either, and actually countered with a bite. Han Tong came in front of the light screen and said to everyone around him, "In a while, I'll activate the spirit horn shattering mirror. You guys stick by my side and be careful." "Yes, Your Excellency," everyone answered. "Yi Yuan, this yin-yang reversal grand array's power is limitless. You and Lear follow closely in a while." At this time, Yu Lingyu also instructed Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Elder Sister Lingyu just have to care about bringing Yu Jianfeng over. Lear and I don't need you to worry." Yu Lingyu froze and said rather disbelievingly, "Even those Dao profound realm experts don't dare to easily enter the grand array. You're confident." "Heh, relax, Elder Sister Lingyu. I'm afraid it's rather taxing for you to bring the four of us along, right? That way everybody will be in danger instead. Might as well we do it ourselves," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Rumble. Right at this time, Han Tong deployed the divine artifact and actually forcefully opened up a passageway in the light screen. "Go!" Under Han Tong's order, he took the lead and entered inside together with Ruan Shuangzhou. The others followed closely behind. When those foreign martial artists saw the situation, they immediately charged into the passageway swiftly. However, the yin-yen reversal grand array's restoration ability was extremely powerful. It finished repairing the passageway from before very quickly. Ah. For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. Those Dao Profound Realm experts actually persevered for less than a second inside this grand array before being utterly garrote. This grand array contained yin and yang, two forces, interconverting non-stop. People who did not understand array formations would be torn into shreds by the violent yin and yang converting forces very quickly when landing inside. "Let's go in too," Yi Yuan lightly said a sentence, and brought Yu Mengli in with a lift of his leg. In this area, the grand array actually did not stir up the slightest bit of wave. Seeing this scene, Yu Lingyu's expression could not help changing. A grand array that even middle-stage Dao Profound Realm martial artists were unable to break through, Yi Yuan actually went in so effortlessly. Swoosh! Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli had just came out from inside the yin-yang reversal grand array when a figure suddenly dashed out and unleashed an attack at the two of them. Rumble! Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely quick. He took out the vast heaven pagoda and directly mowed that figure down. This green-robed man's strength was not weak, already reached Dao Profound Realm. But under the suppression of the vast heaven pagoda, he was still directly blotted out. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and said, "Inside this yellow millet mountain actually still have other people?" This green-robed man was totally not those people outside previously. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very curious. Lear said, "Yellow Millet Mountain's name comes from dream upon yellow millet. One, the illusion in the space here is very formidable. Even divine king powerhouses have a likelihood of falling into the illusion too. In the space here, one might fall into an illusion at any time and any place. Once they are unable to extricate themselves, they will be forever damned inside the illusion, becoming a set of walking corpse. Yi Yuan was very surprised. An illusion capable of making divine kings sink into it. How powerful should it be? It was said that the sun-moon heavenly pupil could see through everything false and intangible, and was also able to make people sink inside forever. Looks like the saying was not false. No wonder everyone all thought that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was at Yellow Millet Mountain. Turns out that it was this reason. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that there were human heads swaying faintly in the mountain. Looks like they were all martial artists who had utterly sunk inside the illusion. The vast sun-bright moon realm had existed for at least 100,000 years. Even if it opened once every 300 years, the walking corpses this Yellow Millet Mountain accumulated was also a terrifying number. After all, each time it opened, there would always be some people who harbored the mentality of getting lucky, thinking that they could obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. But in the end, they got bogged down here. The Yu family has already prohibited Yu family disciples from entering the Yellow Millet Mountain. But every time the mystic realm opens, there are still people who go in. Yu Mengli said with a dim expression. There were quite a number of these walking corpses that were her clansmen. She naturally felt awful in her heart when she saw. Yi Yuan consoled. Maybe after acquiring the sun-moon heavenly pupil, we'll be able to rescue them. The light screen flickered. There were people walking out from inside the Yin-Yang reversal grand array again. It was precisely Han Tong and company. They entered the grand array first compared to Yi Yuan, but came out even slower than Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan, looks of surprise also flashed across Han Tong and company's faces. Han Tong looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and was just about to make a move when the light screen flickered again. Yu Lingyu also exited the grand array. Han Tong secretly lamented it. If Yu Lingyu came out a bit later, he would be able to make a move to capture Yi Yuan. The quasi-divine artifact in Yi Yuan's hands, he was very covetous too. Let's go. Han Tong gave a cold snort, bringing everyone, and faded into the moonlight. Ahead, waves of powerful essence energy undulations transmitted over from time to time. Clearly, Han Tong they all already came to blows with those walking corpses. Not long after, Zhou Boping also brought Zhou Yan and walked out from inside the grand array. Looking at the time, one could also determine that Zhou Boping's strength was likely still slightly inferior to Yu Lingyu. Let's also set off for the main peak. Everybody be more careful. Don't fall into the illusionary realm. On Yellow Millet Mountain, divine king powerhouses are unable to fly too, we can only go on foot. For 100,000 years, there has yet to be anybody capable of walking up the main peak. Also not sure whether we can reach it or not, Yu Lingyu said with a slightly solemn expression. Behind them, there were still many martial artists with formidable strength rushing the formation. But whether or not they were able to walk out would have to depend on their own luck. Inside this space, even experts on the level of Yu Lingyu might not be able to protect themselves either. They also seriously had no energy to go care about others. Along the way, it was all Zhou Boping and Yu Lingyu, the two people blazing the trail. Yi Yuan and the rest were happily idle. But Yi Yuan discovered that the roadside scenery seemed to be exactly alike. It did not change the entire time. He had constantly maintained heart-like monolith heart realm and could confirm that he was not seeing hallucinations. But the scenery wayside gave people an extremely unreal feeling. Actually, ever since entering the vast sun-bright moon realm, Yi Yuan had constantly felt very strange in his heart. But where it was odd, he himself could not put his finger to it either. Right at this time, Yu Lingyu's expression suddenly changed and she said solemnly, "Not good, we seem to have fallen into a heavy encirclement. There are several auras which are very powerful." Zhou Boping responded carefully. Zhou Boping's face was very grim as well. Nodding his head, he said to Zhou Yan, "Yener, there are divine king powerhouses among these walking corpses. In a while, I might not be able to divide my attention. You be careful yourself." Zhou Yan nodded and said, "Rest assured, Granduncle Yener knows how to act appropriately." Yu Lingyu did not turn her head around, but instructed Yu Jianfeng. "Jianfeng, Yi Yuan and Lier will be left to you." "Yes," Yu Jianfeng said in a solemn voice. Very soon, a large group of dark silhouettes appeared indistinctly within the forest. Each and every one of these dark shadows' aura was very powerful. There were even two who already reached Divine King realm. Yulingyu's face turned cold and she suddenly smacked a palm out. Rumble. The palm of a Divine King, the imposing momentum was incomparably shocking, directly killing a large swathe of dark shadows whose strength were weaker. Zhou Boping was not resigned to playing second fiddle too. The vast sun flameheart pupil suddenly erupted, similarly exterminating a large swathe. However, the surrounding walking corpses were seriously too many. Furthermore, those whose strength were formidable also avoided the two of their attacks. Yu Jianfeng, Zhou Yin, and Yu Mengli, each and every one of them were akin to facing a great enemy, all awaiting in full battle array. "What are you guys going?" Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, seeming so discordant. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over coldly and he berated. "So many walking corpses? Are you blind? Walking corpses? Where are their walking corpses?" Yi Yuan said with nonchalance. Yulingyu and Zhou Boping involuntarily became alarmed inwardly, each shutting their eyes, revolving essence energy and soul force to the limits. When they opened them again, there were still lots and lots of walking corpses surrounding them. This was not a hallucination. "Can't you see? We've already fallen into a tight encirclement," Yulingyu said to Yi Yuan. She was somewhat uncertain right now, just whether she fell into an illusion, or was it Yi Yuan himself who fell into an illusion. Zhou Boping said solemnly, "This boy definitely fell into an illusion. Right now, powerful enemies lie ahead. We can't bother with him either. Whether he lives or dies will depend on himself." Done talking, Zhou Boping leaped and directly charged over, facing off with the Divine King powerhouse. Yulingyu's expression changed and she said to Yu Mengli, "Leah, I have no time to take care of you guys right now. You look after Yu Yuan. Hope that we can charge out of the tight encirclement." Finished talking, Yulingyu also suddenly attacked, clashing together with another Divine King powerhouse. Two mighty Divine Kings attacking, the momentum was very shocking. But there were still even more other experts currently glaring like ravening tigers by the side, already pouncing over here. "It's okay, big brother Yuan. With Lear here, I won't let people harm you." Yu Mengli blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said resolutely. On the other side, when Zhou Yan saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. The two mighty Divine Kings were currently in the midst of fierce fighting, but Yi Yuan's expression was grim. The others all saw walking corpses covering the hills and plains. Only he alone could not see. They all felt that it was Yi Yuan who got hit with the illusionary art and fell into an illusion. Because Yi Yuan's strength was the weakest, and his cultivation was also the lowest. Bang! Zhou Boping was struck by a palm from that Divine King expert opposite, directly injuring him. But what was strange was that Yi Yuan actually saw that Zhou Boping really sustained injuries and even vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, aware that this illusion was extremely formidable, a mixture of truth and falsehood. What was authentic and fake were indistinguishable. If they kept fighting, the rest of them would lose their lives here, or become walking corpses. Yi Yuan slowly shut both eyes and revolved his essence energy to the limits. Forming a seal veiled in mystery in his hand, he suddenly gave a loud shout, "Jia!" Yi Yuan's voice spread out like rolling thunder, and actually had a kind of magical power that penetrated the soul, enlightening the benighted. Yu Mengli and Zhou Yan, who were beside him, were suddenly startled as if they had woken up from a dream. All of the falsehood and ethereal before their eyes all disappeared. Yulingyu and Zhou Boping similarly trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of disbelief. With the shout of Yi Yuan's, all of the walking corpses vanished from sight. It was actually us who fell into an illusion," Yulingyu said somewhat disbelievingly. Two mighty Divine Kings actually fell into an illusion at the same time and did not know. How frightening did this illusionary art have to be? Furthermore, the Yu family's Moonlight Heavenly Eye was also originally known for illusionary arts. She actually also fell for it unknowingly. This Yellow Millet Mountain's reputation is indeed well-deserving of its fame, Yi Yuan said with a slight pant. Just now, he directly scattered the illusionary art that the few people fell for with the Jia character inside the 9 characters true word formula. He himself also suffered a great loss of vitality. The Jia character could break myriad laws under the heavens. Yi Yuan cultivated for a long time. Although he could not achieve this level, if he went all out, breaking illusionary arts was still feasible. It was just that this way he himself also had heavy losses in essence energy, and needed to regulate his breathing properly for a while. Yi Yuan, how did you do it? This illusionary art is very formidable. I actually succumbed to the illusionary art and was not aware. You're actually able to not be affected? Furthermore, that word you spoke earlier seemed to contain the maxim of great Tao. What was that? Yu Lingyu inquired, full of doubts and suspicions. Zhou Boping and Zhou Yan also perked their ears up. Clearly, they were all very curious as to why only Yi Yuan was fine. Yi Yuan said coolly, although your cultivation realms are high, your heart realms are too low. The strongest is also merely heart like still water, while I've long stepped into heart like monolith realm already. As for that word, it was a spell which I learned by accident. Can break myriad laws. All right, Big Brother Yuan's exhaustion is tremendous. Better let him rest a bit first. We'll stand guard for him. Humanly defended Yi Yuan. Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping exchanged glances, both endlessly shocked in their hearts. The Tao of Heart Realm was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, because there was no approach at all. But Yi Yuan's Heart Realm had actually long stepped into heart like monolith at a young age already. This was too terrifying. But it was also fortunate that Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying. Otherwise, they thought about it and also felt endless fear after the event. Falling into an illusionary realm in this yellow millet mountain, there was a very good chance that one would become a walking corpse. An outcome like this was not acceptable to them. Setting off on the journey once more, everyone were much more careful, fearful of falling into an illusion a second time. Treading carefully along the way, they finally arrived at the foot of the main peak. Right at this time, another group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were none other than precisely Han Tong and company. It was truly enemies meet on a narrow path. Did not expect that when they reached the foot of the main peak, they actually ran into them once again. Except, Han Tong and company looked to be in a wretched plight. Moreover, Wan Shuangzhou's figure was gone. Also no idea if they got separated or they ran into walking corpses on the way and got stuck inside. But no matter what, there was no way Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping would let this opportunity slip by. Virtually right at the first moment he saw Yi Yuan and Co., Han Tong displayed his movement technique, escaping up the mountain frenziedly. How could Yu Lingyu duo be willing to let him go? Their figures swept past, chasing after Han Tong immediately. The three people vanished from everyone's line of sight very quickly. This group of people who remained were also too weak to stand up to competition in Yu Jianfeng's eyes. Yu Jianfeng also did not show the least bit of leniency, directly brandishing his sword and charging over. Over here, only Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli, and Zhou Yan were left. This time, Yi Yuan did not stop Yu Lingyu duo and Yu Jianfeng. He just observed from the sidelines with a cold glance, and did not say a word. Suddenly Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Yu Mengli with a profound meaning, "Who exactly is your esteemed self?" To be able to make this Yi succumb to an illusionary art unknowingly, truly impressive. Yu Mengli was stupefied and said baffledly, "Big Brother Yuan, what nonsense are you saying?" Liu. Zhou Yan's expression changed too and he reproached, "Yi Yuan, why are you going off your rocker again?" But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said calmly, "This Ye's heart realm has long reached heart like monolith already. But I still didn't notice when I fell for the illusionary art. Your esteemed self's measures are startling. But even more lifelike illusionary arts also have flaws. You can perfectly replicate other people's personality, bearing, words, but some things you can't replicate them in the end." Yu Mengli had a panic-stricken look. Pulling Yi Yuan, she said, "Big Brother Yuan, quickly wake up. I'm really Liu. Just what kind of nonsense are you saying?" Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and suddenly smacked a palm out with overwhelming force, directly slamming onto Yu Mengli's chest, sending her flying out. Poo work. Yu Mengli did not resist in the slightest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, dyeing her clothes red. When Zhou Yan saw this scene, he could not help flying into a great rage. He pointed at Yi Yuan's nose and scolded, "Yi Yuan, Liu is head over heels in love with you. You actually bear to hurt her? I'll kill you," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Kill me, is it? That will have to depend on whether you have that capability or not." A violent aura suddenly unleashed. Yi Yuan's slaughter concept and Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent burst forth spectacularly. A swift and fierce sword intent headed straight for Zhou Yan. Swish! Zhou Yan unleashed the vast sun flame heart pupil. But Yi Yuan's spirit extinguishing Azure Cloud Sword was too terrifying, directly blasting apart the vast sun flame heart pupil, slicing off Zhou Yan's arm. Ah! Lunatic! You lunatic! Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan and roared. But Yi Yuan looked at all this coldly and said to you mumbly indifferently, "All right, no need to act anymore. Since I've already seen through your illusionary art, no matter how pitifully and delicate you act, I won't be soft-hearted either. If you don't believe, I can kill you with one slash." Yu mumbly suffered Yi Yuan's palm and was originally lying on the ground in unbearable agony. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, she actually slowly stood up, as if she did not suffer any injuries at all. While at this time, the Zhou Yan by the side, and the crowd fighting over there, all vanished from sight, as if they had never appeared before. All of this was actually really just an illusion. When did you find out? Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gleeful smile, "Your illusionary arts indeed have no flaws to exploit. But inside the illusion previously, you said to me, with you around, you won't let people hurt me. If it was the real Lier, she wouldn't say so," Yi Yuan said coolly. The fake Lier said with a smile, "Looks like it was me who made an unnecessary move." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This illusion, everything is so lifelike. But the greatest flaw is yourself, because they are all illusionary while you are real." The fake Lier sighed with admiration as she said, "Being hit with an illusionary art and actually still having such terrifying analytical abilities. You're indeed different from the rest. Even those two divine kings are much worse compared to you. It's just that even if you saw through the illusionary art, wanting to break free from inside the illusion can't be done too. Seeing through an illusion and breaking free from inside the illusionary realm, these were two entirely different matters. How could an illusionary art capable of making Yi Yuan fall for it be that easy to resolve? Truly powerful illusionary arts was to let the martial artist clearly know that they got caught in an illusionary realm but just could not break free. In the end, they would still sink inside forever. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to care about this. He just said coolly, "Where did you send Lier?" Although the words were calm, the killing intent revealed was a little short of materializing. The fake Lier said with a faint smile, "Don't be agitated. She's very safe. Everyone is safe. But want to meet her, you have got to come out from inside the illusion first. However, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, she'll probably be staying in Yellow Millet Mountain forever." While talking, the fake Lier's figure slowly became faint, finally turning into nothing. Following her disappearance, this stretch of space became deathly still, making people shiver without being cold. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He was ruminating over the meaning in fake Lier's words. Seemed like everyone who came to Yellow Millet Mountain fell to the illusionary art. If he was unable to break free from the illusionary realm within 3 days, Lier would likely sink into the illusion forever, becoming a walking corpse. No, wait, there should be one person who had not fallen to the illusionary art. Han Tong. Han Tong had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. This divine artifact subjugated illusions the most. Wanting to make him fall into an illusionary realm was probably even harder than ascending to the heavens. Since he dared to head straight for Yellow Millet Mountain, this divine artifact was naturally not randomly brought along. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt the pressure mounting. If he did not go out early, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Also, just who in the world was this that made everyone fall into an illusion? Could it be the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil? Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Just what kind of existence was it? Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, chasing away all the doubts in his head. Now was not the time to consider these. The urgent matter on hand was still breaking free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan also could not figure out just when did he fall for the illusionary art. The rest all fell for the illusionary art previously. Only he alone was clear-headed and even used the Jia character to wake everyone up. If the Jia character could break free from the illusion, then he succumbed to the illusionary art after that. If it could not break the illusion, could it be that he already succumbed to it before entering Yellow Millet Mountain? dismissing distracting thoughts. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy to the limits and suddenly gave a fierce cry. Yeah! The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The surroundings finally recovered signs of life. A bright moon hung above the main peak with indistinct shadows around. There were walking corpses moving about. Not far away, Yu Jianfeng stood here, his eyes completely blank. Clearly, he fell for the illusionary art too. But as for the rest, there were no traces to be seen. Yi Yuan's face brightened up. The Jia character really broke free from the illusionary realm. Breaking free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan suffered a great loss in vitality too. He hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill to recover his strength. Could not care that much either. Yi Yuan used the Jia character once more, breaking apart Yu Jianfeng's illusionary magic. Yu Jianfeng's eyes finally recovered some spirit. Looking at Yi Yuan rather woodenly, he said absent-mindedly, "Why Yi Yuan? What happened to me?" Consecutive usage of the Jia character. Yi Yuan's condition was very withered. But he still responded, "You got caught in an illusion. Carry me up to the main peak." Yu Jianfeng's expression turned fearful, and he carried Yi Yuan and dashed up the main peak. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill again, recovering vitality frenziedly. The scenery on both sides fell backward crazily. But Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Put me down," Yi Yuan suddenly said solemnly. "And? What is it?" Yu Jianfeng was puzzled but still put Yi Yuan down. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together, and he said in a low voice, "No, wait. You're not Yu Jianfeng. I'm still inside the illusion." "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you just come out from within an illusion? How did you fall into an illusion again?" Yu Jianfeng said anxiously. Yi Yuan stared at him and said with a cold smile, "How did you know that I just came out from inside an illusion? Did I mention that before?" Yu Jianfeng involuntarily froze and argued with sophistry. "Didn't everyone falls into an illusion?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "How do you know that everybody fell into an illusion? Or did you originally already know my encounter inside the illusion?" Yu Jianfeng froze and suddenly laughed in spite of himself and said, "I didn't expect that you're actually so alert. You boy are indeed rather different. Since that's the case, then congratulations for successfully cracking it. Oh, forgot to tell you. A day's time has already passed in the outside world. You're still left with 2 days now." Done talking, Yu Jianfeng's body disappeared once again. Yi Yuan's face was very grim. He revolved heart like monolith heart realm to the limits, forcibly calming down his state of mind. This illusionary realm was seriously too terrifying, one ring linked to another. It was totally impossible to guard against. Furthermore, that guy's grasp on the human heart was also extremely strong. He followed Yi Yuan's thoughts, planning on luring Yi Yuan to sink into deprivation step by step. If no accidents occurred, he would definitely still run into others subsequently along the way. Then, Yi Yuan would help them to break free of the illusionary realm one by one. The more it was so, the deeper Yi Yuan would sink into it. Earlier, during the process when Yi Yuan was recovering vitality, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that it was rather amiss. Too smooth. The matters seemed to be developing in the direction he predicted. He wanted to break free from the illusion. Hence, he broke free. He wanted to save Lier. As a result, Yu Jianfeng carried him up the main peak. Yi Yuan previously said that Yu Mengli was the other party's greatest flaw. Actually, how was she not Yi Yuan's greatest weak point too? The other party made use of precisely this point. That was how he made Yi Yuan sink deeper and deeper. When he thought that he broke free of the illusionary realm, his mind would relax step by step, finally sinking into deprivation forever. The other party could concoct countless lies, deceiving Yi Yuan all the way down the road, exactly alike with reality. More importantly, delaying this short while, a day's time actually already passed in the outside world. No matter whether what the other party said was true or false, Yi Yuan could not afford to lose. Within 2 days, he must break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged. He discovered that he still thought too simply of this illusionary realm. This was a great taboo inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan settled down to concentrate, purging all of the distracting thoughts in his head, and pondered about ways to deal with the situation. Pondering over and over again, Yi Yuan only had the choice to take the path of increasing his heart realm cultivation. But Yi Yuan's current heart realm boundary was middle stage heart-like monolith. Even if he reached late stage, Yi Yuan felt that the chances of breaking free of the illusion were not great either. Much less that he had to reach late stage heart-like monolith within 2 days. That was virtually something impossible. Even if he visualized the Lin character, it was also not possible to have such rapid improvement. Yi Yuan racked his mind swiftly. Fine sweat beads started to appear on his forehead. Behind his calm back was tremendous pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His entire person's imposing momentum was swept away clean. The current Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person, without the slightest hint of essence energy undulation. Even heart-like monolith heart realm was also utterly released. Since I'm not able to break free of the illusion, then let me sink into it thoroughly, Yi Yuan slowly said. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. On Yellow Millet Mountain's main peak was a flat platform. Currently on the platform stood full of people everywhere. Each and every one of these people all had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly deep in slumber. In the center of the platform, a young and handsome youngster was currently sitting on top of a high platform with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he slowly opened both eyes and looked towards a young man in front of him. This young man was shockingly the Yi Yuan who got caught in the illusion. The current Yi Yuan likewise had both eyes tightly shut, and actually seemed like a puppet. Beside Yi Yuan was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a mirror in his hand. It was shockingly the spirit horn-shattering mirror. Han Tong's entire body was trembling. A look of struggle appeared on his face, while Yi Yuan's face was serene, even carrying some enjoyment. The young man on the elevated platform smiled slightly and opened his mouth to say, "This boy is indeed extraordinary to actually choose to banish himself. Unless one has great fortitude, they cannot achieve this step. It's just that this way, your chances of survival will also be very bleak. Whether it's a nirvanic rebirth or sinking into deprivation forever, this seat will wait to see it." As he said, he turned to the Han Tong beside and said with a cold smile, "Spirit horn-shattering mirror, it's truly been ages since we've met. Even if this seat is no longer as valiant as back then, a mere Dao profound realm wants to make this seat submit just by holding it. Truly laughable. Looks like the host should emerge between these two people. Come on. This seat is very much looking forward to your performances." Finished muttering these to himself, the youth slowly closed his eyes again, an appearance as if everything was within control. On the main peak's platform, Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, Zhou Boping, Ruan Shuangzhou, and the rest were shockingly present. The martial artists who ventured into Yellow Millet Mountain were actually rounded up in one fell swoop by this young man. Yi Yuan thoroughly opened up his mind and instantly lost himself inside the illusion. "Big brother Yuan, you finally woke up." Opening his eyes, Yu Mengli's gentle voice sounded out by his ear. Yi Yuan rubbed his head that felt like it was splitting and said, "What happened to me?" "You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, then fell into a slumber all the way until now before waking up." "You scared me badly," Yu Mengli said. "What?" I obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil." Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly sat up. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. One pupil emitted a dazzling light. A sun actually suspended on the pupil. But on the other pupil a moon was suspended. Yi Yuan suddenly deployed the left eye. It was only to hear a boom, and the entire room was blasted into a pile of debris. With this, it attracted a large group of Yu family experts over. Yi Yuan's two eyes activating at the same time. A bizarre power spread out. Everyone actually had dull looks in their eyes. Yi Yuan felt like he was actually able to control each person. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was too powerful. Yi Yuan was unbelievably thrilled. But he released the illusionary art, letting everyone recover. "Congratulations, big brother Yuan. With this sun-moon heavenly pupil, stepping into deity realm in the future might not be an impossibility too." Yu Mengli gave felicitations. I don't dare to think too much about deity realm. However, with this sun-moon heavenly pupil, Ji Kanglin's days are numbered, Yi Yuan said coldly. In the following days, Yi Yuan immersed in bitter cultivation. With the sun-moon heavenly pupil, his cultivation advanced at a tremendous pace. Only using 10 years' time, he broke through to the Divine King realm. After 10 years, Yi Yuan brought along the similarly major accomplishment spirit physique Yu Mengli and charged up the Medicine King Hall. The Yi Yuan who possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil. His power was incomparably terrifying. Plus a major accomplishment spirit physique Yu Mengli. How could the Medicine King Hall stop their footsteps? Finally, after a round of great battle without equal, Yi Yuan killed Ji Kanglin with his own hands. Avenging his great enmity, Yi Yuan fulfilled his lifelong wish and brought Yu Mengli along to travel the world. Their days spent were merry and carefree. Just like that, year after year. No idea how many seasons had passed either. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, the husband and wife couple, became the Divine Realm's supreme powerhouses. Although they did not break through to Deity Realm, the two with their strength, no one dared to provoke them at all. But longevity would eventually come to an end. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli already finally reached the day of passing away in meditation. Yi Yuan was thin and emaciated, a far cry from his handsome and suaveness in those days long ago. Yi Yuan, having such a wife for a lifetime, what do I still need? This lifetime, we've experienced too many bloody slaughters. I hope that in our next life, we can be a pair of ordinary couple. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Mengli and said with a calm expression. 2 rows of clear teardrops fell down Yu Mengli's face as she nodded and said, "As long as Big Brother Yuan is willing, Lier will definitely accompany lifetime after lifetime." Done talking, Yi Yuan's and Yu Mengli's physical bodies started to gradually decay, finally turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating within the heaven and earth. No idea how many years later, Immortal Kingdom's capital. The princess went on an inspection tour and was taken for a ferry. A young lad in cloth garment fell in love with the princess when he saw the princess's stunning looks. However, all the way until the day he died, the lad in cloth garment never saw the princess a second time again. If there's a next life, I must become a powerhouse that can hold up the heavens and marry the princess, the lad in cloth garment said before passing away. Another lifetime, Yi Yuan and a wealthy family's young lady fell for each other and secretly pledged their love for life. Yi Yuan was looked down upon by this family, so he joined the army resolutely. Several years later, Yi Yuan returned in success and wanted to marry the young lady. Alas, fate made a mockery of men. The young lady actually killed herself because she was forced by her elders. Yi Yuan came before the young lady's grave, drew his sword, and cut his throat, committing suicide for love. In a blink of an eye, 100 lifetimes already passed. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli incarnated into different identities and unfolded a series of love and hate entanglement, which lasted 100 lifetimes. After 100 lifetimes, Yi Yuan already completely lost himself. He lived in his own world, at times becoming a powerhouse, sometimes being reduced to immortal. But no matter what, he wanted to go and find that girl in his dreams. This obsession had never changed no matter what kind of person he was born as. The young man on the elevated platform looked at Yi Yuan, but his brows furrowed. Divine soul has clearly already become faint long ago, but he's still able to maintain a final trace of clarity and not be extinguished. What in the world did this boy do? At the peak of a mountain, a swordsman stood in the air hugging his sword. Opposite him was an exceedingly beautiful woman. "Must we contend for superiority between you and me?" the man said. "In this world, only you and I can be rivals. But in these 20 years, you and I have exchanged blows 19 times. Every time it was my defeat. If I don't beat you in this life, what's the point of me living still?" the lady said. The man heaved a sigh and said, "Take a step back, and it's endless blue skies. In this world, other than victory and defeat, there are still many things," the lady said with a cold smile. "Killing you, I'll have everything. Make your move." The man sighed slightly and said, "Fine then, make a move." The woman's face turned cold and said, "You're not even drawing your sword?" "Hoo-hoo, even if I don't draw my sword, you're not my match either." "Wild arrogance. Watch out for my sword." The woman gave a cold cry, brandished her sword like a rainbow cutting across the sky, and charged in front of the man. Poochie. The long sword did not have the slightest sluggishness, directly piercing through the man's chest. "You, why didn't you draw your sword? What's the point in winning you like this?" The woman lashed. but 2 rows of clear tears flowed down disappointingly. The man smiled, smiling very happily. The first time I saw you, I already fell for you. Although it was the first meeting, I felt like we've already known each other for very, very long. But in your eyes, there is only the martial path. Hence, I trained in the sword desperately, trained like I went mad, all for the sake of letting you look at me. Hoo-hoo, I did it. The woman suddenly discovered that her heart was so painful. Turns out that she actually already fell deeply in love with his man unknowingly. The woman could not bear it anymore. Tears gushed out. Why? Since you like me, why didn't you dodge this sword? The man smiled and said, because I discovered that the more I trained in the sword, the more confused I became. The more powerful my sword got, the more and more I can't find myself. This is a samsara, an endless samsara. Competing like this, it's forever impossible for you to know my heart. I want to find myself, therefore, sorry. I don't want an apology. I only want you to live. Sniff, sniff. The man lightly caressed the woman's face. With a look of satisfaction, he said with a light smile, you're still so beautiful when you cry. You are Lier, but who am I? Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out from within the void and came before the swordsman. The swordsman actually looked exactly the same as this person. Who are you? The swordsman asked. I am you, or should I say, I'm your last ray of hope. You reincarnated 100 lifetimes and experienced all manners of hardships in the human world. The love and hate entanglement with Lier also passed through time. Now, I'll take back all of these 100 lifetimes of samsara. If I'm still unable to break through, you and I will sink into deprivation for all of eternity. Are you ready? Yu Yuan said coolly. But the swordsman's gaze looked towards Lier as he said, then Lier she. Lier and our divine souls have long become inseparable already. Therefore, even if it's reincarnating 100 lifetimes, she is also a most important part of our lives. Don't worry, as long as we can accomplish it, Lier will naturally be safe and sound, Yi Yuan said. The swordsman slowly nodded his head, gave a smile, and turned into a cloud of green smoke, entering inside Yi Yuan's body. The youth on the elevated platform suddenly snapped open his eyes. Looking at Yu Yuan's gradually extinguishing divine soul, he sighed and said, indeed still didn't pull through? Looks like there's only a final choice remaining. Done talking, his gaze looked towards Han Tong. Right then, the young man's expression changed and he looked at Yu Yuan strangely. His divine soul was already on the verge of the final extinguishing state. At this time, it actually rebounded fiercely. Yi Yuan's divine soul became increasing stronger. His aura also became stronger and stronger. Hiss. Heaven-man unity. He actually did it. Truly a genius without parallel. The young man said with an exclamation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a very profound state. The current Yi Yuan gave people an extremely unreal feeling. He was clearly standing right there, but his entire person seemingly already fused into one body with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had incarnated to become all of creation in heaven and earth. Rumble. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly soared. Violent essence energy closed in over here from all directions. At this moment, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm breakthrough was achieved without effort, reaching 3rd level phaseless in a blink of an eye. Following that, heavenly tribulation arrived. Transcending the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan broke through to 4th level phaseless once more. Finally, everything settled down. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A pair of deep eyes, seemingly able to see through everything in this world. 100 lifetimes of samsara, washing away the guise of the secular. What it refined was the human heart. What I saw was the origin of the great Tao. Heaven-man unity. So that's how it is. Sun-Moon heavenly pupil is known to be able to turn all of creation in the world into illusions. Indeed worthy of its reputation. It's just that the world probably never would have thought that the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil has long attained Tao already. Cultivating into a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan looked at the young man and said slowly. Yi Yuan maintained his final trace of soulfire from extinguishing with a secret art, making himself sink into the illusionary realm samsara. This was harboring the attitude of to win or to die trying. If there was even a tiny bit of mishap, Yi Yuan would never be able to wake up again. However, experiencing 100 lifetimes of samsara, Yi Yuan's heart realm was tempered little by little, becoming incomparably powerful. Although this illusion was powerful, it also strengthened and tempered Yi Yuan. The young man looked at Yi Yuan. His eyes filled with pleasant surprise as if he was admiring a piece of art. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I won't accompany you." "Fine lad, you really surprised me. That guy is relying on the advantage of a divine artifact before barely managing to be able to contend with my secret illusion heavenly realm. But you actually relied on your own comprehension abilities and broke through to Heaven Man Unity Realm, breaking free of the secret illusion heavenly realm. Truly too remarkable. For 100,000 years, you're the first person to be able to do it to this step. Boy, you should feel honored," the Sun Moon heavenly pupil said, rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Very sorry. I don't feel honored at all. What I'm going to do now is to kill you." Sun Moon heavenly pupil smiled faintly and said, "Kill me and your woman will be lost inside the illusionary realm forever. Not everyone can be like you, comprehending Heaven Man unity." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said coldly, "What conditions do you have?" His Jie character's level of attainment was far from enough and was totally unable to help Yumengli. They all escaped the illusionary realm. Sun Moon heavenly pupil smiled and said, "That's more like it. My conditions are very simple, either you die or he dies. Choose one yourself." Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "You chose me to be a host? Looks like you finally can't stand the loneliness and want to get out of the vast sun bright moon realm." Sun Moon heavenly pupil's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Those old undyings thought that by sealing me here, I'll have no way of getting out. They probably never would have thought that the divine realm would enter an age of declining laws, divine Tao dropping to zero. Without deity realm powerhouses, who can tie me up to be used by others? As long as I find a suitable host with how vast the divine realm is, I alone reign supreme. Heaven has eyes, delivering you in front of me." Only then did Yi Yuan know that the Zhou and Yu two families' forefathers who obtained the Sun Moon heavenly pupil before had probably long realized that the Sun Moon heavenly pupil had problems. Therefore, before they passed on, they set up this vast sun bright moon realm, using it to seal the Sun Moon heavenly pupil. It was just that they also did not expect the arrival of an age of declining laws, making everything changed. Without deity realm powerhouses, no one was able to harness the Sun Moon heavenly pupil anymore. In the course of time, it birthed a primordial spirit on its own and cultivated to an exceedingly high realm. The Sun Moon heavenly pupil's terrifying ocular arts. Even divine king powerhouses did not have the strength to resist. Yi Yuan's face was grim as he asked, "For 100,000 years, who knows how many experts had come here? Why did you choose me?" Sun Moon heavenly pupil smiled lightly and said, "Heh, although their cultivation realms were higher than yours, their heart realm was far inferior compared to you. Without an exceptional high heart realm, there's simply no way of withstanding my powerful ocular powers. Wait until I wipe away your consciousness, adding on my ocular arts, the divine realm will be our world in the future." The Sun Moon heavenly pupil had cultivated for God knows how many tens of thousands of years here. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he did not reach the deity realm, his ocular arts had probably already achieved perfection. What he lacked was just a set of fleshly body suitable for him. Accurately speaking, the Sun Moon heavenly pupil seeking out a host was different from the ordinary seizing of possession. He only wanted to wipe away the martial artist's original consciousness, while the other abilities could be preserved perfectly. Cultivation realm could be cultivated if lacking, but the cultivation of heart realm was far too difficult. Hence, that was why he did not make a move all along, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. "If I say no?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Sun Moon heavenly pupil did not reveal a surprised look. He just said with a faint smile, "You will agree, because apart from me, nobody can undo her illusionary magic." His gaze looked over towards Yumengli, his face revealing a smug smile. Yi Yuan fell silent. A look of struggle appeared on his face. "You don't have much time. You really greatly surprised me by being able to break through to Heaven Man unity within 2 days. However, that little girl is only left with at most 4 hours. Once the time is up, even I will be powerless to do anything too, Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Unless you swear a heavenly Tao oath, otherwise, why should I believe you?" Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a faint smile, "I won't swear a heavenly Tao oath. As for whether you believe or not, that's your problem, nothing to do with me. But I think that it seems you can only choose to believe me." Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil seemed to savor this feeling of needing other people very much. An expression of walking on air surfaced on his face. He just quietly awaited Yi Yuan's choice and did not urge. Finally, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and looked at the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil as he said, "Hope that you keep your word. Come on." Done talking, Yi Yuan utterly opened up his mind, seemingly already resigned himself to fate. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled and said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Don't worry, I'll help her release the illusionary magic." He naturally would not tell Yi Yuan that once these people thoroughly immersed in the illusionary realm, they would become his slave, being manipulated at his will. Releasing you Mengli? That was impossible. On this yellow millet mountain, just the divine king powerhouses were numerous. Once such a force got out, it would probably become the 9th super holy land immediately. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil gave a light chuckle and transformed into a stream of flowing light, and entered inside Yi Yuan's body all at once. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, instantly feeling that his 2 eyes swelled incomparably, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Heh! The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil is matchlessly tyrannical. It's not that easy to endure. Now allow me to lead this body. Arg! Damn it, soul-suppressing pearl. How could you have the soul-suppressing pearl this sort of thing? Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil suddenly cried out miserably. Just as he was going to wipe away Yi Yuan's consciousness, a stream of gloomy light probed out from inside the soul-suppressing pearl. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil sensed a terrifying power. This power was plenty to utterly obliterate him. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly blocked in front of him. That ghostly light seemed to have intelligence, and actually directly withdrew back into the soul-suppressing pearl. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was still suffering from the shock, his face seized with fear and trepidation. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with a frightened look. He had long predicted that Yi Yuan definitely would not give in so obediently. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually the soul-suppressing pearl. His primordial spirit body was similarly divine soul in nature. For the soul-suppressing pearl to want to exterminate him just now was merely an effortless matter. I didn't think that you're familiar with the soul-suppressing pearl too. Then it's easy to handle. Now, we can have a proper chat, right? Yi Yuan looked at the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil with a smile that was not a smile and said. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression changed, and he said, how can you possibly have the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of thing? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, just casually picked it up. That's not the main point. The main thing is, when are you planning on undoing Liur's illusionary magic? The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression changed, and he said, you let me go first, then we talk again. Otherwise, I won't undo the secret illusion heavenly realm. Not that the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil did not wish to go out, but that he entered Yi Yuan's body and already reconstructed Yi Yuan's 2 eyes and produced a bond with Yi Yuan's body. If he succeeded in taking possession, everything naturally could be discussed. But now, as long as Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to release this bond, his primordial spirit would be bounded up inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, unable to break free. The current Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had reached the point of being caught between the devil and the deep sea. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, his taking of possession was something totally impossible. But wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness needed Yi Yuan's approval. With this, the initiative completely landed in Yi Yuan's hands. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's soul chip right now was Yu Mengli. Heh! Do you really take me to be a fool? I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't agree, I'll make the soul-suppressing pearl wipe away your consciousness and let you return to origin. It is a little troublesome, but at that time your 100,000 over years of cultivation will be ruined overnight. Yi Yuan sputtered nonsense. He was unable to mobilize the sun-moon heavenly pupil at all. He was just swindling the sun-moon heavenly pupil, that was all. But Yi Yuan guessed that the soul-suppressing pearl had extremely powerful abilities regarding divine souls. Presumably, wiping away consciousness, this sort of thing, was not a difficult thing to it. Indeed, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression changed and he said solemnly, "If that's the case, that little girlie is dead for sure too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "There's still 4 hours' time. I think it's sufficient for me to inherit the sun-moon heavenly pupil." The sun-moon heavenly pupil gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Right now, the initiative was completely in Yi Yuan's hands. Right at this time, Han Tong's eyes suddenly snapped open and he plopped down on the ground, his entire person perspiring profusely as if he had a great illness. Huff huff. Han Tong gasped for air heavily but suddenly jolted, being struck dumb with amazement by the scene in the surroundings. Looking towards Yi Yuan again, he actually discovered that Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were bleeding, and his expression involuntarily changed drastically. This boy obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil? How is this possible? Han Tong said in disbelief. Looks like you expended considerable effort because of reconstructing my 2 eyes. That's how it allowed Han Tong to break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan looked at the sun-moon heavenly pupil helplessly and said, "In this place, the only one who could contend with the sun-moon heavenly pupil was Han Tong, who wielded the spirit horn shattering mirror. But earlier, in order to reconstruct Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, the sun-moon heavenly pupil needed to expend a huge amount of effort. This also let the secret illusion heavenly realm loosen up somewhat. Han Tong finally made use of this opportunity and broke through the secret illusion heavenly realm in one stroke, returning to reality. When the sun-moon heavenly pupil saw Han Tong break free of the illusionary realm, he was not startled. He rejoiced instead and said to Yi Yuan, "Boy, release me. I'll deal with him on your behalf." Yi Yuan shot him a scornful glance and said, "Give it up. You'd better carefully think things through and release Lear. When I dispose of Han Tong, if you still haven't made a decision, I don't mind blotting you out." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression turned fearful, and he hurriedly said, "He has a divine artifact in his hands. There's no way you're his match." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Just a divine artifact only, and you said it like I don't have one. You just wait here obediently. The power of the soul-suppressing pearl. I believe you're also aware without the need for me to expound. If you seek death yourself, then it can't be blamed on me." The sun-moon heavenly pupil could not help being speechless. A divine artifact, only? Could what this brat be talking about, the soul-suppressing pearl? But with this boy's present strength, he was completely unable to utilize the soul-suppressing pearl. "All right?" Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliance shot out from his eyes. Han Tong was currently staring at Yi Yuan's eyes and looking. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, it actually sent him into a trance. He hurriedly turned his head over, not daring to look at Yi Yuan's eyes anymore. This boy definitely acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Yi Yuan lightly wiped away the 2 rows of blood tears. Looking at this world again, it seemed to have become different. The first thing he did was put Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu they all away inside the vast heaven pagoda. As for the life and death of the others, it had nothing to do with him. "Boy, was the sun-moon heavenly pupil taken by you?" Han Tong said with a somber look. Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if yes?" "Humph, so what? Hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil. This seat will spare you from death," Han Tong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him and said disdainfully, "Fuck your bullshit. I want you to give me the spirit horn shattering mirror. Will you give or not?" Han Tong's face turned black, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, do you think that you have the qualifications to pick a fight with me? The pagoda in your hands is merely a quasi-divine artifact. If you really exchange blows with me, whether or not that pagoda of yours can be preserved is an uncertainty. TCH, just a divine artifact, what's there to be cocky about? You don't think that there is only the spirit horn shattering mirror, this one divine artifact, in this whole world, right?" Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look and slowly took out the sacred dragon token. Han Tong originally had a look of contempt. If one was not haughty holding a divine artifact, then what else was there to be haughty over? Prior to this, divine artifacts had never appeared before in the divine realm, alright? But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the sacred dragon token, Han Tong's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with a look of astoundment. Although he did not recognize the sacred dragon token, the undulations coming off of the sacred dragon token was not any weaker than the spirit horn shattering mirror. No, wait, it should be that it was even stronger compared to the spirit horn shattering mirror. Similarly, divine artifacts, the sacred dragon token was the Dragon Clan's paramount divine artifact. Its might was unimaginable. You actually have a divine artifact too. How is this possible? You have a quasi-divine artifact in possession, and actually still have a divine artifact. Han Tong broke down. This boy's fortuitous encounters were also too scary, right? These two items, casually taking out one, could shake the divine realm. But this brat actually drew two the moment he made his move. However, Han Tong's shock was far from comparable to the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, because the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil recognized the Sacred Dragon Token. The Sacred Dragon Token was the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure. Along with the Dragon Clan's clan leader's disappearance, there was already no more news. However, over 100,000 years had passed. The Sacred Dragon Token actually saw the light of day once again. Who on earth is this boy? Sacred Dragon Token, Soul-Suppressing Pearl. Any one of these is an item that can make the divine realm tremble. They are actually all in his hands. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's astonishment could not be any greater. These two items, as long as one obtained an article, it was already sufficient to enjoy a lifetime. But this boy actually acquired two all at once. No, wait, Han Tong said earlier that this boy still had a quasi-divine artifact. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. Hang on, it was he who was too crazy to actually find such a person to be a host. Wasn't this complaining that his lifespan was too long, and he was tired of living? The current Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, other than anguish, it was still anguish. One truly could not find an adjective to describe his current emotions. Finally managed to cultivate into a primordial spirit and thought that he could come roaring into existence. In the end, he screwed himself to death before even stepping out of the door. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said smilingly, You joker. Could it be that only you're allowed to have a divine artifact? Other people aren't allowed to have divine artifacts. Just a divine artifact. Is there a need to kick up a fuss over nothing? Just a divine artifact? You boy are truly too arrogant, Han Tong said with a somber face. Yi Yuan's words sounded arrogant, but actually he really had the capital to say so. Putting aside the soul-suppressing pearl, the vast heaven steel inside the vast heaven pagoda was the truly formidable item. Although he did not know what grade of a treasure it was definitely more impressive than ordinary divine artifacts. Han Tong's gaze suddenly revealed a look of extreme greed and said, Heb brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you came to deliver a divine artifact to this seat will kindly accept it. Han Tong suddenly raised the spirit horn shattering mirror. A ray of dazzling light instantly shot out. A terrifying power made the entire main peak quake. Yi Yuan chuckled coldly and also injected divine essence into the sacred dragon token. Rumble. Two terrifying attacks abruptly collided, giving off a dazzling light. Waves of energy rippled out, directly leveling the main peak to flat ground. The entire main peak forcefully had a large chunk shaved away. Those martial artists who were still inside the illusionary realm were directly sent flying by the enormous blast wind. The weak ones were even directly blasted to death. Pooh work. Yi Yuan was also sent flying immediately by this massive impact force, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Han Tong was not much better either. He also did not think that the divine artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so formidable. But his own strength was immense. Even though he was sent flying, his injuries were not as severe as Yi Yuan's. You actually have divine essence. Obtaining a divine artifact was one thing, whether or not one could activate a divine artifact was another thing. A divine artifact was unable to be deployed by essence energy. Even when mobilized, the power unleashed was also very limited. Only by using divine essence could one unleash the power of a divine artifact to the greatest degree. Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash such terrifying power. It showed that he definitely had divine essence. He was only able to deploy the divine artifact because he had the Hall Master's bestowal. Then Yi Yuan's divine essence. Where did it come from? This boy was truly divulging mystery from head to toe. The level of difficulty of finding divine essence was not the slightest bit less than finding a divine artifact. Following the disappearance of divine Tao, divine essence, this sort of thing already became lesser and lesser in the divine realm. One could say it decreased with each use. Only inside the grotto left behind by deity realm powerhouses could one find divine essence, this sort of thing. These divine essences were all energy that deity realm powerhouses used to maintain the operation of the grotto. Along with the passing of time, divine essence would get lesser and lesser too. Furthermore, the grotto of deity realm powerhouses, the degree of danger went without saying. Even if divine king powerhouses entered, it was also 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. The strength of deity realm powerhouses was completely not what Tao profound realm could try to fathom. With Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm, there was no way to obtain divine essence at all. But Yi Yuan just had divine essence. With divine essence, the cultivation realm gap between him and Yi Yuan could basically be ignored. What they were contending right now was their respective divine artifact. Divine essence, is it? I have plenty of this thing. Right now, are you scramming yourself? Or are you letting me teach you a good lesson? Yi Yuan said with a snicker. Han Tong's face turned black, and he said, Humph, even if you have divine essence, how much can you have? I don't believe that your divine essence can sustain several divine artifact attacks. Want to use this sort of method to scare me away? Too childish. Haha, scare you away, is it? Open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Injecting divine essence into the sacred dragon token once more, a terrifying attack was unleashed a second time. Han Tong's expression changed, and he could only meet the attack passively. Rumble. Another loud bang. The main peak had a large section shaved off by these 2 terrifying attacks once again. For some time, scattered rocks flew everywhere. Yi Yuan was blasted flying once more, but his fleshy body was incomparably powerful. Circulating the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, he deployed the Sacred Dragon token again and unleashed an attack. Only a fleshy body like Yi Yuan's could withstand such a heavy load. If it were others, deploying a divine artifact so crazily, they would be crushed to death by the divine artifact's pressure first. Bang! 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 Again and again, Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be picked up for free, deploying the Sacred Dragon token crazily. Han Tong cried bitterness in his heart. At this point, how would he still doubt Yi Yuan? How could this guy have so much divine essence? Several powerful attacks in, Han Tong also suffered considerable internal injuries. Even more damnable was that competing in divine essence so crazily, he already did not have much left. While Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be inexhaustible, could not be used finish at all. This way of usage made people too freaking jealous. One should not look at how Han Tong took out the spirit horn shattering mirror at the slightest provocation to scare people. The times where he truly utilized divine essence were not many. Divine essence, this sort of thing, even the Hall Master did not have much either. What was bestowed to him naturally would not be much either. But this Yi Yuan was just like a prodigal son squandering the family fortune, not taking divine essence seriously at all. Stop. Quickly stop. I concede. Taking advantage of the interval, Yi Yuan adjusted his breathing. Han Tong was finally defeated in battle and opened his mouth to admit defeat. However, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, you fight when you want and throw in the towel when you want to admit defeat. Who gave you this authority? When we stop is up to me. Again. Finished regulating his breathing, Yi Yuan deployed divine essence once more and smashed over towards Han Tong. The divine essence Fang Tian left behind was really quite a bit. This bout of indiscriminate bombing merely depleted 1,000th of the divine essence. The current Yi Yuan was a living prodigal son, using the incomparably precious divine essence out of spite. Of course, Yi Yuan's true objective was naturally not acting out of spite. but he wanted to try if he could finish Han Tong off. Spending some divine essence and obtaining the spirit horn shattering mirror was still very worthwhile. Bang! 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 Several more clashes again. Yi Yuan did not give Han Tong any chances to catch his breath at all, unleashing attacks desperately. Han Tong's face was deathly pale. This was caused by an excessive loss of blood. Clashing again and again, his body already almost could not endure it anymore. He really could not understand how Yi Yuan kept it up. At this time, the main peak which originally towered into the clouds actually had half of its height shaved away already. These two people's divine artifact battle was seriously too frightening. No way, can't carry on fighting. There's already not much divine essence left. Continuing to fight is seeking death. This punk is really too difficult to tangle with. Got to think of a way to get away. Han Tong thought to himself. Rumble. Yi Yuan's attack arrived again. Han Tong forcefully held back the impulse to vomit blood and injected divine essence into the spirit horn shattering mirror once more to deal with Yi Yuan. Han Tong was blasted out by the recoil force again. His vital energy and blood churned, feeling like his internal organs were almost churning out. But this time, Han Tong forcefully suppressed his internal organs' injuries. All of a sudden, a blood light shone resplendently. He was actually fleeing towards the distance with extremely swift speed. Han Tong's speed was inconceivably fast. He was actually much faster compared to ordinary middle-stage Dao Profound Realm experts. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he did not reveal a surprised look. He just smiled coldly and said, "Want to escape? That will also have to depend on whether or not you have this capability." While talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Han Tong used a secret art. His movement technique surged and he was currently running with his tail between his legs. All of a sudden, there was a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure actually already arrived in front of him at who knows when. Han Tong was alarmed inwardly and forcefully twisted his body, escaping in another direction. Yi Yuan took a step out once more and vanished from where he was at. Han Tong was currently escaping when Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him again. This time, he finally knew that he could not escape anymore. You're actually able to merge with heaven and earth. How is this possible? You comprehended heaven-man unity. Han Tong suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said. At this time, his eyes showed an expression of despair. If Yi Yuan comprehended heaven-man unity, then he had absolutely no chance of survival today. But how could this brat possibly comprehend the heaven-man unity realm? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "At least you have some knowledge." That's right, this young master just comprehended heaven-man unity not long ago. Are you sticking your neck out for the executioner's blade? Or making a final struggle? Getting a definite answer, Han Tong's eyes revealed a look of despair. He gritted his teeth and suddenly deployed the spirit horn shattering mirror, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was long prepared. The sacred dragon token activated at virtually the same time, smashing over at Han Tong. Rumble. The two people were blasted flying once more. But Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. This time, without even adjusting his breathing, he deployed the sacred dragon token once again and smashed towards Han Tong. However, Han Tong's divine essence was already thoroughly expended cleanly during that time just now. Arg! A tragic cry transmitted over. Han Tong directly turned to nothing under the bombardment of the sacred dragon token. Bang! The spirit horn shattering mirror fell from the sky and dropped onto the ground. But Yi Yuan did not care about it. His consciousness sunk into his sea of consciousness once more and said to the sun-moon heavenly pupil coldly, "How is it? Thought it through yet? This is the last time I'm asking you." The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression changed. That great battle just now, he took it into his sights in its entirety and had a deeper understanding towards Yi Yuan's might. All right, I'll help them undo the secret illusion heavenly realm. Although extremely unwilling, the current situation already did not allow the sun-moon heavenly pupil to carry on biting the bullet. Compared to 100,000 over years of cultivation being reduced to nothing, undoing the secret illusion heavenly realm did not seem to be much. The sun-moon heavenly pupil also perceived that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of sparing his life. Looks like he wanted to obtain something from him. In the days to come, Think of ways to dance around with Yi Yuan would do. Yi Yuan released Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, and the rest. The Sun Moon heavenly pupil said, I've already fused into becoming one with you. Casting the spell requires borrowing your pair of eyes. Yi Yuan nodded his head and handed control of his pair of eyes to the Sun Moon heavenly pupil. This current sort of situation, the Sun Moon heavenly pupil was already assimilating inside Yi Yuan's body. It was just that the authority to pilot was entirely Yi Yuan's. As long as Yi Yuan was not willing, the Sun Moon heavenly pupil was not able to utilize his pair of eyes at all. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes heat up. A strange power flowed out from within his two eyes. Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, and the rest suddenly startled awake. Big brother Yuan, I even thought that I'd never see you again. This illusionary art is so formidable. I clearly know that I got caught in an illusionary realm, but I wasn't able to break free. Even with Yu Menli's composure, she was also filled with lingering fear after almost being caught in the illusionary realm forever. Yu Lingyu was similarly still badly shaken. She did not think that with her strength, she would also be caught inside the illusionary realm so easily. Yi Yuan lightly embraced Yu Mengli and consoled, All right, everything is over. With big brother Yuan around, it will be fine. Yu Mengli nodded her head but hugged Yi Yuan even tighter. Yi Yuan, was it you who saved us? Yu Lingyu said rather hesitantly. Although she already had an answer in her heart, she still felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Yuan only had phaseless realm strength but was the only clear-headed one among them. This was too bizarre. Furthermore, Yu Lingyu discovered that Yi Yuan actually already broke through to middle-stage phaseless realm at who knows when. These divine king experts, were all neck-deep in trouble. But Yi Yuan obtained a lucky chance here, breaking through 2 minor realms consecutively. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Could it be that there are still other people here? Yu Lingyu drew a deep breath and asked again, The one who made us fall into the illusionary realm should be the Sun Moon heavenly pupil, right? Now that we woke up, could it be? When asking this question, Yu Lingyu could not help having the jitters. The Sun Moon heavenly pupil, which had not come into being for 100,000 years, could it have been obtained by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak and had an inscrutable look. Yu Lingyu could not help choking up, also aware that she was rather rash. This sort of thing, nobody would easily admit it. Yi Yuan did not say. Yu Lingyu could not very well press too hard either. Some things, when pointed out, would affect the situation as a whole instead. The Zhou and Yu two families viewed the vast sun-bright moon realm as their private property. Once they knew that the Sun Moon heavenly pupil was obtained by Yi Yuan, it probably would not end well. At that time, it probably could not dispense with a bloody storm. Putting aside the Yu families and Yi Yuan's relationship, once they lost all decorum, the one who would be hurt the deepest would definitely be Yu Mengli. Even if the Yu family obtained the Sun Moon heavenly pupil in the end, a war between the Yu family and Zhou family was likely unavoidable as well. At that time, it would probably be hard for these 2 great rank 1 holy lands to maintain their present glory. In comparison, the Sun Moon heavenly pupil being placed with Yi Yuan seemed to be a better option. At least, with his relationship with Lier, he would definitely stand on the Yu family's side. In an instant, Yu Lingyu's mind flashed like lightning and thought of a great deal of things. She still decided to bury this secret at the bottom of her heart. Oh, right, where's that Han Tong? Yu Mengli suddenly said. Hearing this, Yu Lingyu could not help secretly sighing in her heart. Indeed, women leaned outward. Yu Mengli was deliberately changing the topic here. She was clearly leaning towards Yi Yuan. But the moment she thought of Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu was still greatly gratified in her heart. The innate battle soul physique might not be inferior to the Sun Moon heavenly pupil. If she could cultivate to major accomplishment, she would likewise be the divine realm's pinnacle most expert. Seemed like this was the best conclusion. Han Tong is already dead. His spirit horn shattering mirror is over there. I'll go to take and then bring it over, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Lingyu was startled inwardly. Han Tong cracked her Mountain Va River State painting with 1 blow when he wielded the spirit horn shattering mirror. But now he was actually dead. Who killed him? Could it be Yi Yuan? Seemed like apart from this, there were no other possibilities. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Yu Lingyu discovered that she could not see through Yi Yuan more and more. This boy was too shrouded in mystery. Yi Yuan picked up the spirit horn shattering mirror and started playing with it in his hands. Right at this time, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the spirit horn shattering mirror. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flung the mirror out. At the same time, he took out the Heavenly King Bell without the slightest hesitation. Rumble! A terrifying energy slammed onto the Heavenly King Bell, directly blasting Yi Yuan out. Poo work! Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, already sustaining very serious injuries. While the spirit horn shattering mirror actually took advantage of this time and shattered the void, and escaped immediately. Yu Mengli was taken aback by this unexpected change and hurriedly went forward to support Yu Mengli, and said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said weakly, "I didn't expect that there was actually still such a powerful restrictive force on this spirit horn shattering mirror. Looks like its true owner's strength is unfathomable. I'm rather curious now, just what kind of existence is this divine martial hall? Also, what is their objective? Since Lin Chao appeared within the divine martial hall, this faction, then the Endless Worlds matters definitely could not get away from them. Now, they came to have designs on the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil again. Seems like they were planning some major moves." An hour later, Yi Yuan finished recuperating and finally recovered some essence energy. The few people were currently walking when they suddenly discovered some people. Ruan Shuangzhou, Zhou Boping, Zhou Yan, and the rest were all scattered at the foot of the main peak. Falling down from the top of the main peak was nothing much to them. But the tremors of the divine artifact Great Battle previously made them suffer considerable injuries. It was just that currently, they could not feel the pain on their bodies at all because they were still inside the illusionary realm. They actually haven't died yet. Their lives are really tenacious, Yi Yuan said speechlessly. He even thought that these few people were dead for sure. So he did not expect that their bodies actually still had an aura of living. Where the aftershocks of a divine artifact battle could be sent to, nobody could control it either. A single mishap and it was the outcome of having one's body pounded to pieces and bones ground to powder. But these few people's lives were actually so tenacious. Yi Yuan, Zhou Boping had also put forth considerable effort this time. "Could you save him?" Yu Lingyu suddenly said. Yi Yuan did not reply right away, but looked at Yu Mengli and asked, "Li'er, what's your opinion?" Li'er will listen to Big Brother Yuan. Yu Mengli was a very clever girl. She threw the problem back to Yi Yuan like practicing Tai Chi one. With Yi Yuan's intelligence, how could he not perceive Yu Mengli's unwillingness? The Zhou and Yu two families were like birds of a feather and always had advanced and retreated together. Although Zhou Yan's actions in the past made Yu Mengli very unhappy, he was after all the Zhou family's successor. If he died inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, it would surely stir up a mighty uproar. Let alone that there was even divine King Zhou Boping. Yi Yuan could not give a hoot, but the Yu family could not disregard the Zhou family's attitude. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Since that's the case, spare their lives then. However, this is also the last time. If Zhou Yan dares to provoke again, he'll have to suffer my wrath the next time. Even if Zhou Jia comes, it won't cut it either." The pitiful sun-moon heavenly pupil could only release Zhou Boping and Zhou Yan's illusionary magic under Yi Yuan's despotic might. But before that, Yi Yuan put Ruan Shuangzhou away into the vast heaven pagoda. But Yi Yuan instructed the sun-moon heavenly pupil to preserve his life. Zhou Yan abruptly startled awake from inside the illusionary realm, appearing very ragged. When he saw Yi Yuan and the rest clearly, he heaved a sigh in relief. "Yu Lingyu, what's going on here?" Zhou Boping's face was very grim as he asked. He actually got caught in an illusionary realm unknowingly. The perils involved naturally need not be said. But now it was actually calm and peaceful already. He obviously had to inquire about just what happened. Yu Lingyu said this matter can't be explained in a few words. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan. But Han Tong is already dead, so our mission is already considered completed. It's a shame that the spirit horn shattering mirror escaped through the void, and we lost the opportunity to seize a divine artifact. Zhou Boping was alarmed in his heart, but noticed the main peak that was already shaved away by half, and was even more astonished. To be able to shave away half of this enormous main peak. How horrifying did the battle previously have to be? Even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to accomplish it too. Humph! The spirit horn shattering mirror escaped through the void? It wouldn't have been hidden away by some people, right? Zhou Yan suddenly said with a cold snort. The moment these words were uttered, Yu Lingyu's and Zhou Boping's faces changed. Slap! A crisp slap sounded out. This slap was actually struck by Zhou Boping. Talk any more nonsense and you'll go back and face a wall to reflect for 20 years. Also, the bright moon competition is already over. In the future, you're not allowed to pester Lear anymore. This matter I'll tell your father. I believe he won't refute me either, Zhou Boping said coldly. Zhou Yan receiving a slap, his cheek already swelled up. Zhou Boping was his great-uncle. He did not dare to be insolent. But his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with hatred. Yi Yuan had a calm look like he did not see it. As long as he did not come and court death, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. Zhou Boping's face fell slightly, his gaze also staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yu Lingyu's words earlier, Zhou Yan did not perceive it, but he already discerned it clearly. Yu Lingyu was warning him to not provoke Yi Yuan anymore. This situation currently was greatly related to Yi Yuan. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan could not be provoked. The prowess of the illusionary realm, Zhou Boping had experienced it profoundly. The reason why they were able to wake up was likely related to Yi Yuan too. Zhou Yan capitalized on that he was a genius and looked down on Yi Yuan. But the current Yi Yuan could pinch Zhou Yan to death with one hand. At least inside this vast sun-bright moon realm, they could not make a move. Zhou Boping's and Zhou Yan's wounds were both very severe, while Yu Lingyu was perfectly unscathed. If they really made a move, the outcome could be imagined. After exiting the mystic realm, he would naturally inform Zhou Jia about this incident. What decision to make would probably need the Divine King Elders to come out and discuss together. Returning to the Yu family, Yi Yuan immediately chose to enter close seclusion. But the Yu family's 7 Divine King Elders plus the current family head, Yu Zhenxiu, carried out a meeting that very night. These Divine King Elders all lived secluded lives and had little contact with the world, and had already not appeared in public for a very long time. But the impact of the vast sun-bright moon realms incident this time to the Yu family was too great. Yu Zhenxiu had no choice but to invite them out. Yu Lingyu gave a detailed account of the vast sun-bright moon realm trip this time to everyone. But the matters of Yellow Millet Mountain, she did not speak in detail. Not that she did not want to say, but she also did not know herself. Starting from when she got caught in the illusionary realm to waking up in the end, what happened in this period of time only Yi Yuan alone knew. Of course, she also had the intention of helping Yi Yuan conceal it. Many details she did not say it out. Originally, she was planning on helping Yi Yuan conceal this incident. But since Yi Yuan agreed to save Zhou Boping pair, this matter could not be hidden at all. Although Zhou Boping did not know what happened, he definitely faintly had some surmises regarding Yi Yuan. Even though these guesses did not have any basis, this sort of thing, the Zhou family would probably rather kill 1,000 innocent than to let one off as well. Various elders, all state your views then. Towards Yi Yuan, what kind of attitude should our Yu family have? Yu Zhenxiu said solemnly. Truthfully speaking, he himself also could not get a handle on it right now. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He could not figure out Yi Yuan's background at all. If Yi Yuan really acquired the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, he would definitely be extremely unwilling. What kind of attitude can there be? This boy very likely obtained the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Hand it over, and he's still our Yu family's son-in-law. Don't hand it over, then he's our Yu family's enemy. An elder who was more hot-tempered said. Another elder said, this is likely inappropriate, right? Right now, everything is just conjecture. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil hasn't appeared in 100,000 years. To be able to break free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan might have other means. If he didn't obtain the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, then wouldn't we be maligning a good man by doing so? Heh, maligning a good man? If he didn't obtain the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, how did Han Tong die? With just the likes of him, a phaseless realm, he can kill an Emperor Realm powerhouse who wields a divine artifact. The group of elders chimed in here and there, but each stuck to their own version. but the majority of the people still leaned towards finding trouble with Yi Yuan. After all, the allure of the sun-moon heavenly pupil was seriously too great. Yu Jianxiu suddenly said, "Elder Lingyu, you had the most contact with Yi Yuan this trip. In your view, how great is the likelihood of Yi Yuan obtaining the sun-moon heavenly pupil?" Yu Lingyu shook his head and said, "Honestly speaking, I feel that it's virtually impossible." "And? How do you mean?" Yu Jianxiu said curiously. Yu Lingyu slowly said, "Yellow Millet Mountain's illusionary realm can make divine king experts fall for it unknowingly. How powerful it is can be imagined. Yi Yuan is only phaseless realm. What right does he have to subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil? In my view, he definitely broke free of the illusionary realm with other means. As for that Han Tong, he was very likely killed by the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Under the circumstances where there's no evidence at all, making Yu Yuan hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil is a bit too compelling. Furthermore, truthfully speaking, having witnessed Lier's innate battle soul physique, this elderly self already doesn't have much interest in the sun-moon heavenly pupil anymore. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Ruan Shuangzhou suddenly startled awake, sweating profusely all over. This dream was too long. When he saw Yi Yuan, his pupils constricted and he suddenly attacked, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. A terrifying aura came from within the void, instantly extinguishing Ruan Shuangzhou's attack. An enormous rock suspended in the air, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above. Under the pressure of the massive rock, Ruan Shuangzhou felt that the bones in his entire body were almost splintering. "Submit or die." Yi Yuan's voice was very calm, but Ruan Shuangzhou did not doubt in the slightest that as long as he even dared to mutter a word of dissent, that huge rock would fall, smashing him into minced meat. "I am willing to submit." Ruan Shuangzhou gritted his teeth and said. The huge rock immediately concealed from view, as if it had never appeared before at all. Ruan Shuangzhou placed his hands on the ground. Kneeling on the ground, panting heavily for air, his entire body like he was dragged out of the water. That massive rock earlier was seriously too terrifying. Not reconciled to it? This life of yours was already picked up. If it wasn't for me, you'd have long already fallen into the illusionary realm at the vast sun-bright moon realm forever. Yi Yuan said calmly. Ruan Shuangzhou was startled. Only now did his brain wrap itself around it. When he woke up from the illusionary realm just now, the moment he saw Yi Yuan, he instinctively wanted to make a move to restrain him. But he did not know that he had already come out of the vast sun-bright moon realm long ago, and that he was taken into the vast heaven pagoda by Yi Yuan. In here, Yi Yuan was the true sovereign. Even if he was a divine king expert, he had no choice but to lower his head too. Ruan Shuangzhou was also very smart. He sorted out his thoughts very quickly, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil? And no, this is absolutely impossible. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. Ruan Shuangzhou himself even somewhat doubted this conjecture. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Obtained it, huh? Considered so, I guess. Although this fellow isn't too well behaved at the moment, he is indeed under my control." Getting a definite answer, Ruan Shuangzhou sucked in a cold breath. The sun-moon heavenly pupil really came into being. But he suddenly discovered something. That huge rock earlier seemed to be much more terrifying than the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That aura was simply able to decimate heaven and earth. Which was also to say that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was merely adding flowers to embroidery to Yi Yuan. Just how many priceless treasures are on this young man in front of him. This life of yours is also considered saved by me. I'm a very fair person. Serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll return your freedom, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ruan Shuangzhou froze but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only wanted 1,000 years of his time. Don't use that sort of eyes to look at me. Whether you have the qualifications to serve me after 1,000 years is still another matter altogether. Ruan Shuangzhou fell silent. These words coming out of the mouth of a phaseless realm martial artist was too arrogant. But he knew that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to say these words. 1,000 years later, just what kind of boundary Yi Yuan could reach? Even he did not dare to imagine either. After a long time, Wan Shuangzhou sucked in a deep breath and opened his mouth to say, "Fine, I accept." In the Yu family's training room, several Divine King elders were shockingly present. Inside the defensive array formation, two figures were currently in the midst of a fierce battle. The waves of terrifying energy emitted impacted the Grand Array. The few Divine King elders looked at that beautiful figure inside the Grand Array, their eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The one fighting with Yu Mengli was a Yu family's third-level Dao profound martial artist. But currently, this third-level Dao profound expert did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yu Mengli's Battle Soul's attacks. And he was actually being overpowered. This is the innate Battle Soul physique? This is also a little too powerful, right? Lier is just 9th level phaseless. If we wait until she reaches Divine King realm, wouldn't she sweep across opponents in the same realm? Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Even if the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil was obtained by that boy, with Leah around, our Yu family need not worry within these 10,000 years. After these Divine King elders witnessed the terror of the innate battle soul physique, they finally changed their views. Dao Profound Realm, 1 level, 1 world. The disparity between each minor realm was even greater than the disparity compared to Phaseless Realm, an entire major cultivation realm. Without heaven-defying means, it was virtually impossible to leap realms and battle. But Yu Mengli directly crossed 3 minor realms to utterly suppress her opponent. This spirit physique was also a bit too terrifying. Yu Jianxiu suddenly said, "Did elders think about it? Yi Yuan already killed that Lin Chao without borrowing any external power. To talk about terrifying, that boy's potential is the most fearsome." The moment these words came out, everyone was startled. That sword of Yi Yuan's, if not for Han Tong blocking it, it would definitely be able to kill Lin Chao. But what Yi Yuan relied on was entirely concept comprehension. Fusing supreme true intents, that was something that only Divine King realms would mull over. Yi Yuan was just first-level phaseless realm at that time, and actually already comprehended it. With first-level phaseless boundary, he crossed a major cultivation realm to cut down his opponent. Such strength, thinking about it made people feel frightened. This was not some divine traversing realm, heaven enlightenment realm, but phaseless realm cutting down Dao profound realm. This boy's 10-year agreement with Lier, he went from a lower realm's unknown junior and walked until today, and he still completed the agreement. I think he should be genuine towards Lier, Yi Yuan this boy. Once he steps into Divine King realm in the future, his strength would likely be unimaginable. Lier and his union, I think. Yu Jianxiu did not carry on talking, but he believed that the various Divine King elders already got his meaning. Each and every one of them fell silent. Clearly, they were evaluating the Yu family's gains and losses. But how are we going to give an account to the Zhou family's side? Even though it's just a conjecture, the Zhou family's side probably won't take things lying down, right? A Divine King elder said. His voice had yet to fade when several terrifying auras enveloped the sky of Bright Moon City. Brother Yu Zhou came to visit. Please come out and meet. Zhou Jia's voice echoed out above the sky of Bright Moon City. Yu Jianxiu's expression darkened, and he said unhappily, "This Zhou Jia actually didn't even give a warning in advance, and he is shouting and wrangling in Bright Moon City." Yu Jianxiu brought the group of elders and flew up. Zhou Jia brought along several Divine King experts but appeared in the skies of Bright Moon City. "Zhou Jia, what's the meaning of this?" Yu Jianxiu said in a solemn voice. Zhou Jia said, "Brother, you don't take offense. We're here only because we want to find little friend Yi Yuan to ask about some things. The matter is of utmost importance and in somewhat of a hurry." Yu Jianxiu's expression turned dark as he said, "In a hurry? Your lineup is clearly to force. Are you really bullying that my Yu family doesn't have people? Yi Yuan is my Yu family's son-in-law. You guys mobilizing forces like this, are you going to interrogate my Yu family's son-in-law?" Zhou Jia just said indifferently, "The matter concerns the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil. I believe Brother Yu is able to understand." Yu Jianxiu gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan didn't obtain the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As for meeting Yi Yuan, I think it's better to forget about it. Please return." Yu Jianxiu, The Zhou and you two families have always been birds of a feather. Do you really want to ruin our two families' 10,000 years of relationship for an outsider? Zhou Jia said solemnly. It was true that the two families were birds of a feather, but they were also not in perfect harmony. The competition between two great family clans naturally could not be dispensed with. For 10,000 years, the two families coming to blows was also not rare. But Yu Jianqiu smiled coldly when he heard and said, Yi Yuan is not only my Yu family's son-in-law, he's even Lier's savior. Handing him over to you, wouldn't this you be ridiculed by everyone in the world? Furthermore, you came to capture people in all seriousness. When did you attach importance to our two families' relationship? Yu Jianqiu, looks like you're really going to fall out with the Zhou family today. With that attitude of yours, so what if we fall out? Could it be that my Yu family is scared of your Zhou family? Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats. Over 10 Divine King powerhouses stood in the air. It was seriously too shocking. Each and every one of the martial artists below did not even dare to breathe heavily. Nobody would have thought that the Zhou and Yu two families would actually get into such a mess for a junior. This battle was bound to be the outcome of mutual devastation. Oh, pretty lively. My goodness gracious. So many Divine King experts. This Yi has truly broadened his horizons. Right then, an extremely discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan actually tore through the air and came, arriving in the center of a bunch of Divine King experts. Bright Moon City's martial artists all involuntarily opened their eyes wide. This Yi Yuan was also too reckless, right? Up in the sky were all Divine King powerhouses. The Zhou family's people were currently glaring at him like ravening tigers. This guy actually ran in the middle like nobody's business to tease a group of Divine Kings. When Yi Yuan appeared, Yu Jianqiu's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, What did you come here for? Nothing to do with you here, go back. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Aren't they looking for me? How can it be nothing to do with me? Lord Father-in-law's protectiveness. This son-in-law has understood. But the Zhou and Yu two families falling out because of this Yi is not what I wish to see. Yu Jianqiu's heart could not help plummeting. Why did this brat's words have a hint of sacrificing oneself for justice? Stop messing around. It isn't your turn to meddle in the Zhou and Yu two families' affairs. Quickly go back for me, Yu Jianqiu said with a somber look. But Yi Yuan ignored Yu Jianqiu and said to Zhou Jia, Just spit out what you have to say. This young master's time is very valuable. Zhou Jia's face turned black, but he could not be bothered to argue with Yi Yuan. He asked in a solemn voice, The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil should be in your possession, right? Hand over the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, and this seat will give you a way out. Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil? You're thinking too much. That thing has already not come into being for over 100,000 years. How could it be acquired by me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. If you didn't obtain the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, how did you, a measly little phaseless realm, dispel the illusionary magic? Zhou Jia said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan looked at Zhou Jia with a smile that was not a smile and opened his mouth to say, Can I understand it like this? This Yi saved a Divine King expert and the next patriarch successor of your Zhou family. But you guys are forcefully imposing a groundless crime on my head now. Turns out that your Zhou family are all a bunch of shameless people who repay kindness with ingratitude. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Although the strong reigned supreme among martial artists, repaying kindness with animosity, this sort of thing was still beneath contempt. Yi Yuan's words forced the Zhou family into a corner all at once. Zhou Jia snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Yi Yuan, don't use fine rhetoric. Everyone knows that the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil belongs to the vast Sun and Bright Moon two cities. What capabilities do you, an outsider, have to occupy it? Yi Yuan said coolly, outsider? Heh, with that attitude of yours, even if I really have the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, why should I give you? My Lord Father-in-law is still here. You all, these shameless people, came to snatch things. Do you really think that you're impressive? Hey, you finally admitted it. Brat, the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil is a misfortune and not a blessing to you. Better hand it over. A Zhou family's Divine King elder said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, Do you have a pig's brain? I'm really skeptical. With your intellect, how did you cultivate to the Divine King realm? That Zhou family's Divine King was a hot-tempered one at a glance. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, he immediately became greatly enraged. Stinking brat. I'll tear that mouth of yours. That Divine King actually directly grabbed towards Yi Yuan in front of Yu Jianxiu. What a fine Zhou Bolong. You really dare to make a move. Yu Lingyu directly matched up against Zhou Bolong without another word. At a word of disagreement, both parties actually really exchanged blows. The great battle of Divine Kings. The commotion was incomparably shocking. Even when separated by a faraway distance, the martial artists below were incredibly shocked too. Elder Bufeng, you're responsible for taking Yi Yuan down. The others attack. Zhou Jia made a prompt decision and immediately instructed. In terms of strength, the Zhou family was indeed that tiny bit stronger than the Yu family. Because the Zhou family's Divine King experts were more than the Yu family's. Today, Zhou Boping did not come. Presumably, it was because he did not have the face to meet Yi Yuan. But even so, the Zhou family still had one more Divine King powerhouse compared to the Yu family. Yu Jianxiu's face turned cold and secretly cussed. Yi Yuan, this boy, was really insensible. If he hid inside the city, the Zhou family would not be able to do anything to the Yu family at all. But now Yi Yuan was mixed up together with them. He could not run even if he wanted to. Yu Jianxiu was just about to go and protect Yi Yuan when Zhou Jia already rushed over at full speed. Your opponent is me. Yi Yuan sighed. You don't need to worry about it, Zhou Jia said with a loud laugh. In his view, Yi Yuan was simply a fool to actually deliver himself to the doorstep. It saved him some trouble though. The Zhou family and Yu family were both very familiar with each other and knew that the other party's trump card was far from this. Therefore, him suddenly sending out Divine Kings today was in order to catch Yu Jianxiu by surprise. He did not think that it really worked out. As long as they brought Yi Yuan back, he naturally had the means to investigate whether Yi Yuan obtained the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil or not. If he really did not, at most send him back later, then apologize to the Yu family. This matter would also be considered settled. As for the two families' rift, compared to the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, it was seriously insignificant. Zhou Bufeng, being unoccupied at this time, was not long-winded either. He directly waved his hand and was just about to capture Yi Yuan. This move looked casual, but actually Zhou Bufeng did not hold back. A Divine King expert's utilization of essence energy already reached a transcendent realm. This wave of a hand already used essence energy to lock down the space around Yi Yuan firmly. Even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight and actually slipped away from his hands. Seeing this scene, Zhou Bufeng's expression changed drastically and he said, merging with heaven and earth, Heaven-man unity. The unexpected change that happened here landed in everyone's eyes. The Divine King experts who were currently fighting actually all ceased. Even Yu Lingyu's pupils constricted too, looking at this scene in disbelief. She did not see how Yi Yuan killed Han Tong. This heaven-man unity, it was still Yi Yuan's first time displaying it in front of the public. Space vibrated. Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the group of Divine Kings and said with a faint smile, all looking at me for what? Well, don't stop, carry on fighting. Heaven-man unity. It's actually heaven-man unity. Those able to reach heaven-man unity in the heart realm in the divine realm can be counted on one hand. This boy actually comprehended heaven-man unity. Heaven-man unity. Resonating with the great Tao, one can merge with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is merely 20 over years of age. How on earth did he cultivate? No wonder he can undo the sun-moon heavenly pupil's illusionary art. Turns out that he actually comprehended heaven-man unity. The group of Divine Kings looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, not daring to believe the scene that they saw earlier. Heaven-man unity. How many years has it not appeared in the divine realm? Today, it actually appeared on an over 20-year-old young man's body. This was too inconceivable. Heart realm, this sort of thing was even harder to train compared to concept. Although concepts were hard, as long as one was willing to spend time, they could more or less still comprehend a little. The majority of Divine King experts had their own supreme true intent. But the heart realm cultivation of divine kings, very few people were able to break through to heart like monolith, let alone talk about heaven-man unity. Heart realm, this sort of thing was too fleeting and ephemeral, unable to grasp at all. The divine realm had a myriad of cultivation methods, and it was also unheard of that anyone had a method to cultivate the heart realm. Shou Jiao, what do you have to say now? I wonder if heaven-man unity heart realm can break apart the illusionary realm. Yu Jianqiu said with a cold smile. Zhou Jia's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually able to comprehend heaven-man unity. This time they really made a big fool of themselves. People knew that heaven-man unity was formidable. But just how incredible, extremely few people were aware. Even Zhou Jiao also did not know that Yi Yuan's heaven-man unity was completely unable to help others break free of the illusionary realm. But without a doubt, the higher the heart realm, the greater the immunity towards illusionary realms too. Heaven-man unity, this sort of realm, barely anyone in the divine realm had attained it before. Therefore, the way people saw it, heaven-man unity should be extremely incredible. Helping others break free of the illusionary realm should not be an issue. Zhou Jia sucked in a deep breath and knew that today could not carry on anymore, and could not help saying in a low voice, "Fine then, this matter is my Zhou family's fault. Brother Yu, the Zhou family will definitely give some compensation later. Let's go." Done talking, Zhou Jiao brought along the group of divine kings and left like a gust of wind. Today, the Zhou family could be said to have had an utter loss of face at Bright Moon City. With this incident today, the Zhou and Yu two families' honeymoon period was likely over already. From here on, how these two mighty rank 1 holy lands were going to get along was something worth pondering. Yu family, a group of divine kings, had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Fusing supreme true intents, heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were simply too terrifying. Oh, Yi Yuan, you comprehended heaven-man unity. Why did you say earlier? Yu Jianqiu said with a wry smile. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You didn't ask me either. Speaking of which, weren't you guys all concerned about the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Didn't you all get behind closed doors to discuss the moment I returned? Actually, inside the mystic realm, I fell for the illusionary art too. If not for comprehending heaven-man unity, I myself would also be doomed." Everyone could not help exchanging glances when they heard that. Looks like the Yu family's movements still could not hide from this shrewd brat. In that case, you really didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Yu Jianqiu said. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Just what kind of form the sun-moon heavenly pupil is, you yourselves don't even know, so how would I know? It's an existence that has once accompanied deity realm powerhouses before. Do you all really think that the sun-moon heavenly pupil is so easy to obtain? Just breaking free of that illusionary magic. I was already at death's door. How would I still have the strength to go and subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil?" Everyone exchanged glances once more. Thinking carefully, Yi Yuan's words were really reasonable. For 100,000 years, nobody had seen the sun-moon heavenly pupil before at all, let alone talk about subduing it. You, boy, when telling lies, your face doesn't change and your heart doesn't beat faster, making it until even I myself almost believe it. But at least you have some knowledge and know that this seed isn't to be trifled with. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Yi Yuan made the sun-moon heavenly pupil restrain itself, causing his eyes to look no different from ordinary people. Hence, for others to want to see through anything from his 2 eyes, that was impossible. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what, even if you are not to be trifled with? Aren't you still suppressed by me obediently? Put away that pride of yours and best be well behaved for me. Otherwise, what the consequences will be, you are aware of it yourself too." But the sun-moon heavenly pupil said lazily, "Heh, if you wanted to kill me, you'd have made a move long ago. Why is there a need to wait until now? You came from the ancient era, and most likely know quite a bit of secret. Killing you is a bit of a pity. However, this young master isn't as easygoing as you imagine. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try." Yi Yuan still had an indifferent tone, but the killing intent exuding in those words made the sun-moon heavenly pupil shiver without being cold. His pupils constricted, but he did not dare to make a sound anymore. These few days, he had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Yi Yuan was definitely someone decisive in going for the kill. Those words earlier were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If he really had any devious thoughts, Yi Yuan would cut him down without the slightest hesitation. Actually, I've already given you a chance. If you're still impervious to reason, then don't blame me for not being courteous. The Sun-Moon heavenly pupil was currently in a daze, but Yi Yuan's words made him shudder with fear. This boy is too astute. Can't hide anything from him. The Sun-Moon heavenly pupil hated Yi Yuan in his heart. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil knew what he was referring to. Actually, on that day, his reconstruction of Yi Yuan's eyes was not thorough at all and had a huge latent danger. If Yi Yuan kept using his ocular powers, as time passed, it would cause a tremendous burden on the eyes. At that time, the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil's opportunity to get out would have arrived. He originally thought that this matter was done seamlessly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually aware of it already. How could he know that Yi Yuan was not only a martial path expert, but also his alchemy path strength was even more unfathomable? The matters of the eyes he could hide from other people but could not hide from Yi Yuan. Looks like it was us who had the yardstick of a petty man. Yi Yuan, you just have to stay in the Yu family. With me, you Jianxiu around. The Zhou family won't dare to do anything to you, Yu Jianxiu said. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report. Family head. There's a person outside who mentioned Yi Yuan by name and wants to meet him. He says that he's a member of the demon race. Demon race? Yu Jianxiu could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan actually had connections to the demon race too? But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard and hurriedly made people bring him in. But seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan was disappointed. Yi Yuan thought that it was White Light who came to find him. But this middle-aged man before his eyes, he did not recognize him. That middle-aged man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his eyes likewise revealing a look of disappointment. Who is your esteemed self? What did you come looking for me for? Yi Yuan inquired. That burly fellow gave birth to disdain in his heart, and his attitude towards Yi Yuan also appeared slightly haughty as he said coolly. This one is Bai Pe. It was young patriarch White Light who made me come and look for Mr. Yi. And? You're really sent by White Light, Yi Yuan said joyfully. Yi Yuan already did not have White Light's news for a very long time. If not for coming to save Yu Mengli, he would definitely have gone to find White Light straight away. Now that Yu Mengli was already saved and he even obtained the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was just planning on heading to the demon region to find White Light. He did not expect that White Light actually beat him to it and sent someone to come and find him. Baipa said, young patriarch made me tell young Master Yi, do you still remember that little white tiger in the endless forest back then? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, it's really White Light. You called him young patriarch? How is White Light doing now? Back then, when White Light suddenly left, Yi Yuan was very unwilling to part too. The two of them started from the endless forest, and had always depended on each other for survival, and had never separated before. Who knew that White Light's departure would be several years? But no idea why White Light seemed to have become the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Yi Yuan had some understanding of the White Tiger clan and knew that the White Tiger clan had many branches. But there were 3 clans that were the strongest branches: Crimson Flame White Tiger, Suppression Martial White Tiger, as well as the Flowing Light White Tiger. These 3 clans each had their forte. The Crimson Flame White Tiger was the most adept at controlling the power of flames. Suppression Martial White Tiger had Herculean strength, while the Flowing Light White Tiger had speed as their forte. If White Light became the Tiger clan's young patriarch, it was very likely the Flowing Light White Tiger's young patriarch. Of course, there was still another type of possibility. That was White Light became the White Tiger clan's collectively venerated young patriarch. But Yi Yuan felt that a few short years of time White Light probably could not accomplish to this extent. Yi Yuan was currently rejoicing by himself when he suddenly discovered that Bai Po's expression was not quite right, and his heart involuntarily sunk. Did White Light encounter any trouble? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Po nodded his head and said, actually, 2 months later, my White Tiger clan is going to choose its next young patriarch. Young patriarch White Light is one of the candidates for young patriarch. My flowing light white tiger has been declining for many years. Originally, there was no hope. But young patriarch White Light's appearance let us see hope anew. But didn't expect that. Didn't expect that they all racked up his past and attacked him with White Light's bloodline being impure as the excuse. Right? Yi Yuan followed up. Bai Pe was stunned and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. You? How did you know? The demon region was comparatively independent. Its news was also relatively out of touch to the divine realm. There was no reason for Yi Yuan to have heard of the White Tiger clan's matters. But this Yi Yuan actually blurted out the difficult circumstances that young patriarch White Light encountered. Could it be that he was a seer? Yi Yuan did not answer, but asked instead, with White Light's cultivation realm, he probably already broke through to Tier 9, right? Bai Pe nodded and said, young patriarch White Light is a rare cultivation talent. At half a year ago, he already broke through to Tier 9. Currently, his strength is already not the slightest bit inferior to the other two clans' young patriarchs. Mentioning White Light, Bai Pe was very proud too. The flowing light White Tiger clan had been on a declining trend for many years. White Light's appearance brought them glory. Yi Yuan said, then that's right. Do you know how many years White Light used to cultivate from Tier 9 to Tier 9? Bai Pe shook his head blankly. White Light would never talk to them about past matters, so they also did not know what White Light experienced prior to returning to the White Tiger clan. If not for White Light making him come and find Yi Yuan this time, he would not even know that White Light actually still had a friend among the humans. Hey! 100 years, Bai Pe said weakly. 100 years was not that Bai Pe felt that it was too long, but felt that it was too short. Although the White Tiger clan had divine beast bloodline, they also required several thousand years before they were able to cultivate to Tier 9. Even geniuses needed at least several hundred years of time too. The other two clans' young patriarchs cultivated for around 500 years and were already considered very impressive. Bai Pe discerned the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. White Light's cultivation speed should be very fast. Therefore, he boldly made a guess. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're looking down on White Light too much. The first time I met him, he was merely just Tier 1. That was merely something that happened more than a dozen years ago. The moment Bai Pe heard, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He knew that young patriarch White Light's talent was extremely strong, but he also did not think that he actually only used just over a dozen years to cultivate from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Such talent was truly too heaven-defying. Of course, if he knew that this freak in front of him also merely just used 10 years of time, and his strength was already comparable to Dao profound realm powerhouses, it was uncertain what he would feel. Furthermore, the reason why White Light cultivated so quickly was all thanks to Yi Yuan. If there wasn't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, White Light would likely need at least 100 years of time to be able to cultivate to his present realm. Therefore, White Light's White Tiger bloodline will only be above the other two clans. This is probably also the reason why they joined hands to deal with White Light. And the only problem with White Light is that his bloodline is impure, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Pe's eyes became wide saucers looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He somewhat understood now the reason why young patriarch White Light wanted to find this young man. He only just spoke a few sentences from the start until now, but Yi Yuan already guessed the Tiger clan's inner struggle close to the mark by relying on these few sentences. Such thinking, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. You tell me about the White Tiger clan's present situation first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Currently, Bai Pe was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's instruction, he immediately did not hesitate either, hastily recounting the White Tiger clan's present circumstances. The White Tiger clan's current patriarch was from the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan's Elders Association was also the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan, and the Suppression Martial White Tiger clan being in the majority. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger was one of the three great branches in name, they had actually gradually declined already and showed trends of being replaced by other branches. The demon race valued bloodline the most, especially the White Tiger clan, this sort of clan with extremely high divine beast bloodline purity. They were even more particular about this area. Yi Yuan had long discovered that White Light was somewhat different from the ordinary White Tiger clan, but did not think that this aspect actually became the obstacle to White Light becoming young patriarch. Now, the Elders Association raised suspicions about White Light's identity. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger clan was extremely against this, nothing could be done, especially their power in the clan leaning to the weaker side. Right now, the pressure they experienced was tremendous too. If it carried on developing like this, forget about contending for the position of young patriarch. Likely whether or not he could stay in the White Tiger clan in the end was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not express anything. He just said to Bai Pa, "You go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll follow you and head to the White Tiger clan." Bai Pa could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard that. Although Yi Yuan's strength was a little weak, this resourcefulness might really be able to turn back the raging tides. Sending away Bai Pa, Yi Yuan went to find Yu Mingli. Yu Mingli and White Light had lived together for a long time. Their feelings were not shallow either. Furthermore, White Light was Yi Yuan's brother. She naturally would not stop Yi Yuan on this matter. She did not have the slightest hesitation as well and wanted to leave together with Yi Yuan immediately. The demon region was situated in the northeastern direction of the divine realm. The land it occupied was extremely vast. As one of the 4 great divine beasts races, the White Tiger clan had extremely formidable strength. The territory they occupied was as vast as over 10 major human regions. Half a month later, Yi Yuan, Bai Pa, and Yu Mingli, the 3 people finally arrived at the White Tiger clan's totem territory after passing through many areas. The totem territory was a sacred ground that the White Tiger clan collectively venerated. It was the entire White Tiger clan's land of inheritance. Its status was exceptionally special. The White Tiger clan, this sort of divine beast race, the branches were a lot. Normally, they were all scattered all over the land. Only when some major matters involving the White Tiger clan happened would they gather at the totem territory. At present, it was currently the crucial period of electing the young patriarch. Therefore, large groups of White Tiger clan branches gathered inside the totem territory. Halt! Miscellaneous people are not to enter the totem territory. Otherwise, kill without mercy. 2 brawny men with stocky and imposing builds blocked the 3 people's path with fierce looks. Bai Po's expression turned cold, and he said, "Rong Lin, Rong San, what gall you guys have? When did I, Bai Pa, become a miscellaneous person?" That Rong Sen's face revealed a look of contempt and said, "Lord Bai Pa, you're naturally not a miscellaneous person. But these 2. Pardon me for not remembering if I've seen you before. If I didn't see wrongly, they should be humans, right?" Verbally calling Lord Bai Pa, but his words did not have the slightest hint of respect. Very clearly, the 2 of them did not attach importance to Bai Pa at all. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. These 2 burly men definitely originated from the Crimson Flame White Tiger or Suppression Martial White Tiger lineage. This was intentionally making things difficult. Bai Pa's face was very grim as he forcefully held back his fury and said, "These 2 are distinguished guests that young patriarch White Light invited over. They are sworn friends for life and death with young patriarch White Light. How did they become miscellaneous people?" But Rong Sen's attitude did not change in the least bit. Instead, he said with a jeer, "Young patriarch White Light's friends? Heh, young patriarch White Light's friends are actually humans. Doesn't Lord Bai Pa not know that the humans have a saying that went, 'Those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind'? Apologies. If Lord Bai Pa wants to enter, please go ahead. But these 2 people cannot enter." This Rong Sen's attitude was very haughty and did not show Bai Pa any respect at all. This actually carried the thick intent of shaming. "You guys!" Bai Pa was angered until he was livid with rage. Slap! Slap! Rongsen and Rongling were currently being pleased with themselves when all of a sudden they saw stars in front of their eyes. Each person's face actually had an added slap mark. Yi Yuan's slap used plenty of strength, flinging them until they spun around quite a few times on the spot before barely managing to stabilize firmly. "This place is the White Tiger clan's totem territory. You actually dare to raise your hand and hit people?" Rongsen glared at Yi Yuan and said. Bai Pa was stunned too. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so tyrannical, raising his hand to throw a slap at a word of disagreement. However, these 2 slaps indeed vented one's anger. The Flowing Light White Tiger clan was weak. Although Bai Po's status in the clan was high, in this totem territory he did not dare to be unbridled. Rongsun and Rongling were merely initial stage tier 9. Although they were not his match, he did not dare to make a move to strike them. It was fine if he struck out, but if it left a handle for gossip for the other two clans, there would be everything to lose but nothing to gain for the clan. But Bai Po was also very shocked. With his strength, he actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan threw the slaps just now. Yi Yuan's actions were too swift. Everyone did not react in time. When did phaseless realm martial artists have such terrifying movements? The flowing light white tiger clan claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. But Yi Yuan's movements just now, he actually did not see clearly. Two fools who defied your superior, giving you guys 2 slaps is already considered light. You should rejoice that I'm not a member of the tiger clan. Otherwise, the 2 of you would already be dead men now, Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Rongsun was still incredibly haughty just now. But currently, facing Yi Yuan, he actually had unspeakable fear. Yi Yuan's move just now was too fast. He did not see clearly at all. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill them, they would indeed be dead men already. This level of movement technique that merged with heaven and earth was completely not what he could catch up to. One had to know that even a divine king like Zhou Bufeng had no way of catching Yi Yuan. I was just speaking truthfully. How is it defying my superiors? Rongsun defended himself with sophistry. Yi Yuan said coolly, according to what I know, the young patriarch's position in the Tiger clan is on par with divine king realm elders. As a candidate to be the young patriarch, white light status is comparable to that of elders. The 2 of you made impertinent remarks about him, killing you guys. What's wrong with that? Rongsun's face became deathly pale the moment he heard. If one really took it seriously, this excuse of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to kill the 2 of them. The demon race's rankings were even more stringent than the human race. Defying one's superiors, this kind of accusation was enough to die several times over. Also, you guys said that those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind. According to what I know, your patriarch and elders, quite a few people have had dealings with human martial artists. There are even some people whose friendly relations aren't shallow. According to the meaning in your words, are each and every one of the Tiger clan's elders all traitors? Yi Yuan took his time to say, but Rongsun and Rongling became drenched in cold sweat. Although the demon race was relatively independent, the demon race's upper echelons likewise had close dealings with the human race. In his past life, Ji Qingyun had very friendly relations with the dragon race's higher-up who even invited him to the dragon clan to be a guest. This point Rongsun and Rongling were naturally aware. If according to what Yi Yuan said, these 2 charges added up was enough for them to die a number of times over. Just as the 2 of them were at a loss on what to do, a young man slowly walked over. What a sharp tongue your esteemed self has. Looks like you're the reinforcement white light went to invite. When Bai Pa saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily changed, and he went forward to salute. Young Patriarch Rong Exun. Hoo-hoo. You went through great trouble. Bai Pa. Looks like this brother arriving. Younger brother White Light has an additional huge arm, Rong Exun said with a faint smile. Hearing young patriarch these 2 words, how could Yi Yuan still not understand the identity of this person in front of him? This person was definitely one of the candidates for young patriarch too. Those 2 people earlier were likely arranged by him in advance, to deliberately take him down a notch. It was just that Rong Exun did not expect that a slap from him and a few sentences scared the 2 people until they wet their pants. He only showed himself to rescue the besieged against his will. Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's an additional huge arm or not is hard to tell. But if someone wants to bully White Light, I'll break an arm of his. When Rong Exun heard that, a cold light flickered across his 2 eyes. But on the surface, he said with a light smile, brother is so arrogant. You got to know that this place is the White Tiger clan's territory. You humans have to pay the price for coming here to be arrogant. Yi Yuan looked at Rong Exun and said with a smile, when I'm arrogant, the one who pays the price is generally someone else. Big brother. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded out. A white silhouette arrived with a howl. Who could it be if not White Light? White Light. Parting for years. I didn't expect that you're already the flowing light white tiger clan's young patriarch. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, and they hugged each other, leaving Reincarnation out in the cold at one side. After a round of small talk, White Light suddenly said to Reincarnation with a faint smile, Reincarnation, don't blame me for not warning you. The outcome of provoking my big brother will all be very tragic. Reincarnation's heart plunged. He discovered that after White Light saw Yi Yuan, his entire person's spirit, chi, and vitality became different. How to say it? These few days, although White Light appeared very calm, Reincarnation could detect that hint of restlessness beneath his calm. White Light had always maintained very restrained for the sake of the flowing light white tiger clan. It was impossible for the White Light from before to say such words. But this sort of restlessness was actually swept away cleanly after he saw Yi Yuan just now. The current White Light, even when speaking, appeared fully confident. Reincarnation was perplexed. Just what kind of magic powers did this human race brat have to actually be able to make White Light undergo such a huge transformation? Although Yi Yuan's strength earlier gave him a fright, this kind of strength when placed in the White Tiger clan was clearly inadequate to look at. The strength of the four great divine beasts race was not the slightest bit weaker compared to the human domain's super holy lands. What kind of wave could a phaseless realm brat stir up? Reincarnation smiled and said, Is that so? The day after tomorrow, the Elders' Council's decision will be coming out. When your candidate qualifications are revoked, I want to see what your big brother will use to make me very tragic. Ha ha! Reincarnation left with a burst of loud laughter, but White Light's expression became ugly. Bai Po's expression changed when he heard that and said, Young Patriarch, is what Reincarnation said true? What's going on here? White Light finally let out a long sigh and said, This isn't the right place to talk. Let's return to the clan first. White Light brought Yi Yuan and the others returned to the flowing light white tiger clan's encampment. Along the way, the initial most excitement from seeing Yi Yuan disappeared at this time. Yi Yuan did not speak. In his impression, White Light had always been a naive youth. He had never seen before White Light with such a cumbered with a heavy load side. One could tell that White Light regarded this young patriarch status very importantly. Yi Yuan took it into his eyes, but could not help being somewhat moved. That little white tiger in the old days grew up after all. Yo, is that our Lord Young Patriarch? Oh no, wait. There's still 2 more days, and our flowing light white tiger clan is going to lose the qualifications to contend as the Young Patriarch. We really have to thank Young Patriarch White Light. Upon entering the clan, a voice dripping with sarcasm transmitted into everyone's ears. A young man dressed in white came out from a corner. His gaze when looking at White Light was filled with enmity. Bai Po's face fell, and he said, Bai Hui, can you don't be so sarcastic when you speak? What benefits can you get from Young Patriarch losing his qualification? Without Young Patriarch with just the likes of you, the Crimson Flame and Suppression Marshal 2 clans probably wouldn't even take one look. That Bai Hui's expression changed and he said with a cold snort, So what? At least, I wouldn't become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger clan. Even if I lose, I'll also lose openly and above board. Bai Pai could not help choking up. Even though Bai Hui was jealous of White Light, if White Light's qualifications were really revoked, he would really become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger clan. Yi Yuan looked on indifferently as a bystander, already clear in his heart. White Light's appearance probably snatched away his title of Young Patriarch. Therefore, when he saw White Light, he would naturally be sarcastic. Big brother, let's go. White Light's interest somewhat waned, unwilling to argue with Bai Hui. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Bai Hui, is it? You can even lose so righteously and confidently. Your esteemed self's thinking truly takes people's breath away. No wonder the White Tiger clan declined until this point. Even the junior generation has gone downhill like so, how can it not decline? Yi Yuan's words made Bai Hui flush scarlet red with shame. Even Bai Pa felt that he lost face too. Indeed, right now, the flowing light white tiger clan's members, quite a number of people had roughly the same thinking as Bai Hui, harboring the idea of muddling along. If not for White Light's appearance, they would also go and play a supporting role with no qualms of conscience, then be eliminated with their minds at ease and their conscience clear. You, a measly little human. What the hell do you know? The might of the Crimson Flame and Suppression Marshal is completely not what you can imagine. Bai Hui shouted at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan smiled again and said, hence, you feel that being able to stand up there and contend with them for the position of young patriarch is already immense courage, right? I don't. Bai Hui wanted to deny it very much, but Yi Yuan's words made him have no way of denying it all. You don't what? I saw Rong Xin when I entered the territory. You're far too lacking when compared to him. Not talking about cultivation realm strength, just your tolerance and breadth of mind is not on the same level as him. If you represent the flowing light white tiger clan to go and contend for the position of young patriarch, it will only be more disgraceful. Yi Yuan threw Bai Hui's face onto the ground without the least bit of mercy, and conveniently stomped on it a few times. This period of time, White Light's days in the flowing light white tiger clan was probably very rough. He reckoned that this Bai Hui had no lack of embarrassing white light. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let him have an easy time too. You? Bai Hui was enraged until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. Yet, he just could not find words to refute. What about me? Stop making a fool of yourself here, alright? Let me tell you, White Light's qualifications won't be revoked. The position of young patriarch will also definitely be his. As for you, get lost? Let's go, Yi Yuan said coolly. There are still 2 days and the Elders' Council's decision will be passed down. I want to see if your boasting is going to reach the skies or not. Bai Hui's roar came from behind, but Yi Yuan did not even care. Arriving at the inner chamber, White Light showed an ugly smile and said, I've incurred your ridicule, big brother. Slap! Yi Yuan suddenly cuffed the back of White Light's head and scolded with a smile. Rascally brat! What nonsense are you saying? Are you really that little tiger who fears nothing and no one that I know? Bai Po was taken aback with fright by this scene and immediately felt a blast of cold wind at the back of his head too. Although the time White Light returned to the White Tiger clan was not long, with the methods and aura he displayed, he already faintly had the imposing air of a sovereign. If not for dismissing his qualifications this matter, there was actually nobody who dared to question him in the clan anymore. But Yi Yuan actually treated him like a little kid, directly smacking. Furthermore, young patriarch even did not dare to retaliate. This scene made his eyeballs drop to the ground. Hee hee. Whitey, with your and big brother Yuan's feelings, you still said this sort of words. Isn't it treating us as strangers too much? Don't you worry. With big brother Yuan around, this position of young patriarch is definitely yours. It can't run away. Yu Mengli did not talk all along but was tickled by Yi Yuan at this time. White Light being smacked seemed to have come back to his senses too. He appeared slightly embarrassed as he said with a laugh. Haha. Yeah, when big brother isn't around, I feel uneasy all over. The pressure these few days, it was too intense. But elder sister Lear, you called big brother Yuan so intimately, do I, this younger brother, have to change my term of address to sister-in-law? Being teased by White Light, Yu Mengli's face reddened. After a bout of teasing, White Light's emotions finally smoothed over. In front of Yi Yuan, he recovered to that cheerful and lively White Light again. Seeing this scene, the Bai by the side was endlessly shocked. White Light came to the Flowing Light clan for such a long time. He had yet to see such an innocent and pure side of him. In his impression, White Light had always been a youth who matured earlier, serious in speech and manner, and had well-thought-out plans. Oh, right. Why did the Elders' Council suddenly want to cancel your young patriarch candidate qualifications? Even if they have doubts about your identity, it's also not to the extent of being so extreme, right? After all, the divine beast bloodline in you, there's no way of faking it. Yi Yuan dragged the topic back to the subject. But White Light fell silent. A blush faintly appeared on his face and he actually became somewhat shy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being endlessly surprised. But Bai heaved a long sigh and said, sigh. No man can resist the charms of a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that young patriarch still fell into it. They were all people who had experienced it. When Yi Yuan and Bai saw this scene, how could they still not understand what happened? Hoo-hoo, I didn't think that our family's White Light actually had his first awakening of love too. It's just, who's that lady? To actually implicate your White Tiger clan's struggle for young patriarch? Yi Yuan said curiously. Being teased by Yi Yuan, White Light's face became even redder like an apple. But he still let out a sigh and said, I also know that I shouldn't, but I couldn't control my feelings. That girl is from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. Our White Tiger Clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan are mortal enemies. This matter was found out by God knows who. It was disclosed to the Elders' Council, making the Elders come to a decision and want to revoke my candidate rights. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was unbelievably astonished. White Light actually fell in love with the enemy. No wonder the Elders' Council would be enraged and wanted to revoke his candidate rights. Adding in White Light's identity, which left questions unanswered, it would be weird if the Elders' Council did not have any expression. Such an incident occurring, it was already a miracle that White Light could still have freedom. Bai Pa let out a sigh too and said, These few years, young Patriarch performed deeds of valor in many battles for the White Tiger Clan. That's why an exception was made for him to become a candidate for young Patriarch. If not for this, the Elders' Council likely would not stop at revoking his rights so simple. Yi Yuan was not clear about the White Tiger Clan's matters, but he knew that the White Tiger Clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan were mortal foes. Both parties mutually went on punitive expeditions that had already lasted for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. White Light actually fell for a woman from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. This sort of thing absolutely could not be forgiven. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just lightly drummed the table using his finger, emitting a rhythmic sound. When everyone saw the situation, they knew that Yi Yuan was thinking, and could not help holding their breaths, not daring to disturb Yi Yuan. After some time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Where is that girl now? White Light's expression dimmed and he said, I originally hid her in the territory of the Flowing Light Clan. But this matter was found out by don't know who. Now she's already imprisoned inside the totem territory. The clan has already issued the decree. The moment the Elders' Council's decision is out the day after tomorrow, they will be sentencing her to death. White Light clenched his fists tightly, kneading his own bones until it creaked. Yi Yuan knew that he was definitely struggling endlessly inside his heart. If according to White Light's temper in the past, he would definitely have not been able to hold back long ago and went into the dungeons to rescue her. But now, he was shouldering the duty of the Flowing Light Clan on him. This was like a shackle, making White Light unable to keep his hands and feet unfettered. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, This matter is somewhat fishy. Might have to find a breakthrough point from this girl. Looks like we have to make a trip into the dungeon. White Light said with difficulty, but the dungeons are heavily guarded. The clan has already strictly ordered me to not enter the dungeon to visit Shower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can this small matter stump your big brother? You just have to tell me the location of the dungeon. I naturally have ways to go in. At midnight, inside the White Tiger Clan's dungeons, there was suddenly a subtle ripple in space. A figure directly walked out from within the void. This White Tiger Clan's dungeons were indeed heavily guarded. Even underground also had array formations protecting, in order to prevent convicts from escaping. But this was nothing to the Yi Yuan who comprehended Heaven-Man unity. Heaven-Man unity realm already touched the source of great Tao. Mere array formations could not hinder Yi Yuan's footsteps at all. Yi Yuan's figure had just appeared and several terrifying auras locked onto him. Clearly, his appearance shattered the deathly stillness of the dungeons. Heaven-Man unity, merging into heaven and earth. Fine lad to actually have such heaven and earth cultivation at a young age. An icy-cold voice transmitted over as if coming from underworld. Yi Yuan could feel that when this voice appeared, the other few auras withdrew like tidewater, as if they had never appeared before at all. I'm flattered. I'm here to look for someone. You guys carry on sleeping. Don't come and interrupt this young master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant boy. However, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant. This old man has lived for several tens of thousands of years and wasn't able to reach Heaven-Man unity realm either. I really have no idea how you cultivate. Boy, let us make a deal. That icy-cold voice suddenly changed his tone. Yi Yuan said coolly, Not interested. Go to one side and play. Don't hinder this young master from handling matters. Yi Yuan knew that this person's cultivation was bound to be exceedingly high. But he also knew that inside this dungeon had terrifying restrictive powers. These guys looked scary, but it was all scaring people. Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that this old man can do nothing to you? Suddenly, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the depths of the dungeon. A colossal soul force actually directly ignored the restrictions and unleashed an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just chuckled coldly but did not even move a muscle. Using a divine soul attack to deal with him, this was purely seeking death himself. Arg! Indeed, a miserable cry transmitted over. That divine soul attack came quickly, and left even quicker. Under this one attack, the other party already sustained considerable injuries. It was also fortunate that the restrictions could cut off most of the soul force. Otherwise, at this time, the other party would not be able to avoid the outcome of his soul dissipating. With this, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that the atmosphere inside the dungeons became somewhat different. Originally, when the rest saw that Yi Yuan was so arrogant, they all gloated over his misfortune. But at this time, inside each and every cell, waves of uneasiness were transmitted out distinctly. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Being well behaved now? Who knows how many years you have been suppressed, you still want to come out imposture. Serves you right. Boy, who the hell are you? With your cultivation realm, how can you possibly block my divine soul attack?" That icy cold voice sounded out again but had clearly weakened a lot. Very clearly, that attack earlier made him feel very awful. "Ao Qian, you punk really made progress. To actually muddle into the White Tiger Clan's dungeon." Right then, Longtung's voice suddenly sounded out. "You. Who are you?" To actually know this seat's name, Ao Qian's shock was by no means insignificant. He had already been locked up in the White Tiger dungeon for no idea how many years. There was actually still someone who recognized him. Furthermore, most of the overtone in Longtang's words was ridicule, with somewhat the hint of looking down from high above. "This seat? Hoo-hoo, you punk, really showing no respect for your elders. In front of me, you actually dare to proclaim to be this seat too." Long Tongue's voice sounded out nonchalantly but exuded limitless awe. "Don't play tricks in front of me, Ao Qian. Who the hell are you?" Ao Qian was a peerless powerhouse of his generation too. How could he be intimidated by one sentence? "You had no lack of suffering this seat's dragon-tempering whip back then. Why did you? Forget it all now." Long Ting said coolly. You are." Ao Qian's expression could not be seen, but Yi Yuan knew that the expression on his face currently must be very fascinating. Yi Yuan also did not think that casually taking a trip into a dungeon, Long Tongue could even bump into an old acquaintance. However, a powerhouse able to be in the same generation as Long Tang at least have to be several tens of thousands of years old too, right? Really have no idea how this Ao Qian survived. Actually, Yi Yuan also knew the divine realm had some old antiques who never left seclusion. But all of them had their own means to hang in there with just a single breath, in order to persevere until divine Tao descended once more. Upon breaking through to deity realm, a martial artist's longevity would greatly increase. Living for 10,000 years was not a problem at all. As long as you know, don't need to say it out. Long Tongue opened his mouth and interrupted Ao Qian's words. "My lord, Ao Qian did not think that you're actually still alive." Virtually in an instant, Ao Qian's pride disappeared completely without a trace. His words were brimming with respect. "You, a punk, didn't even die. How would this seat die? Whatever you have to say it later." Yi Yuan came in to find a heavenly fiend Tiger Clan girl. She was just imprisoned inside a few days ago. "You should know where she's being locked up, right?" Long Tongue said. "Yes, my lord. She's in jail cell D.52, Ao Qian said. "And now be quiet for the seat. Your matters, talk again later," Long Ting said. Yi Yuan found jail cell D.52 very quickly. Indeed, he saw a girl with delicate features being locked up inside the cell. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and actually passed right through the jail cell's restrictions, and entered inside the jail cell. "You're Fang Xiao?" Yi Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Fang Xiao curled up in a corner of the cell. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice, she involuntarily raised her head to look at Yi Yuan. It was just that one could not see any hint of anger in her gaze. This Feng Xiao indeed gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her. That instant when Feng Xiao's gaze came into contact with Yi Yuan, her entire body suddenly trembled, her eyes gradually becoming absent-minded. "Now, I'll do the asking, you'll answer," Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Xiao was just like a puppet at this time. She nodded her head and said, "Yes." 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Girl, have a good rest. Things will be over very soon." Feng Zhao's head slumped and she actually already became fast asleep. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he already arrived outside of the jail cell. "Senior, what to do about that Ao Qian?" Yi Yuan asked Long Teng. It sounded like Long Teng's and Ao Qian's relationship was not shallow. Since they met, Yi Yuan naturally had to ask about Long Teng's attitude. "My lord, I beg you to take me away." Ao Qian's voice quivered as he said. The White Tiger Dungeons was constructed in the Divine Dao era. The restrictions inside are countless and the power is incredibly strong. "In my present state, I can't save you at all," Long Teng said. "Does your excellency still remember the grudge back then?" "Ao Qian has always been your excellency's follower. Back then when your excellency left, Ao Qian also got implicated before betraying them and escaped. Otherwise, why would I be imprisoned in this place that's completely dark without sun for as long as 20,000 years? Ao Qian thought that Long Teng did not wish to bring him away and panicked all at once, saying what happened in the past. Long Teng mused for a moment and said coolly, "The matters back then are already clouds and mist that have come and gone. The White Tiger Dungeon is one of the most terrifying prisons in the divine realm. Even at my prime, I also dare not say to be able to rescue you away, let alone now." Ao Qian involuntarily choked up when he heard that. Who knew that Long Teng's tone suddenly changed and he said, "However, I know someone who can save you." Ao Qian froze. Even his breathing became ragged. "Your Excellency is talking about this young man? How is that possible? Even if he comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to bring me out." The restrictions inside this dungeon were extremely a lot. Although Yi Yuan was able to not touch the restrictions, Ao Qian could not. Once they trigger the restrictions, what they would have to face would be the entire White Tiger clan's pursuit. Even if Yi Yuan was any stronger, it would also not be possible to escape. "Hoo-hoo. Whether you believe or not is up to you." But Long Teng showed neither approval nor disapproval. Ao Qian fell silent. He was already locked up inside this dungeon for 20,000 years. At this rate, it was death sooner or later. There should be no way that Long Teng, as a dragon race's senior, would bluff him. It was just that he could not figure out no matter what, how this young man could bring him out. "Why, Your Excellency, I'm willing to pledge loyalty to my lord. My lord, please rescue me." "Your Excellency, I'm willing too." "ANI." Ao Qian was hesitating, but the rest already could not sit still anymore long ago. Each and every one of them was trapped here, lingering on with their last breath of life. In the end, they could only grow old and die inside the White Tiger Dungeon. Now, there was a chance. They would not bother about so much. Each and every one of these people begged Yi Yuan for help, making Yi Yuan fall silent. Taking revenge on Ji Kanglin, this difficulty of this matter was indeed a little great just by relying on him alone. If he had a large faction behind him, it seemed like a pretty good option too. "Fine, I can bring you all away. However, as a condition, you must submit under my rule." Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said. With this, the entire dungeon seethed over. "Humph! A bunch of fools. It's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. On what basis to bring you all away? Entering this White Tiger Dungeon. I've never seen people go out before. If the White Tiger clan's dungeon is so easy to get out, they would have long been exterminated already." Right then, a discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan knew that this was one of the few divine senses spying on him earlier. His strength was likewise unfathomable. "A bunch of ignorant things. You guys also believe a snotty brat's words. Don't you forget we're all the White Tiger clan's felons. Want to escape the dungeon? Don't think about it in this lifetime." Another voice sounded out. These two voices sounding out, those jubilant voices immediately died down. Very clearly, These two people's status in the dungeon was likely second only to Ao Qian. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. In this world, there are too many things that you guys can't imagine. Frogs at the bottom of a well, nothing more than so. I won't do any boasting either, but when I can bring you guys away, I hope that you can still maintain this composure. Done talking, a ripple appeared in space. Yi Yuan directly vanished from inside the dungeon. On the third day, the White Tiger Clan's Elders Council held the meeting as scheduled. The White Tiger Clan's powerhouses filled the hall. Those present were all the Divine Realm's apex figures. A candidate's right being revoked was a major matter that involved the direction of the White Tiger Clan. The Elders Council would naturally have to take the matter seriously. The various clans' patriarchs, Elders Council's members, as well as the three candidates all had to be present. Xian had a smile on his face, looking like his mood was pretty good. The other candidate, Wu Mo, had a calm look, seeming like everything had nothing to do with him. As for White Light, there was no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. On the left-hand side sat three old men. Each and every one of them was incomparably somber. The objective of inviting everyone here, I believe everyone is aware. White Light secretly hid a heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's girl at the Flowing Light Clan, infringing upon the title of Young Patriarch Candidate. Inviting everyone over today is to discuss the matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights, said the old man sitting on the left-hand side whose hair and beard were all white. This person was the White Tiger Clan's head elder, Rong Kuan. His cultivation was unfathomable. When Rong Kuan finished talking, the Crimson Flame Clan's patriarch, Rong Yin, opened his mouth to say, Head Elder, I feel that this matter doesn't need to be discussed anymore. White Light colluded with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. The proof is conclusive. This young patriarch candidate rights mustn't be given to him anymore. Furthermore, White Light's origins are unclear. Although he has White Tiger Clan bloodline, God knows if he was groomed by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan or not. In my view, throw White Light into the dungeons and interrogate carefully again. Rongyin, your words are too much, right? Although the time White Light returned to the clan isn't long, he achieved brilliant accomplishments in war. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan had quite a few geniuses who died at White Light's hands. Could it be that because of this one incident it will negate so much of his contributions? The Flowing Light Clan's patriarch, Baiju, said solemnly. Each of the White Tiger Clan's branch had their own patriarch. But upon entering the totem territory, they would become members of the Elders Association, and were not to favor any clan. The Elders Council's members were not many, but they were people who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Furthermore, their statuses were extremely venerated and were even above the various clans' patriarchs. Hence, those arguing now were all the various branches' patriarchs. Baiju, we all didn't deny White Light's meritorious services. But his identity has always been suspicious, you know this. I know that your Flowing Light Clan finally managed to find a junior with immense potential. That's why you would cherish like so. But if he's really sent by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan? If he really becomes the young patriarch? Or he becomes the White Tiger Clan's patriarch in the future? This consequence, can you bear it? Wu Qian said. At this time, the Suppression Martial Clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also spoke up. Baiju's expression was very grim. Snorting coldly, he turned his head over and sulked. He also knew that the moment this elders' meeting started today, White Light would be fraught with grim possibilities. But White Light's actions truly made him rather mournful. These few days, he put in words of praises in front of each elder until his mouth ran dry. But the results yielded were still very little. This crime of having secret communications with their mortal enemy, nobody dared to risk universal condemnation. This sort of thing gave people too big of an opening. It was just that Baiju could not quite understand. White Light was clearly an extremely smart lad. Why would he be so foolish on this sort of thing? There were still some Divine King Realm branch patriarchs present. The opinions they expressed also mostly leaned towards White Light being guilty, even wanting to throw him into the dungeon. Baiju could only sigh unceasingly in his heart as well when he saw this. Looks like the various patriarchs all don't have any more objections regarding this matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights. Little Light, do you still have anything to say for yourself? Head Elder Rong Kuan said. White Light's face did not change as he said coolly, "White Light has a clear conscience. Haha. What an excellent have a clear conscience. I wonder how many of our secrets the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan already knows." "Towards the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, you really have a clear conscience," Xian said with a cold sneer. White Light looked steadily ahead and did not even pay attention to him. Xian could not help feeling stifled, like his punch landed on cotton, feeling very awful. Kuan stared at White Light and said with a sigh, "These few days, the few of us old fellows also gathered together to discuss many times. Honestly speaking, Little Light's talent indeed surpasses others. Furthermore, he achieved quite a number of great accomplishments to his name and is indeed a strong contender for the next patriarch. However, this matter concerns the White Tiger Clan's rise and decline. We dare not be careless. Therefore, Little Light, your candidate writes." Bang! Head Elder's words were said halfway when the Great Hall's gates were suddenly kicked open by someone. Yi Yuan slowly walked in with both hands behind his back. "Big brother." The moment White Light saw Yi Yuan, he immediately let out a sigh in relief. Ever since after Yi Yuan left the day before yesterday, he never came back. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not abandon him to the wolves, his current emotions were also quite flustered. Since Yi Yuan appeared now, this matter definitely had a turn for the better. Where did this brat come from, to dare be insolent in my White Tiger Clan? Rong Yin berated. "This one is Yi Yuan, White Light's big brother. The matter is urgent. The action of forcing open the door truly could not be helped. I hope that elders can pardon my offense," Yi Yuan said coolly, neither obsequiously nor haughtily. "Humph. To arbitrarily barge into the elders' meeting, even an extremely big matter, is also a capital crime. Furthermore, you're just a human," Rong Yin said with a cold snort. At this time, that old man with a benevolent countenance on the right of Rong Yin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Junior, are you here for White Light's matters?" Yi Yuan said, "Precisely so." That old man slowly nodded and said, "Junior, arbitrarily barging into the elders' meeting indeed has the issue of scorning my White Tiger Clan. If you're unable to give a reason that utterly convinces us, even I can't protect you either, understand?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's of course. Elders just need to give me an opportunity to speak up will do." That old man looked at Rong Kuan and said, "What's head elder's opinion?" Rong Kuan thought about it and asked Yi Yuan, "Could it be that this matter still has more than meets the eye?" Yi Yuan said, "Head elder, that Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's girl did not show up earlier nor too late. She actually showed up right when the competition for the position of young patriarch was the most heated. Don't you feel that it's too coincidental? If White Light is secretly colluding with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, he also wouldn't be foolish enough to hide an enemy inside the clan at this time, right?" Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago. At this time, he spoke with confidence and composure, stating the suspicions in his heart. Rong Kuan and the rest could not help getting lost in thoughts when they heard Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan continued, "As a young patriarch candidate, it's impossible for White Light to not know what consequences hiding a Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's member in the clan at this time would be. Therefore, this matter, White Light definitely did it very covertly. Probably even the patriarch Bai Ju, who regarded him very highly, did not know. Then, who exposed this matter, making the entire White Tiger Clan all know?" Rong Yin's expression changed. He did not think that at this critical juncture, a brat like this would pop out to stir up trouble. His face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Even if you have a glib tongue, these are just your conjectures. But White Light secretly hiding the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Girl is concrete proof." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Want proof, is it? Shuangzhou, bring them in." Wan Shuangzhou escorted two people into the Great Hall. When everyone saw these two people, their faces all changed drastically. "Dad!" Rong Xian quickly stood up, his gaze glued on the person Wan Shuangzhou escorted in. One of them was none other than precisely Rong Xian's father, Rong Zhe. Rong Zhe was just an ordinary clan member of the Crimson Flame clan. His strength was passable but did not excel in an aspect. But a father became noble due to his son. Rong Xian's rise made him become a figure with great power in the Crimson Flame clan. Everyone did not expect that Yi Yuan actually captured Rongzhe over. With this, the matter became somewhat big. Rongzhe was restrained by Rong Shuangzhou. He was just like a dead dog at this time, unable to reply Rong Xian at all. "You're courting death, Yi Yuan." Seeing that Yi Yuan actually dared to treat his father like so, Rong Xian was already burning with rage and could not care about the many elders present either. His entire person transformed into a streak of crimson-red color, charging over towards Yi Yuan. A streak of flowing light flashed across. White light already cut in front of Yi Yuan. Rumble. Under a blow, the two people each fell back several steps, evenly matched in strength. But Rong Xian did not have the intention of stopping. He was just about to attack, but Rong Yin held him back. "Calm down, Rong Xian. If he can't give a reason why, there will naturally be the elders standing up for you." Although persuading Rong Xian, Rong Yin himself also looked incredibly grim. Rong Xian clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, wishing he could kill Yi Yuan immediately. But Yi Yuan gave a look of indifference and said coolly, "Now can I speak?" Rong Yin said, "Go on. But you're also aware that Rongzhe is Rong Xian's father. You should know the consequences of this matter." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I was busy with this task for a day and night. It naturally wasn't to bring the person in to seek death. These two people are in cahoots together, colluding with the heavenly fiend tiger's elderling Nine Hills, making arrangements to put Fang Xiao by White Light's side, so as to make him lose all standing and reputation. This way, Rongzhe's son, Rong Xian, would be able to have one less formidable opponent and become young patriarch." Yi Yuan's simple few sentences shocked everyone to the core. Even more shocked was White Light. He did not think that Fang Xiao actually intentionally approached him. No idea why, his heart suddenly winced in pain like it was hurt by something. Apart from Rongzhe, Yi Yuan still brought another person. And the other person was none other than precisely that by Huey's father. The moment Rong Xian heard, he said in a stern voice, "Yi Yuan, you're slandering venomously. Just based on a one-sided statement, you want to reverse the verdict on White Light's behalf. Rong Xian, hold your horses. This matter is of utmost importance. If in the end it's proven that Yi Yuan is spouting nonsense, this seat will naturally return you justice." Done talking, Rong Kuan turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Junior, you can't make unfounded charges here. Do you have proof?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a miniature array formation appeared before everyone. Rong Kuan's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, "Moving an array formation? Junior, what formidable means?" Moving an array formation was a very profound method in the formation's path. One could set up a set of array formation beforehand, then store it inside a spatial magic artifact. When one required it, they could directly summon it from inside the spatial magic artifact, instantly forming an array. Although this miniature array formation before them was small, it was a Tier 9 array formation. Want to move it over, one must have the strength of a formation's emperor. Yi Yuan was merely phaseless realm boundary, and he was actually able to transport a Tier 9 array formation. It was also no wonder that Rong Kuan was shocked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head Elder is too kind. Just an insignificant skill. This array formation was discovered beneath the earth of Rongzhe's house. I found it and conveniently transported him over." Rong Xian said with a cold smile, "Just a communications array formation? What can it illustrate? You casually set up an array formation yourself, then transport it over, who would know?" This miniature array formation was a communications array formation. It was specifically used for transmitting messages, which was very convenient. If Rongzhe really secretly colluded with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, using this set of array formation to transmit messages was not an impossibility. It was just that, even if this sort of thing was transported over, it did not have much persuasiveness either. After all, Yi Yuan could set up an array formation himself, then transport it over. Yi Yuan, you aren't thinking of making the elders convict Rongzhe's crime by relying on a communications array formation that was transported over, right? Rong Yin also said somberly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The array formation can be faked, but the messages inside the array formation can't be faked. Isn't that so, you guys?" Rong Yin's expression changed when he heard that and said, You're You're able to recover the contents of the communications array formation? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I think I should be able to do it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, by Ju they all roused their spirits up, while Rongyin they all were taken aback with shock. If he really could recover the communication contents, then the problem would be blown up. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, both hands reaching out like phantoms and started to handle the communications array formation. Everyone all held their breaths, staring fixedly at the communications array formation. Some people looked forward to some contents appearing on the communications array formation, while others did not hope for those contents to appear. But there was one thing. Everyone's hearts were all pounding away. Roughly 15 minutes later, the communications array formation suddenly lit up, and a row of words actually appeared. The fish has already swallowed the bait. Thanks again in the future. Zay, this should be the last transmitted message. Rong Xian's heart suddenly jolted, his entire person seemingly being drained. His two eyes were vacant and at a loss, plopping his bottom back onto the chair. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the great hall seemed exceedingly stifling. However, Yi Yuan's actions had not ended yet. Very soon, a second message appeared on the array formation. Eliminating in the name of collusion, daughter Feng Xiao is already on the way. 9 Hills. This was clearly the message sent back by that elder Ling 9 Hills. Following that, messages after messages appeared on the array formation. The further back it went, the uglier the expressions on everyone's faces, especially Rong Kuan and the others sitting on the left-hand side. Their faces were grim until it could almost drip water. Toward the back, the messages displayed on the communications array formation was already not related to white light. Among them, apart from some normal communications, there were even quite a number of the White Tiger clan's secrets. Seeing these messages, how these elders felt could also be imagined. Bang! A table in front of head elder virtually turned to dust instantaneously. Enough! Rong Kuan said fiercely. Yi Yuan knew that the fire was about ready. Hence, he stopped casting his spell. The light on the communications array formation abruptly dissipated. Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible! Rong Xian repeated over and over again, batted out of his wits. He did not think that his Faker actually went to collude with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan for him. Yi Yuan, it must be a trick you played. These messages were definitely all fabricated by you. Right. This was cooked up by you. Rong Xian suddenly jumped up, as if he had discovered a new continent. This matter, Rong Xian himself was also kept in the dark. Right now, he was completely unable to accept such a fact. Therefore, what he could think of was that Yi Yuan was cheating. Enough! Rong Xian, do you feel that these old fellows, are all blind? Rong Kuan's icy-cold tone made Rong Xian feel as if he fell into an ice cellar. These Divine King experts of the Elders' Council were not ordinary powerhouses. Their strength was unfathomable. Moreover, they lived to a ripe old age, and their experiences were out of the ordinary. Unless Yi Yuan's formation's Tao level reached deity realm, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to cheat under their noses. Rong Xian already lost his composure at this time and actually slandered Yi Yuan for cheating. Didn't it imply the group of elders to be fools? Head elder, this? Rong Yin was also dumbfounded by this scene. He never would have thought that such a drama-like change would occur to the matter in the end, and actually did not know what to say for a moment. Rong Kuan was worthy of being the head elder. He already calmed down at this time. Slightly heaving a sigh, he said to Rong Yin, "You bring Rong Xian back and watch over closely. As for Rong Zai and Bai Su, throw the two of them into the dungeons first and guard closely. The disciplinary hall will be in charge of this matter. This matter will have to trouble you. You must interrogate and get to the bottom of it." The Wu Xian on the left-hand side of Rong Kuan nodded and said, "Rest assured, head elder." Only after Rong Zai and Bai Su were brought away, and Rong Yin left dejectedly too, did the group of patriarchs abruptly startled awake. The events that occurred today were simply too dramatic. They were clearly going to revoke White Light's candidate rights, but why did it become the Crimson Flame clan having secret communications with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan all of a sudden? These branch patriarchs all looked at Yi Yuan with looks of astonishment written all over their faces. This young man actually overturned the raging tides at the last moment. All disperse. Head Elder's dignified voice sounded out. Everyone also did not dare to remain here, taking their leave one after another and leaving. While at this time White Light did not have the slightest joy of post-victory. Instead, his entire person was in low spirits. Clearly, the blow of Feng Zhao's matter to him was very great. In the end, White Light was merely still a youth. He was different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was someone who had experienced a lifetime before. His mentality was much more mature compared to White Light. Let's go. Maybe this matter isn't as terrible as you imagine. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and consoled. White Light smiled bitterly and said, "Don't need to console me anymore, big brother." Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the more one said, the more it would make people feel hurt. The two people were just about to leave, but Head Elder spoke up. "Yi Yuan, please wait." Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Head Elder stopping me. It isn't to punish me for the crime of treating the White Tiger clan with contempt, right?" Yi Yuan checkmated first. Head Elder could only chuckle and said, "Things happened for a reason. This seat naturally isn't that sort of narrow-minded person. This seat represents the White Tiger clan to thank you instead. Count it as the seat owing you a favor. 2 malignant tumors inside the clan. Something major would happen sooner or later." Yi Yuan snickered in his heart. This old man was actually playing word games with him. Him owing a favor and the White Tiger clan owing a favor, these two were completely different. However, even a favor of Rome Cohen's was still a priceless treasure. Such a powerhouse was naturally not as powerful as the 10 great divine kings. But his strength was also exceedingly terrifying. But Yi Yuan randomly stumbled upon and dug out the White Tiger clan's malignant tumors in order to save White Light this time. It was also considered an unexpected harvest. This one day's time tired Yi Yuan out badly. Consecutively utilizing Heaven-Man unity and the power of the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil virtually squeezed him dry. One had to know that even though Rongzhe and Baisu were not Divine King experts, they were late-stage Dao Profound Realm powerhouses too. If it was made public, it would be impossible for him to want to bring the people away, let alone talk about catching any proof. Yi Yuan could only bring the two of them away silently to not cause a disturbance. In between this naturally borrowed Ruan Shuangzhou's power. But the exhaustion of the terrifying illusionary realm, which he forcibly activated the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil to lay down, was also tremendous. Deploying the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil with Yi Yuan's present strength, the burden on the body was immense. Especially dealing with Rongzhe and Baisu, this kind of powerhouses, it virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy. That was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they obtained the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil, they would also be squeezed dry instantly. This was also why the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil would choose Yi Yuan to be the host. Haha. A favor from Head Elder can't be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold. Then, this Yi won't be courteous. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a laugh. Head Elder waved his hand, but his expression darkened as he said, "Your move earlier, probably only a peak formation emperor would have such strength. Furthermore, you were able to capture Rongzhe and Baisu here without making a scene. This isn't what the average person can do. Also, that Divine King should be your servant, right? Your level of strength. This seat feels rather concerned." Rong Kuan was shrewd with age. Other people were all astonished by Yi Yuan's methods. But he saw Yi Yuan's extraordinary aspects. Other people would underestimate Yi Yuan because of his cultivation realm, thinking that he was harmless to man and beast. But Head Elder knew that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he displayed just by looking at the things he saw before his eyes. Leaving such a human in the White Tiger clan, he had no choice but to guard against. These words he kept Yi Yuan behind to say was actually warning Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan rein it in a little. Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. Probably after this, he would be in for the White Tiger clan's surveillance. But, so what? Someone able to keep watch on him had not been born yet. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Head Elder is worrying too much. White Light and I accompanied each other along the way. One can say that he was raised by me. His clansmen are my Yi Yuan's. Clansman. As long as White Light is still in the White Tiger clan, I, Yi Yuan, will forever be the White Tiger clan's friend. Rongkun could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk actually turned around to threaten him. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. He, Yi Yuan, would not do things detrimental to the White Tiger clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the White Tiger clan was good to White Light. If someone was detrimental toward White Light, he, Yi Yuan, would eliminate the other party without the slightest hesitation too. If it were other people, they would only just brush it over with a laugh towards a threat like this. But after Rongkun witnessed Yu Yuan's means, although he did not think that he posed any threat to the White Tiger clan, this kind of opponent would absolutely give people a painful headache. Hoo-hoo, then this seed hopes that we can keep on being friends, Rongkun suddenly chuckled and said. Haha, of course, of course. Yi Yuan took his leave with a loud laugh, bringing White Light together and leaving. After Yi Yuan left, Wuxia came beside Rongkun and said solemnly, This child is presumptuous. This Wuxia seemed to be a man of few words, but these 4 words already expressed his displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Head Elder chuckled, but asked the other one, What do you think? Bai Yi stroked his beard and laughed as he said immeasurable. Rongkun nodded his head and said, This boy is indeed presumptuous. However, he truly has the capital to be arrogant. What he did today, even you and I are also unable to do it to such a flawless degree. I think he might be deliberately displaying his strength to us so as to make us attach importance to Little Light. If there's a possibility, best to not become enemies with this child as far as possible. Inside the White Tiger dungeon, White Light looked at that delicate and sweet image, his heart in immense pain. Big brother Light, do it. Fang Xiao closed her eyes painfully, 2 rows of clear tears falling down from the corners of her eyes. Fang Xiao, accepting it so readily, caught White Light somewhat by surprise. Looking at her appearance, it seemed like she already had a realization long ago. White Light's heart jolted fiercely and he said in a trembling voice, Don't you plan on explaining a little? Fang Xiao shook her head lightly and did not speak. White Light's face turned grim and he said coldly, Fine. Since that's the case, I'll send you off personally. White Light hardened his heart and suddenly reached out, grabbing towards Fang Xiao's throat. All of a sudden, the space rippled. A figure appeared out of thin air, intercepting this grab of White Light. Big brother, what are you doing? White Light said in confusion. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I already said. Maybe the matter isn't as terrible as you imagine. Isn't that so, Miss Fang Xiao? Fang Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with fear. 2 days ago, it was precisely this man who suddenly appeared inside the dungeons. Then, she disclosed everything that she knew in its entirety and did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. Seeing Yi Yuan question, Fang Xiao turned her head over and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said with a smile, Still remember what Head Elder said, he owes me a favor? White Light froze, but Yi Yuan said with a smile, I already talked with Head Elder. This favor, I'll use it to exchange for Fang Xiao. The moment these words were said, White Light's and Fang Xiao's entire bodies trembled. A favor from Head Elder, it was actually used to exchange for an enemy who schemed incessantly to frame White Light? White Light had been in the clan for a long time and was all too clear about how terrifying Head Elder's strength was. A favor of his was truly hard to obtain with 1,000 pieces of gold. But Yi Yuan actually used it so easily? Big brother, this Head Elder's favor was too precious. Why did you? Why? Be big brother, Fang Xiao only wishes for death. Fang Xiao hesitated for a bit but still followed White Light to call Yi Yuan big brother. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Just a favor. If it's used up, then it's used up. As long as I'm willing, I can make the White Tiger clan owes me a lot of favors. White Light, you should know my temperament. Being together with Yi Yuan for many years, White Light was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's personality. As long as Yi Yuan treated the other party as a close kin, even if it was climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames, he would not bat an eyelid either, let alone talk about a measly little favor. But big brother, White Light's gaze turned towards Fang Xiao, love and hatred intertwined in his eyes. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Miss Fang Xiao isn't as wicked as you imagine. She was also compelled against her will. This matter is hard to say finish in a sentence. We'd better talk again on the road. Watching Yi Yuan, Fang Xiao, and White Light as their figures disappeared inside the transmission array, Bai Yi said to Rong Kuan, head elder, letting them go like this, aren't you afraid of them running? Rong Kuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan does things flawlessly. He brought Fang Xiao away but left behind that girl he came together with. Although he did not say it explicitly, it's actually the intention of leaving her to be a hostage. Ling Nine Hills is a divine king powerhouse. He's not what the likes of Rongzhe's strength can compare to. Could it be that head elder is so confident that he can bring Ling Nine Hills back? Although he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan too, bringing Ling Nine Hills back, this sort of mission, it was still way too fantastical. Rong Kuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, I don't have the least bit of confidence either. I don't know where this boy's confidence comes from to dare accept such a mission. But I think that even if he's able to complete the mission, the price paid likely wouldn't be small either, right? For the sake of little light, he's indeed pushing somewhat too hard. Bai Yu sighed emotionally and said, for little light to be able to encounter such a big brother, it's truly good fortune of 3 lifetimes. Outside the Heavenly Fiend Tiger territory, Fang Xiao appeared rather nervous and timid. Although she was a Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's member, her memories here were not pleasant. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was totally different from the White Tiger Clan. This place was completely a place where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. The laws of survival were no different from primitive beasts. Fang Xiao's bloodline power was very strong, but because she was born in a slave family, she was practically reared in a pen from young. Ling Nine Hills planted very powerful restrictions on her and could control her life and death. Furthermore, Fang Xiao's parents had always been treated as hostages and were imprisoned to use to threaten Fang Xiao to do things for him. Receiving Ling Nine Hills' orders this time, she originally wanted to exploit White Light's sympathy and make White Light save her. Then, let Bai Su expose this matter. But even Fang Xiao herself also did not expect that she actually fell hopelessly in love with White Light just like this. And White Light similarly fell for Fang Xiao. But this kind of love that had no outcome made Fang Xiao feel as if a blade was being twisted in her heart. Choosing between her parents and White Light virtually tore her into two. Despair was the greatest sorrow. When she was locked up inside the White Tiger dungeon, she already had the will to die. But she never would have thought that Yi Yuan's sudden appearance actually made the entire matter take a turn for the better. Be big brother Yi, Fang Xiao said timidly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just call me big brother the same as White Light. Now, tell me Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs no matter how important or trivial. Don't omit even a scrap. We only have one chance. Once we startle the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses, it will be very hard for us to escape. Yi Yuan's merger into heaven and earth was indeed very powerful. But it was not matchless either. Once he fell into a tight encirclement of divine king experts. Even if Yi Yuan displayed merging into heaven and earth, he could not escape either. This move's advantage lied in taking by surprise. Once the other party was prepared, it would not be fun anymore. Although Yi Yuan said it with a smile, these words made Fang Xiao alarmed inwardly. Right away, she did not dare to hesitate either, saying out all of Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs that she knew. And following Fang Xiao's description, a map of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan also finished constructing in his mind. All preparations in place, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, but White Light held on to him and said with a conflicted look, Big brother, why not? Forget about it. I know that you're doing it for my good, but the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's strength isn't much weaker compared to the White Tiger Clan. It's too dangerous. White Light was not that ignorant person long ago anymore. How powerful a divine king expert was, he was very clear. Although Yi Yuan's means were extremely a lot, once he entered the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's territory, it was an exceedingly dangerous thing too, let alone that he even wanted to capture Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, alive. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. I say, you punk. When did you become so fussy and long-winded? Could it be that you can bear to watch Fang Hao's parents die just like this? White Light could not help becoming hesitant. All right, you guys enter the vast heaven pagoda first. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look. Inside an inner chamber in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, the lamplight was dim. Ling Nine Hills stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. Nine Hills, your performance this time is very good. That flowing light clan brat is indeed somewhat unusual. If we let him become the young patriarch, our Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan will likely be beyond hope in the future. Under the dim lantern light, a powerhouse whose face could not be seen clearly. White Light's sudden emergence gave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan a massive headache. These few years, the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan had quite a number of exceptionally talented geniuses all fall at White Light's hands. This made their young generation's strength suffer heavy losses. Ling Nine Hills was overjoyed inwardly the moment he heard and hurriedly said, "Head Elder is too kind. Serving the clan is originally what people of our group should do." Head Elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, this seat won't treat you shabbily. If you can use a ruse to bait and kill that White Light, the clan will award you a profound heaven-entering void pill." Ling Nine Hills could not help freezing when he heard and was wildly elated in his heart. Reaching the Divine King realm, ordinary medicinal pills could not enter their arcane sights at all. Only high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills could make them so visibly moved. However, each high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill was incomparably precious. Even a large clan like the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan would not anyhow take it out either. Rest assured, Head Elder. With those two fools around, White Light will die eventually. Even if White Light can't become young patriarch, he's still an immense threat to Rong Xian. There's no way Rongzhe, that old fellow, would sit idly by and watch indifferently. Ling Nine Hills forcefully held back his agitation and said. Head Elder nodded his head and felt that Ling Nine Hills' analysis was very reasonable too. This matter will be passed to you. If you need any help from the clan, feel free to ask me. Ling Nine Hills bowed his body and said yes. Leaving the Head Elder's secret chambers, Ling Nine Hills' mood was excellent. He wanted to return to his residence as soon as possible and contact Rongzhe, that old punk. He wanted to ask about the situation over there. Heh, I believe there's already a conclusion over there. Placing that lass by my side and fostering her, I didn't expect that it actually exchanged for a profound heaven-entering void pill. Truly an unexpected harvest. With it, making my way into the Elders' Council isn't an impossibility either. Ling Nine Hills was in high and vigorous spirits at this time, seemingly already seeing himself in control of the clan's authority. However, as he walked, Ling Nine Hills suddenly discovered that something was amiss. Didn't I walk by this path just now? Calculating based on the time, I should have reached long ago. Impossible. Could it be that I fell for an illusionary magic? But who has this ability to be able to cast an illusionary art on me in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's territory? Ling Nine Hills said with a frown. Thinking about it, Ling Nine Hills still felt that it was not possible. Even with Head Elder's strength, it was also impossible to make him succumb to illusionary magic in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan noiselessly. Hence, he carried on walking forward. Ling Nine Hills walked and he arrived at a concealed dungeon. He slowly opened the dungeon gates and walked inside. Two prisoners appeared in his sight. The moment those two people saw Ling Nine Hills, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord Nine Hills, we beg you to let our shower go. She's still just a child." However, Ling Nine Hills did not reply. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a flash. Who could it be if not Fang Xiao? Father, Mother. You're both all right? That's really great. Fang Xiao cried with joy, hugging the two people all at once. When Fang Xiao's father and mother saw their daughter, they both had shock written all over their faces. Space rippled, and another three figures appeared. Xuanzhou, quick! Restrain Ling Nine Hills. I already can't hold on anymore. We only have 10 breaths of time and must leave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan at once. Leave at your greatest speed and strive for time for me to recover. Yi Yuan spoke just like continuously firing a machine gun. Time was very pressing. Ruan Shangzhu suddenly made a move and thoroughly sealed Ling Nine Hills' dantian. With Yi Yuan's present strength, merging with heaven and earth could at most last for 100 breaths of time. During this time, Yi Yuan even had to utilize the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil and unleash the secret illusion Heavenly Realm. This was a tremendous challenge to him. Even with Yi Yuan's incredible nerves, he could only persist for several dozen breaths of time at most as well. Fortunately, in this several dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan found Fang Zhao's parents through Ling Nine Hills. Now that it had already succeeded, there was only waiting to retreat. But in reality, the truly dangerous moment only really arrived now. Currently, he already showed himself. There was at most still 10 breaths of time, and he would be discovered by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses. If he did not escape as soon as possible, they probably would not be able to escape anymore. Wan Shuangzhou grabbed Ling Nai Hills in his hands like dragging a dead dog. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he directly put everyone away into the vast Heaven Pagoda, then used his final trace of essence energy and merged into Heaven and Earth. Except, merging into Heaven and Earth this time, Yi Yuan could not persist a long time at all. At this time, Yi Yuan already could not bother with arousing the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's attention. Merging into Heaven and Earth one time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived outside the totem territory, then was no longer able to move. But Yi Yuan already informed Wan Shuangzhou before, after merging with Heaven and Earth, it would be up to him to bring everybody to escape. With Wan Shuangzhou's feat strength, it still needed a certain amount of time for the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's people to want to catch up. Yi Yuan directly entered inside the vast Heaven Pagoda with a flash. "Big brother, are you all right?" Currently, Yi Yuan was spasming all over, cold sweat pouring profusely. His condition was very alarming. Medicinal pill," Yi Yuan used the last of his strength to say. White light only abruptly came to a realization at this time. Yi Yuan already gave him the medicinal pills to restore essence energy and soul force beforehand. Right away, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly let Yi Yuan consume them. This time, Yi Yuan really reached the point where he could do no more. Not even a final trace of essence energy remained either. Merging with Heaven and Earth was indeed formidable, but it overly consumed essence energy. Adding in dealing with Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy dry at the same time. This sort of feeling was simply even more awful than dying. Following the medicinal pills entering his abdomen, traces of essence energy and soul force flowed into his body. Yi Yuan gradually stopped spasming. His ashen complexion finally recovered a trace of vitality. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt quite a number of auras, powerful until it made people asphyxiated, locking onto them from far away. One of the auras among them was far too powerful. Unless it was the 10 great divine kings who made a move, otherwise nobody could have a frontal clash. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of these divine kings' might. The operation this time truly could be said to be dancing on the edge of a blade. But the matter progressing until now was still considered smooth sailing. It basically acted out according to the script he directed prior to this. Now they only had to escape to the White Tiger Clan's territory and would have no worries about the rear anymore. He already came to an agreement with Rong Kuan, making him receive them at the borders. Even if the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's elders were any more powerful, it was also not possible to pursue into the White Tiger Clan's territory. "Young master, the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan has an expert whose speed is extremely fast. With my feat strength, I probably can't persevere to the White Tiger Clan's borders and will be caught up by the other party." Wan Shuangzhou's voice suddenly transmitted into the vast Heaven Pagoda, giving everyone a shock. "Head Elder, who on earth was it? To actually be able to avoid our clan protecting Grand Array and restrictions and to kidnap Ling Nai Hills away," a Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's elder asked Head Elder Pan Yin. Pan Yin sped like the wind while saying with a frown, "No idea. When he just left the totem territory, there wasn't any aura ahead. Presumably, he has an extremely powerful spatial holy artifact. But looking from the aura, the other party is just an ordinary divine king and doesn't seem to be very remarkable. Inform Ling Lixiao. Let him intercept ahead. Make sure not to let that person escape into the White Tiger Clan's territory." Yes. What that elder asked earlier was precisely what he was perplexed by too. Ever since discovering that someone intruded into the totem territory, he discovered 2 auras from start to end. These 2 auras were both not very strong. That one ahead was just an ordinary divine king, while the aura previously was even only at the phaseless realm. He even wondered if he had a false impression. It was absolutely impossible for two people like this to hide from the clan protecting Grand Array and restrictions and intrude into the totem territory and not be discovered by him. Yet, this matter happened just like this. Not only did it happen, he even let the other party abduct Ling 9 hills away from right under his nose. This sort of thing, he racked his head and could not figure it out either. Therefore, he still decided to catch up to the other party, and capture and get to the bottom of it. Pan Yin was courageous, stemming from his superb skills, and was naturally not afraid of Yi Yuan playing tricks. In the entire divine realm, a person who was able to make the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's head elder afraid had not been born yet. Even if the 10 great divine kings came, he had the confidence to make a full retreat as well. Pan Yin displayed a secret art and his speed suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of flowing light, speeding over in Wan Shuangzhou's direction. Although they were inside the vast heaven pagoda, White Light and Fang Xiao both sensed Head Elder's horrifying pressure. White Light's face was intensely grim, and Fang Xiao's complexion was deathly pale. Fang Xiao gripped White Light's sleeves tightly, clearly nervous to the extreme. Big Brother Light, this person who chased after is definitely Head Elder. Apart from the Patriarch, only he has such a terrifying strength, Fang Xiao said tremblingly. White Light said in a solemn voice, "Don't worry. With Big Brother around, it will be fine. Let's be quieter. Don't disturb Big Brother's recovery of strength." Fang Xiao nodded her head obediently, not daring to make any more sound. The current Yu Yuan had long entered Heaven Man Unity realm already. He revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art to the limits, frenziedly recovering essence energy. The more it was like this, the calmer and more terrifying Yi Yuan was. He was seizing every minute and second, making the best use of all of his time to recover strength. Even if Head Elder pressed on any harder, he was not swayed in the slightest either. Rumble. Right at this time, an intense undulation actually occurred outside. Ruan Shuangzhou actually already engaged in battle with someone. Not good. Outside of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's borders, there is actually still a divine king powerhouse hiding himself. White Light's expression changed drastically as he said. It was as if Yi Yuan did not sense the outside world's happenings at all. He still recovered strength like nobody's business. Heart like monolith, one could not be swayed by external things. Now that Yi Yuan already reached Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, all of the outside world's turmoil, he could utterly sever them. Outside world, Ling Lixiu got the news sent from the clan and immediately hurried back, but he just happened to block Wan Shuangzhou right here. Ling Lixiao was just an ordinary divine king. His strength was not much different from Wan Shuangzhou's. Wanting to kill or capture the other party, that was something virtually impossible. However, his goal was to pin down Wan Shuangzhou. When Head Elder rushed over, wouldn't this person still allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? But Wan Shuangzhou had no desire to continue fighting and was anxious to get away. But with the Divine King delaying at his side, his speed could not increase no matter what. With this, Head Elder's horrifying pressure approached closer and closer. Wan Shuangzhou was also panicking with anxiety. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan did not stir in the slightest. The more anxious he got, the slower Wan Shuangzhou's speed became. He even nearly got hit by Ling Lixiao's moves a number of times. Yi Yuan, we probably can't escape already. What should we do now? Wan Shuangzhou could not resist asking the Yi Yuan inside the vast heaven pagoda. What replied him was silence. Rumble. A horrifying aura suddenly descended. An aged figure stood in the air, thoroughly sealing off Wan Shuangzhou's exit. Who are you, to actually dare provoke my Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan? Pan Yin's cold voice came over. Ling Lixiao also ceased his movements and stopped beside Pan Yin. The current Wan Shuangzhou was already a turtle in a jar. With Pan Yin around, he could not escape even if he had wings. The gears in Wan Shuangzhou's head spun, and he gave a bow towards Pan Yin and said, Junior unintentionally transgressed and only accidentally ventured into your esteemed land. Junior will leave right away. I hope that Senior can give a way out. Is it all right? Wan Shuangzhou was also a quick-witted person. He obviously knew that Pan Yin would not let him leave. Even abducted their divine king, still saying accidental intrusion? But at this point right now, Wan Shuangzhou already had no other choice. Every little bit he could delay counted. If it were several months ago, Ruan Shuangzhou never would have thought that he would actually place his hopes on a phaseless realm even if he was beaten to death. But now, Ruan Shuangzhou knew that his only chance of survival rested on Yi Yuan. His relationship with Yi Yuan was about the same as Yuan Fei's back then. He had his individual thoughts but had no choice. He had to submit under Yi Yuan's command. But only ever since after he submitted under Yi Yuan's command did he know how terrifying the means Yi Yuan possessed. Indeed, Pan Yin laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Is your esteemed self taking this old man to be a fool? Kidnapping Ling Nine Hills, you're probably sent over by Rong Kuan, that old dog, right? Looks like the matters over there was exposed and fell through. It's just, I'm very curious. How in the world did you sneak into the totem territory? Of course, you can also not tell, but this old man will have ways to make you say it out." Ruan Shuangzhou had a helpless look as he said, "Junior really don't know what you're talking about. This one is just a run-of-the-mill human martial artist. Why would I be sent here by the White Tiger clan? You all lost your men, you can't very well randomly find a person to shoulder it, right? This is also too unreasonable." Pan Yin's eyes narrowed, and he said with a faint smile, "Looks like you're dragging the time. But I'm very curious. Could it be that you still have other means to escape this old man's palms? Or perhaps it's that phaseless realm Junior you came together with? Honestly speaking, this old man is really quite curious about you guys." Pan Yin was shrewd with old age. How could he not perceive Ruan Shuangzhou's little thoughts? But he was not worried either. He very much wanted to take a look at what means the other party had. To be able to sneak into the totem territory so imperceptibly, one either had a heaven-defying treasure or had a heaven-defying skill. Regardless which was it, it could become the ace in the hole to bring down the White Tiger clan. How could he not be moved? "Shuangzhou, you did very well. Leave the rest to me." Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. When Ruan Shuangzhou saw Yi Yuan, he was firstly overjoyed. Following that, he was alarmed inwardly and said, "Young master actually broke through." Prior to this, Yi Yuan was still first-level phaseless. Entering the vast heaven pagoda and circling one round, he became first-level phaseless. Although breaking through a minor cultivation realm did not make much of a difference to the present situation, it still gave Ruan Shuangzhou a shock. "And I didn't think that after being squeezed dry, I actually took advantage of the opportunity and broke through." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said nonchalantly. But opposite of them, when Pan Yin saw this scene, he was unbelievably shocked. He could tell that Ruan Shuangzhou and Yi Yuan entered a soul contract. A divine king realm powerhouse was actually serving a phaseless realm person as his master? With such extravagance, he at least came from a super holy land. In an instant, Pan Yin connected to many things in his mind. If the White Tiger clan and a human super holy land were in collusion, then the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan would be in danger. Looks like he must make this young man stay. Yi Yuan did not think that the scene earlier actually strengthened Pan Yin's resolve to make him stay. "Junior, are you surrendering without putting up resistance? Or are you going to make this old man take action?" Pan Yin said coolly. Since he caught up, it was absolutely impossible to let Yi Yuan escape. Even if Yi Yuan's measures were immensely formidable, this was the confidence belonging to a peak divine king. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "If you have the capabilities, feel free to chase after and give it a shot." Pan Yin had yet to react in time when Ruan Shuangzhou vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan's figure was also like a moon's reflection in the water, gradually vanishing before Pan Yin. Seeing this scene, Pan Yin's and Ling Lixiao's expressions changed drastically at the same time. "Heaven-man unity. How is this possible?" Ling Lixiao cried out in shock. Head Elder's face fell, and he said, "Chase after." Yi Yuan did not escape in the direction of the White Tiger clan. He could sense that Pan Yin already locked down all of the surrounding space. Even if he merged with heaven and earth, Pan Yin was able to force him out too. A peak divine king's understanding of heavenly Tao was extremely deep and far from what ordinary divine kings could compare to. Merging with heaven and earth in front of ordinary divine kings, one could escape brazenly without fear of anything. But facing a peak divine king, one could not. Yi Yuan naturally would not run in the direction of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan either. That was walking right into a trap. Hence, he chose to flee in the direction of the two people. Head Elder never dreamed that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually merging with heaven and earth. With this moment of hesitation, Yi Yuan already scurried out several tens of thousands of miles away. But Head Elder already used divine sense to lock onto Yi Yuan long ago. Although he was a step late, he followed closely behind and would not fall behind too much either. As for Ling Lixiao, he could only eat the dust behind. Although Head Elder could not merge with heaven and earth, his speed was not the least bit slower compared to Yi Yuan. The two people, one chased, one ran. In an instant, they were 1,000,000 miles away. While chasing, Head Elder was still endlessly shocked in his heart at the same time. Heaven-man unity, this sort of heart realm, had already not appeared in the divine realm for God knows how many years. Even with his vast experience, he also did not imagine that this heart realm actually appeared on a 20-over-years-old young man. What in the world is this boy's background? Luckily, I chased after him. Otherwise, who can make this boy stay? No wonder it was only that divine king escaping earlier. Looks like this brat depleted his essence energy in order to sneak into the totem territory previously. As Pan Yin's imagination ran wild, the two people already ran God knows how far out. Head Elder's strength was immense in the end. His speed was actually still that tiny bit faster than the Yi Yuan who merged into heaven and earth. The distance between the two people was gradually shrinking. Boy, even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, you absolutely can't escape either. Pan Yin urged his voice with essence energy, transmitting directly into Yi Yuan's ears. Old man, if you have the capabilities, chase after and see. Not the slightest hint of panic could be heard from Yi Yuan's voice. It even had hints of ridicule. When Pan Yin heard Yi Yuan's voice, he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he said, "Not good. This direction, is it possible that he wants to enter the land of ancestral spirits? Damn it. It must be Feng Xiao, that little lass who gave him the idea. No can do. I have to think of a way of stopping him from entering." Pan Yin's guess was correct. Yi Yuan's destination was precisely the land of ancestral spirits. Before Yi Yuan came out, he asked Feng Xiao what places within this heavenly fiend tiger clan's boundary that even divine king powerhouses did not dare to go. And the answer Yi Yuan got was the land of ancestral spirits. The land of ancestral spirits was the place where the heavenly fiend tiger clan housed the memorial tablets of ancestors. Inside had an incomparably powerful tomb guardian. Under the circumstances where no permission was allowed, even if the heavenly fiend tiger clan's patriarch entered inside, he would be blotted out too. It was not that the tomb guardian already reached deity realm, but the tomb guardian could borrow the strength of the ancestors' spirits in the land of ancestral spirits. This sort of power was very strange. All in all, even the patriarch would be fraught with grim possibilities when entering inside too. When Yi Yuan heard of the land of ancestral spirits, he decided to go in without another word. At this point, wanting to return to the White Tiger clan according to the original route was already something impossible. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided on the spot and directly merged with heaven and earth, and attempted to enter the land of ancestral spirits. A powerhouse like Pan Yin was still not what the current Yi Yuan could contend with. Although entering the land of ancestral spirits was dangerous, there was still a ray of hope. But if he landed in Pan Yin's hands, that was certain death without the possibility of survival. The land of ancestral spirits was not too far away from the totem territory. Yi Yuan deliberately took a big detour before aiming for this place. So right at the beginning, Pan Yin did not realize it as well. Space rippled and Yi Yuan's figure emerged with a flash. Ahead were two enormous pitch-black statues of ferocious tigers. A terrifying aura faintly exuded from within. Behind the statues was a massive mausoleum. This was the land of ancestral spirits. Who is it to dare have the audacity to arbitrarily barge into the land of ancestral spirits? Why haven't you obediently allowed yourself to be captured without putting up a fight? A large group of martial artists suddenly came out. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. They were actually all Dao Profound Realm martial artists. Those powerful ones were even late-stage Dao Profound Realm. But these heavenly fiend tiger clan members were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Xuanzhou, go and take care of them. Let's enter the land of ancestral spirits. Yes, young master. Yi Yuan let Wan Shuangzhou out. When they saw a divine king powerhouse suddenly show up opposite, it was as if each and every one of them were facing a formidable enemy. Wan Shuangzhou did not hesitate either and immediately started massacring without restraint akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The reason why divine kings were divine kings was that their disparity with ordinary Dao Profound realm was too great. Even an 8th level Dao Profound powerhouse was too weak to stand up to competition in front of a divine king too. Very soon, Wan Shuangzhou slaughtered out a bloody path. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either. Following Wan Shuangzhou, he was about to enter the mausoleum. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came over from an extremely faraway place. Heavenly Fiend's secret art, tiger roar shaking the firmament. Roar. Pan Yin gave a long howl. An incomparably powerful sound wave directly pierced through the void and assailed over towards Yi Yuan accurately. Arg! Those Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan members were not dead yet. However, areas where the sound wave passed by, each and every one of them bled from all orifices and were actually forcefully shocked to death. Yi Yuan's countenance changed and he took out the Heavenly King Bell without any hesitation. Right hand, the sacred dragon token was already in his hand, directly smashing down onto the Heavenly King Bell. Gong. The Heavenly King Bell being smashed by the sacred dragon token, a terrifying undulation immediately spread out. Two sound waves instantly intertwined together. Rumble. Places where the sound waves intersected, massive rocks were crushed into fragments. Trees were also pulverized into dust. In the air, the smell of dust filled the air everywhere. Pan Yin was still far away, but his expression became fearful. Yi Yuan's sound wave attack was actually able to stand up to him as equals. Furthermore, just now he distinctly sensed a trace of an extraordinary undulation. Go! Yi Yuan forcefully endured his internal injuries and entered the land of ancestral spirits together with Wan Shuangzhou. That attack earlier, Yi Yuan used a trace of divine essence. Otherwise, there was no way to contend with Pan Yin's sound wave attack at all. Pan Yin's senses were extremely acute and he still discovered a hint of inkling. This boy is truly too strange, Pan Yin said with a somber look. Right then, several streaks of flowing light streaked across the horizon. Quite a number of divine kings only rushed over now. Seeing Head Elder's overcast look, the group of divine kings did not dare to speak out of turn. Very clearly, even when Head Elder made a move, he did not manage to hold this young man back too. Each and every one of them exchanged glances. All saw the look of shock in the other party's eyes. Head Elder's strength was unfathomable. Dealing with a phaseless realm brat, he actually did not succeed. This child definitely has a massive secret on him. We must capture him alive. Return to the clan and invite array masters over. Make them seal off the space in this vicinity. Additionally, 5 people stay behind and guard the mausoleum's entrance. Must not let him escape. You all must not lower your guard. This child comprehended the realm of heaven-man unity and is able to merge with heaven and earth. Even a divine king powerhouse might not be able to make him stay either. I'll go back and discuss with the patriarch and consider sending people into the land of ancestral spirits. Head Elder instructed. These few divine kings were eating dust behind the entire time and completely did not know what happened earlier. Hearing Head Elder say it at this time, everyone was endlessly shocked in their hearts. No wonder even Head Elder suffered a setback too. This boy actually comprehended heaven-man unity. Pan Yin still had something that he did not tell. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. Actually, Pan Yin suspected that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession, to be able to contend with his tiger roar shaking the firmament. Furthermore, that trace of bizarre undulation, it aroused Pan Yin's suspicions. Therefore, Pan Yin would not let Yi Yuan leave no matter what. Entering the land of ancestral spirits, Yi Yuan finally could not hold it back, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His strength was too weak after all. Head Elder's sound wave attack was sufficient to exterminate ordinary divine kings too. But Yi Yuan relied on the might of a divine artifact and forcefully resisted an attack from him. Of course, he was still considerably wounded with this. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. This bit of injury did not pose much of a threat to him. Yi Yuan let Wan Shuangzhou guard him. After recuperating for a while, he was already no longer in danger. Yi Yuan's Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was already cultivated to an extremely high level. This bit of injury was naturally a cinch. Speaking of which, it was strange too. Yi Yuan seemed to accomplish it with extremely high proficiency when he cultivated the dragon race's cultivation methods. The dragon wave was like so, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was like that, the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was similarly like this. Done with these, Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda. Fang Xiao brought her parents and prostrated on the ground. Big brother Yi, Xiao's family's life was saved by you. Xiao is endlessly grateful. But in order to save my parents, I've made Big Brother Yi fall into a dangerous situation. Xiao is seized with fear and worry. If there are areas where you need Xiao, please feel free to instruct, Fang Xiao said agitatedly. Fang Xiao's parents clearly knew about the sequence of events already as well and were similarly endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. White Light did not say anything, but his feelings of gratitude were not any lesser than Fang Xiao's. It was just that the feelings between him and Yi Yuan were too deep. There was no need to say these courteous words. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Miss Xiao, don't need to be like this. White Light's in my feelings, I believe you've seen it too. Since you guys have mutual affection, then your matters are my matters. If it were White Light, he would similarly be like this too. If you really feel anything, then just be together with White Light well, and it will also be considered repayment to me. The moment these words came out, Xiao and White Light's faces both turned red. But Fang Xiao still nodded firmly and said, Xiao will. Yi Yuan said smilingly, no need to speak any more about this matter. Wanna really thank me? Got to get out of the sticky situation before talking to. We've already entered the land of ancestral spirit. The dangers here are not any bit lesser compared to outside. We'd better quickly think of ways to get out. I'm also not very at ease about Lier there. Although Yi Yuan felt that Rongkuan there should not do anything to Lier, the more people, the more diverse the voices. If he returned late, it was hard to avoid that something unforeseen would happen. When White Light heard that, he could not resist saying, Big brother, sorry. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. You punk? At it again, aren't you? This place is the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. White Light, you go out together with me. Perhaps there will be another fortuitous encounter. White Light nodded his head and went out of the vast heaven pagoda together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and White Light, the two people walked towards the depths of the land of ancestral spirits. Along the way, they did not run into much danger. On the left and right side of the tomb, there were a number of rock caverns. Tablets were placed one after another before the rock caverns. On them wrote the names of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses through the ages. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No. 768th Generation Patriarch, Ling Outyen's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No. 768th Generation Head Elder, Pan Yu's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clans No. 767th Generation. On the memorial tablets, it should be recorded down in sequence. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that each and every one of those rock caves actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Looks like those able to be buried in the land of ancestral spirits are at least peak Divine King level 2. The rest probably only can pass away in meditation outside. Yi Yuan sighed with vicissitudes of emotion. White Light did not speak the entire time. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, Big brother, don't know why. This place gives me a very familiar sensation. I feel like I seem to have returned to a mother's embrace. White Light's words made Yi Yuan very surprised. Those in the divine realm all knew that the White Tiger Clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan were mortal enemies. Generations of mutual killing already sowed an indelible enmity. But why would White Light have this sort of strange feeling when he came to the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirit? Yi Yuan did not doubt White Light's feeling. His ancestry was very odd. Furthermore, his divine beast bloodline was extremely strong. Since he had this sort of feeling, that meant that White Light and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan might really have significant ties. Could it be that White Light's predecessor actually originated from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan? But why would White Light have the White Tiger clan's bloodline in him too? White Light, this little white tiger, was similarly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something. Looking at White Light, he said, "White Light, you wouldn't possess the White Tiger clan and Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's bloodline at the same time, right?" White Light had a confused look when he heard. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know either. But I've fought a number of times with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan too, and didn't feel that I have any similarity with them." Hearing White Light said this, Yi Yuan had a confused look again. White Light was really a strange species. His bloodline was clearly ridiculous powerful, but one just could not exactly identify his lineage. Of course, wanna say what it was most alike to, it was still the flowing light White Tiger clan. Big brother, you look between this number 764 and number 766, it's actually missing a memorial tablet. Could it be that this generation's Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's patriarch unexpectedly lost his life? White Light said curiously. Yi Yuan took a look. It was indeed like so. Logically speaking, a powerhouse at the level of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's patriarch, unless a major unforeseen event happened in the clan. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for a situation where he perished unexpectedly to occur. That generation's patriarch didn't perish by accident, but left the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and never returned. The voice that came suddenly made Yi Yuan and White Light jump in fright. "Who is it?" Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. With his strength, he actually did not even realize that somebody approached. How could this not shock him? A middle-aged man dressed in white robes slowly walked out from the depths of the mausoleum and arrived in front of Yi Yuan and White Light. "You're the Tomb Guardian?" Yi Yuan asked. He heard Feng Xiao say before that inside this land of ancestral spirits had a Tomb Guardian with extremely powerful strength. Looking at it now, it was this middle-aged man in front of them. As for this middle-aged man's depths, Yi Yuan actually could not fathom it. But the white-robed middle-aged man did not answer Yi Yuan's words. He said with a tranquil look, "Dragon race royal bloodline, heaven man unity realm. A pity that your cultivation realm is a little low. However, the sacred dragon token has already disappeared for over 100,000 years. I didn't expect that it actually landed in your hands. Looks like you, this young man, might have shouldered the mandate of heaven." Each word that the white-robed middle-aged man spoke, Yi Yuan would be a degree more shocked in his heart. It seemed like in front of this white-robed middle-aged man, he was actually like a transparent person. But fortunately, the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl this middle-aged man did not see through. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would really be stark naked in front of him. "Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. Who the hell are you?" White Light said with a cold snort. He was incredibly astounded in his heart too. The secrets on Big Brother was actually seen through by this person with one glance. But the white-robed middle-aged man did not reply. He turned his head toward White Light again and sized him up carefully. It was as if he was admiring a work of art. Even with White Light's nerves, he also broke out in goosebumps all over being looked at by him. Not bad. Really not bad. Even in the Divine Tao era, a perfect white tiger physique has never appeared before either. I didn't expect that in the current age of declining laws, it would actually still give birth to a perfect white tiger physique, the white-robed middle-aged man praised with admiration. White Light listened until he was all confused. But he also discerned that he seemed to be of a very remarkable white tiger physique. But the Yi Yuan by the side trembled from head to toe. He opened his eyes wide and looked at White Light in disbelief. Perfect white tiger physique. It's actually a perfect white tiger physique. I'm really stupid to the extreme. I should have thought of it long ago. Yi Yuan raised his head and stomped his feet as he said. White Light was even more bewildered as he said, "Big brother, what on earth are you guys talking about? What in the world is a perfect white tiger physique?" The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan profoundly, clearly rather surprised as he said, "You actually know about the perfect white tiger physique. I even thought that only we, the lineage of the four great divine beasts tomb guardians, would know this sort of divine realm's secret." The perfect white tiger physique, Yi Yuan saw it in an ancient record as well. It was just that the description regarding the perfect white tiger physique on it was hesitant and vague as well. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not think of it at all. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not dare to imagine that white light was actually of the legendary perfect white tiger physique. Although the four great divine beasts branches are numerous now, countless tens of thousands of years ago, they had common ancestors. The azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. In the beginning, the four great divine beasts did not refer to a race, but referred to these four terrifying deity realm powerhouses in particular. The four of them, who were also the present four great divine beasts clan's first ancestors, were also genuine pure-blooded four divine beasts bloodline. The four great divine beasts after them, although they were also called the four great divine beasts, in terms of bloodline purity, they were far from comparable to their earliest ancestor. And among them, there's a type of physique that is the closest to a purebred four divine beasts bloodline. They are called the perfect four symbols divine beast physiques. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, white light jumped in fright too. Big brother, you're saying that? I'm of the perfect white tiger physique among these perfect four symbols divine beast physiques. White light said in amazement. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, I only saw these few words on an ancient record too. As for whether you are or not, I don't dare to confirm as well. But hearing the meaning in his words, you should be it. The white-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile, if he isn't of the perfect white tiger physique, do you think that you guys can still stand here and talk properly? Yi Yuan could not help feeling stifled when he heard that. The might of this white-robed middle-aged man's strength was indeed what he rarely saw in all his life. Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee that even a 10 great divine king-class powerhouse could definitely win him either. Perhaps inside this land of ancestral spirits, this person was even stronger than the 10 great divine kings. With Yi Yuan's experiences, he was also unaware that within the divine realm actually still had such a powerful existence. However, isn't this the heavenly fiend tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits? What's with him having the perfect white tiger physique got to do with you? Yi Yuan said huffily. The Tomb Guardian said with a cold snort, this place isn't the heavenly fiend tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits, but the white tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits. The heavenly fiend tiger clan is merely a branch of the white tiger clan. Present, it's an age of declining laws. Us Tomb Guardians can't be bothered with these things either. Therefore, we begrudgingly allowed the heavenly fiend tiger clan's powerhouses to enter the land of ancestral spirits to pass away in meditation before death. What? The heavenly fiend tiger clan is a branch of the white tiger clan? How is that possible? White light nearly jumped up when he heard such a secret. One had to know that the heavenly fiend tiger clan and the white tiger clan had been mortal enemies starting from the divine Tao era. The two great tiger clans had already slaughtered each other for who knows how many years. But now, the Tomb Guardian said that the heavenly fiend tiger clan was a branch of the white tiger clan. How could this not shock him? The Tomb Guardian said disdainfully, what's impossible about it? The dragon race has a saying called, the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each with a different name. Actually, how isn't the white tiger clan just like that? If the heavenly fiend tiger clan isn't a branch of the white tiger clan, what right do they have to stand up to the current white tiger clan as equals for so many years? Your branch cracked themselves up to be orthodox. Actually, they are also merely just a branch lineage of the first ancestor. I won't talk about you, but the other clan members, their bloodlines are just incomplete. White light sucked in a cold breath. The things he heard today subverted his understanding all along. Actually, it was not just him, even Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked too. Yi Yuan could absolutely be counted as well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, but had never heard before as well that the heavenly fiend tiger clan and the white tiger clan were actually of the same source. Forget about Yi Yuan an outsider, even the white tiger clan's own people probably never thought of this possibility either. The heavenly fiend tiger clan had never considered themselves to be of the white tiger clan. Furthermore, the two sides' legacies were also vastly different. Nobody could have thought that these two clans were actually one family countless years ago. Boy, you come with me, the Tomb Guardian suddenly said to the White Light still in the midst of shock. White Light became absent-minded and said to Yi Yuan, big brother, let's go. The two people were just about to move when the Tomb Guardian suddenly turned his head around and said, you come, he stays. How can the White Tiger clan's matters be known by an outsider? White Light's face fell, and he said unhappily, "There have never been any secrets between Big Brother and me. If Big Brother is not going, I'm not going anymore either." With the relationship between White Light and Yi Yuan, the Tomb Guardian actually made Yi Yuan wait outside. He naturally had 100 objections. The Tomb Guardian's face fell, and he said, "Although you're of the perfect White Tiger physique, you have yet to reach 1/10,000th regarding the development of the White Tiger physique. Do you know what kind of good fortune I'm giving you by bringing you inside?" White Light said coolly, "Big Brother and me advance and retreat in unison. If Big Brother isn't going, even if you're letting me advance to Deity Realm, I don't give a damn either." Yi Yuan did not make a sound by the side. He naturally hoped for White Light to become stronger. But he was even more aware that persuading White Light at this time had no use at all. If it were him, he would do so as well. Unbelievably foolish. The Tomb Guardian was badly angered by White Light's stubbornness and said with a cold snort, "If I forcefully bring you inside?" But White Light did not have the slightest bit of fear and said with a snicker, "Then maybe you and I will have to have a battle." The Tomb Guardian laughed from extreme fury and said, "Hey, what high-sounding sentiments. This brat indeed has quite a number of trump cards, but using to deal with me, it's far from enough." His words were naturally said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's so-called trump cards he had seen through with a glance. These things were very terrifying to the outside world, but to him there was nothing to be scared of at all. Of course, it was still due to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low. If Yi Yuan was Divine King realm, even if he was any more arrogant, he would not dare to utter such words either. Hoo-hoo, I'm also very curious just what kind of strength the Tomb Guardian has," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. "Looks like the two of you both think highly of yourselves. Not making you guys suffer hardship, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold. A faint aura instantly spread out. This aura was completely different from Head Elder's shocking momentum. It had a kind of noiseless and quiet feel, but it was precisely because so that it seemed even more terrifying. All of a sudden, the two people's surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. Yi Yuan's expression changed as he said, "Divine King Domain." The Tomb Guardian said with a laugh, "You boy are really quite knowledgeable. At present, in the Divine Realm, the people able to display a Divine Realm domain can be counted on one's fingers. I didn't expect that at your young age. You actually even know this. This is the Darkness Domain. It can engulf everything, including essence energy and soul force. White Light boy, as long as you cultivate with me, this will be effortless to you." At this point, the Tomb Guardian still did not forget to use the Darkness Domain to tempt White Light. But White Light was not the least bit moved. He said with a cold smile, "Just a Darkness Domain. I don't believe that without you. This young master can't learn it." Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile, "Just a Darkness Domain. You're also looking down on us brothers too much." The Tomb Guardian could not help feeling stifled. He was actually being belittled by two juniors. "Then let you guys experience what's called domain power." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold, directly merging into the darkness. The so-called domain power was actually after comprehending concepts to a certain boundary, grasping the power of laws within a certain radius, and forming a small-scale domain. Inside this domain, the martial artists themselves were the absolute sovereign. The current Yi Yuan and White Light were turtles in a jar in the Tomb Guardian's eyes. But before he took any action, his figure was suddenly forced out of the darkness. And the darkness domain also instantly burst open. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. You actually even have the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil on you. For the first time, the Tomb Guardian was surprised when facing Yi Yuan. The Tomb Guardian did not plan on doing anything to Yi Yuan, but making the two of them suffer a bit of hardship was very necessary. But when he was just about to take action just now, he suddenly entered a trance. With his strength, wanting to make him fall into an illusionary realm was naturally not that easy of a thing. But with this, the darkness domain collapsed on its own without being attacked too. Once the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was unleashed with full power, even if the Tomb Guardian's strength was exceedingly formidable, he would not dare to easily oppose either. Of course, that way Yi Yuan would become a dead dog again. Yi Yuan only displayed his strength for a bit just now, scaring the other party into retreating, and did not truly unleash the sun-moon heavenly pupil's power. The Tomb Guardian looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of terror. He thought that he already saw through Yi Yuan and even saw through the divine artifact. What kind of trump card could Yi Yuan still have? But Yi Yuan actually really still had a trump card. In the divine Tao era, the sun-moon heavenly pupil was a widely known existence too. How could the Tomb Guardian not know its prowess? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. However, the Tomb Guardian let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. You, boy, your good luck is seriously too shocking. Since White Light Boy insists, you come in together then." Finally, the Tomb Guardian still relented. The moment White Light heard, he exchanged a glance with Yi Yuan, and could not help showing a knowing smile. The two people gradually walked over towards the depths with the Tomb Guardian. But the undulations flowing out from within the memorial tablets became stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, the two people instantly felt the pressure on them soar, and could not help being alarmed inwardly. This foot striding over, it was as if they entered another world. Starting from here, it's the rear hall of the land of ancestral spirits. The memorial tablets housed here are all deity realm powerhouses. Even the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs are absolutely not permitted to take a single step in here too. Otherwise, kill without mercy, said the Tomb Guardian nonchalantly as if talking about a trivial and ordinary matter. But White Light curled his mouth and said, "In my view, your strength is also merely on par with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs, right? Based on what to kill him." Based on what? Based on this. A sword suddenly appeared in the Tomb Guardian's hand. The moment this sword lit up, beams of light actually appeared on these memorial tablets and closed in on the sword body. White Light and Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at the sword in the Tomb Guardian's hand in disbelief. The undulations coming off of the sword body absolutely surpassed Divine King Realm. The sword slashing out was absolutely able to annihilate any Divine King Realm expert. The Tomb Guardian's hand that was holding the sword shook, and those white light actually returned into the memorial tablets once more, making the two people click their tongues in wonder. The two people followed the Tomb Guardian and came to a spacious hall. "En? The two of you wait here, I'll go and take care of some business. Make sure not to simply run around, or else bear the consequences yourself." As he said these words, the Tomb Guardian turned into a side hall and disappeared. The heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's ancestral temple's sacrificial altar was specifically used to offer sacrifices to the ancestors. Of course, there was still another function here. It was used to communicate with the Tomb Guardians of the land of ancestral spirits. Currently, Head Elder already took a bath and put in clean clothes and arranged an incense burner table and sacrificial items for use nicely. Several Divine King powerhouses all stood respectfully by the side, with a look of solemnness and respect. Done with the preparation works, Head Elder Pan Yin respectfully took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them seriously in earnest, and after 3 bows, inserted them into the incense burner table. There were 2 outsiders who intruded into the land of ancestral spirits today and interrupted the ancestral spirits' peaceful rest. Unfilial child, Pan Yin, is gripped with fear and requests the spirits of the ancestors to make an exception, and let this one enter the land of ancestral spirits to capture the outsiders. Head Elder enunciated each word, saying it extremely devotedly. After his voice faded, the array formation on the sacrificial altar suddenly lit up brightly. Coils of incense smoke above the incense burner were seemingly devoured by something, vanishing from sight. Pan Yin's face revealed a look of anticipation. This sort of thing, presumably the Tomb Guardian should not disagree, right? After 15 minutes, above the sacrificial altar finally had a reaction. Head Elder had a look of anticipation, staring fixedly at the incense ashes burned out by the 3 joss sticks. Incense ash drifted, gradually condensing to form a word shape. All of the Divine Kings stared at that place without blinking. But very soon, the expressions on their faces became very ugly. While Head Elder's expression was even grim until it was almost dripping water, it was clearly not Head Elder's first time communicating with the Tomb Guardian already. But the words that appeared this time made him perplexed. and also aggrieved. The incense ashes condensed to form a large word. Scram. Why is it like this? In the past, when communicating with the tomb guardian, it's either allow or not allowed. This scram word, what does it mean? A divine king said in puzzlement. Is there still a need to say? Of course, it's not allow. But the problem is, why would the tomb guardian want to use this word? Another divine king said. This word was seriously too impolite. Most likely, the tomb guardian is truly enraged. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this word to reply. Could it be, us not guarding the land of ancestral spirits well, made them infuriated? Head Elder's expression was incomparably ugly. He lived to a ripe old age and had yet to encounter this sort of situation before. Remove the incense burner table then. Looks like we can only lie in wait. There's a possibility that the tomb guardian has already personally taken action. Head Elder finally still let out a long sigh and said, his strength was extremely formidable. But facing the tomb guardian's wrath, he still harbored fear. Inside the land of ancestral spirits, the tomb guardian was the most powerful existence. Even if he was a first-rate divine king, he could not go against the other party's wishes too. At the same time, inside the White Tiger territory, Rongkuan also received the news that was sent over here. What did you say? They entered the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits? That place is highly dangerous. Hearing this news, Rongkuan turned pale with fright too. Yes, Head Elder. From the news that was sent over, Ling Nine Hills was indeed captured by Yi Yuan already. But in the end, it still startled the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's head elder, Pan Yin. Finally, Yi Yuan was still intercepted. But in the end, Yi Yuan still escaped into the land of ancestral spirits. A divine king powerhouse said. Rongkuan finally still let out a sigh and said, to be able to escape from Pan Yin's hands is already a miracle. The land of ancestral spirits was indeed their only way out. But their chances of survival aren't high. Probably at this moment, Pan Yin has already thoroughly sealed off the land of ancestral spirits. Even if they can come out from within the land of ancestral spirits, they would be hard-pressed to escape even if they grew wings too. The divine king below was also very alarmed. When he heard this news, he was stunned for a long time as well. Forget about Yi Yuan, it was impossible for him to escape from Pan Yin's hands too. But Yi Yuan did it. He escaped from under Pan Yin's nose and barged into the land of ancestral spirits. One had to admit that this could be rated as a miracle already. Head Elder, what should we do now? That divine king powerhouse asked. Rongkuan mused for a moment and instructed him. Gather the clan's powerhouses and hasten to the borders. Apply pressure on the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan. At this time, what we can do is also just this. Hope that White Light is blessed and has a tenacious life and is able to come out from inside the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. That divine king's expression became austere as he responded, yes. Yu Mengli had just come out from close seclusion when Bai Po came knocking. Seeing Bai Po's expression, Yu Mengli knew that Yi Yuan there probably encountered some accident. Elder Bai, how is Big Brother Yuan? Yu Mengli opened her mouth to ask first. Bai Po hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the information he got from Head Elder there. Just earlier, Head Elder Rongkuan specially summoned him over, making him come over to tell Yu Mengli this news. It was also considered taking the matter seriously. But Yu Mengli smiled after hearing it and said, I see. Since Elder Bai came, why not come and drink a cup of tea? Bai Po was stupefied by Yu Mengli's attitude and could not help saying in surprise, isn't Miss Yu worried about young Master Yi at all? Yu Mengli said with a faint smile, of course I'm a little worried. However, Big Brother Yuan will definitely return safely. Bai Po could not help being stunned when he heard. He had mentioned the dangers of the land of ancestral spirits earlier, but Yu Mengli was still so confident. Where in the world did her confidence stem from? Before long, the tomb guardian appeared in front of Yi Yuan and White Light once again. All come on out. The tomb guardian's nonchalant voice reverberated inside the great hall. Very soon, one silhouette after another flickered. Several dozen people actually appeared in the great hall all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and White Light were both very puzzled. Who are they? White Light asked curiously. The Tomb Guardian said with a smile, "They are Tomb Guardians too." So many Tomb Guardians. White Light could not help being dazed when he heard that. "When have I said that the Tomb Guardian was just me alone?" The Tomb Guardian said mockingly. "White Light. I'm called Fan Lin, the leader of the White Tiger clan's Tomb Guardians. Our Tomb Guardian lineage is handed from generation to generation. But our mission will never change. That is to guard the ancestral spirits and defend the White Tiger clan. If the White Tiger clan is in danger of clan extermination, we're also the last barrier," Fan Lin said. White Light was alarmed inwardly as he listened. His face turned solemn and he said to Fan Lin, "Guarding the White Tiger clan, Lord Fan Lin and everyone have toiled and performed unparalleled merits. Please accept a bow from White Light." Fan Lin nodded slightly and said, "Our Tomb Guardian lineage can receive this bow of yours. Perhaps in the future, our White Tiger clan will have to serve you as our master. This bow today, I'll accept it on behalf of the ancestors first." "All right, into formation." Under Fan Lin's order, each and every one of those Tomb Guardians swiftly moved positions. Their movements were extremely nimble. Clearly, they had already rehearsed this set of array formation to the limits. Yi Yuan watched by the side and was also endlessly shocked inwardly. These Tomb Guardians, each and every one of them had unfathomable strength. He seriously did not expect that the White Tiger clan actually still had such a terrifying force. All of a sudden, the array formation formed. The originally dim Great Hall suddenly radiated with a brilliant splendor. Roar! A pressure that was sufficient to decimate the heavens and destroy the earth spread out inside the Great Hall. An illusionary white tiger formed in the sky above everyone just like this. "Welcome the sacred ancestor for descending." Fan Lin brought the Tomb Guardian lineage and directly prostrated down towards this illusionary white tiger, appearing especially respectful. Although this white tiger was an illusionary body, the aura it exuded virtually made Yi Yuan and White Light asphyxiated. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the shocked expression in the other party's eyes. The spirit of the white tiger had just appeared and was clearly not quite adapted yet. His gaze appeared slightly sluggish. But very soon, he accustomed to it and his gaze actually locked onto White Light. "And it's already been over 100,000 years since the last summoning, right? Summoning the sacred ancestor this time is for this young man," the white tiger said slowly. Being stared at like this by the spirit of the white tiger, White Light felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Fan Lin said respectfully, "Yes, sacred ancestor. In over 100,000 years, he's the first perfect white tiger physique that we've encountered." The white tiger's gaze landed on White Light once more as he slowly opened his mouth to say, "Not bad. It's indeed the perfect white tiger physique. It's a pity that the degree of development is too low." Being stared at by the white tiger like this, White Light's breathing became ragged. The spirit of the white tiger was too terrifying. Every movement naturally carried terrifying law undulations. The Tomb Guardian's aura was already terrifying enough. But compared to this white tiger, it was simply one in the sky, one on earth. Are you a deity realm powerhouse?" White Light asked, somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Ha! Ha ha! Hearing White Light's words, the white tiger suddenly burst into laughter. Fan Lin's expression changed and he hurriedly said to White Light, "White Light, don't be rude. Lord Sacred Ancestor is the first ancestor's grandson. Deity realm powerhouses have to lower their heads in submission in front of him too." Hearing Fan Lin's words, Yi Yuan and White Light trembled all over. Deity realm powerhouses had to bow their heads in submission too. How horrifying a strength did this require? This kind of boundary they were unable to imagine at all. 100,000 years already, what was after deity realm was already erased in history's long river. But without a doubt, between deity realm powerhouses had differences of superior and inferior too. And this white tiger sacred ancestor was clearly an extremely powerful existence among deity realm powerhouses. The spirit of the white tiger slowly said, "This world is already missing a portion of the laws. Wanting to break through to deity realm is as hard as ascending to the heavens. It's a shame for your perfect white tiger physique. Alright, this sacred ancestor's time isn't much. Young man, how much you can advance will depend on your good fortune. The spirit of the white tiger extended a tiger claw and lightly tapped between White Light's eyebrows. White Light's entire body shuddered, a pained expression appearing on his face, his entire person suspending in midair. The spirit of the white tiger opened his enormous maws. A massive ball of light spat out of his mouth and enveloped White Light inside. The current White Light seemingly returned to fetal breathing, his whole body giving off waves of light halo. Done with all these, that white tiger's spirit's gaze landed on Yi Yuan. That murky gaze made Yi Yuan's whole body feel uneasy, and actually made him have an impulse to escape. Regardless whether it was the previous life or this life, Yi Yuan had never had this sort of feeling before. But this sacred ancestor spirit was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan quietly entered Heaven-Man Unity Realm before forcefully pressing down this sort of thoughts. Why would you all let a dragon race's brat enter the land of ancestral spirits? The white tiger spirit looked at Yi Yuan, but the words he said made Fan Lin break into a cold sweat. Sacred ancestor, calm your anger, he. Fan Lin's words were only said halfway when Yi Yuan interjected, don't blame Senior Fan Lin for this matter. It was me who forced him. The white tiger's spirit smiled coldly and said, you, boy, are quite loyal. It's just that, in the same era, my white tiger clan produced a perfect white tiger physique, but the dragon race produced an atavism dragon soul one. This makes this sacred ancestor very displeased. Yi Yuan froze and could not help being baffled. Atavism dragon soul, what was that? Even with Yi Yuan's vast knowledge and experiences, he did not have the slightest inkling regarding this too. Perfect white tiger physique he still saw before in an ancient record, but atavism dragon soul he had not even heard before. Yi Yuan had yet to figure out the situation, but over there, Fan Lin's entire body shuddered, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Lord Sacred Ancestor, why you're saying? Yi Yuan. He's actually of the legendary atavism dragon soul. Fan Lin turned pale with fright and said, how can this sacred ancestor's arcane eyes see wrongly? The spirit of the white tiger said coolly. But how is this possible? Yi Yuan, he is clearly a human. Furthermore, atavism dragon soul. It's hard to produce even one in 1,000,000 years. Even if it was personally confirmed by sacred ancestor, Fan Lin still felt that it was inconceivable. 1,000,000 years, even to deity realm powerhouses, it was an extremely long period too. A physique that could only appear every 1,000,000 years, it could be imagined how terrifying it was. White Light's perfect white tiger physique should be said to be a physique hard to come across in 100,000 years. But this atavism dragon soul was actually even rarer than the perfect white tiger physique. Heh, with your cultivation realm, you naturally can't tell. This boy seized possession and revived. It's just that he should be of the human race in his previous life too. This sacred ancestor is also curious that the atavism dragon soul would actually appear in a human. The white tiger spirit's words made Yi Yuan's entire body tremble. This was still the first time that someone could see through that he seized possession and revived with one glance. This white tiger spirit's strength was truly too terrifying. Fan Lin was even more incredibly shocked at this time. He could not quite dare to believe that with his strength he was actually unable to see through that Yi Yuan seized possession to revive. The shock Yi Yuan gave him today was 100 times more intense than even White Light. This perfect white tiger physique. This. Fan Lin stammered and actually could not even form a proper sentence. Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the shock in his heart and asked carefully, Senior Sacred Ancestor, this atavism dragon soul, what in the world is it? It was also no wonder that Yi Yuan did not know of the atavism dragon soul. This physique that was hard to occur once every 1,000,000 years. Probably only the white tiger spirit, this level of existence, could perceive it. But the white tiger spirit did not answer Yi Yuan, but scoffed. Possessing an atavism dragon soul and could actually be forced by someone to seize possession to revive. What a huge joke this is. If the dragon race's first ancestor is alive, he'll definitely be infuriated by you to death. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. How would he know that he was some atavism dragon soul? It sounded very impressive, but it did not seem to be of any use. Hold on. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled when he cultivated Dragon Wave, it seemed to be especially fast. Long time, this level of genius spent over 100 years to cultivate to heaven rank 2. But he only spent a short while's time and already infinitely approached heaven rank, including the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan learned it very fast too. In the past, Yi Yuan did not feel anything. But hearing the white tiger spirit say so, Yi Yuan discovered that it really seemed to be somewhat different. Seems like he was especially suited to cultivate the dragon race's martial techniques. Could it be that it was because of this atavism dragon soul? Heh. Looks like you finally detected something. The atavism dragon soul actually appeared in a human. What tremendous irony. If I didn't guess wrongly, you definitely wasted several hundred years of time in your past life, all the way until this life. Did you come across another lucky chance and cultivated the dragon race's cultivation method? Right? The white tiger spirit actually started gloating over someone else's misfortune. One could tell that this white tiger spirit was actually somewhat jealous. Without a doubt, atavism dragon soul and perfect white tiger physique were both extremely rare among the 4 great divine beasts population. And the atavism dragon soul's degree of rarity was even higher compared to the perfect white tiger physique. Originally, confirming White Light's perfect white tiger physique, Yi Yuan was also very happy for him. But he did not expect that he actually became some atavism dragon soul. Senior Sacred Ancestor. What in the world is the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan could not resist asking a second time. Humph. Do you think I'll tell you? Want to know, go to the dragon clan and ask. The white tiger spirit said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. This white tiger spirit was actually throwing a tantrum. Was this guy in front of him really the white tiger clan's Lord Sacred Ancestor? But at this time, the white tiger spirit's figure suddenly gradually became faint. Time is up. You all protect this boy well. Make sure not to have the limelight surpassed by the dragon race. This sacred ancestor is going. Done talking, the light on the white tiger spirit gradually became dim, and finally turned into nothing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Did not think that entering this land of ancestral spirits, he actually encountered this sort of thing. He thought about it, clasped his hands, and asked Fan Lin, Senior Fan Lin. He did not even finish asking yet when Fan Lin stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to speak with a hand gesture, and said meaningfully, even Lord Sacred Ancestor wasn't willing to say, You brat, don't make things difficult for me. This matter, don't bring it up again. Yi Yuan was at a loss for words and could only give up. But right at this moment, white light suddenly let out a groan. A terrifying white tiger pressure instantly exploded, filling the entire great hall. White light slowly opened his eyes. Standing in the air, he seemed like a high and lofty king, showing disdain for all life. Fan Lin's expression changed, and he immediately revealed a look of wild elation. He bowed deeply towards white light. The other tomb guardians also revealed looks of admiration on their faces too. They bowed down together with Fan Lin. Congratulations to young patriarch for passing the sacred ancestors test, breaking through to sacred rank bloodline. The group of tomb guardians said in unison. White light slowly nodded his head and said, Fan Lin, this time, I really have to thank you. Currently, Fan Lin's attitude towards white light was like 2 different people compared to before. He said respectfully, this is where our tomb guardian lineage's duties lie. Young patriarch doesn't need to be overly courteous. White light nodded his head but did not say any more. He floated down and stopped beside Yi Yuan. Big brother, I didn't expect that under our random stumbling. I actually obtained a massive lucky chance in the land of ancestral spirits. White light said to Yi Yuan smilingly. Towards White Light's present situation, Yi Yuan was very surprised too. White Light's strength increase was not high, but the White Tiger bloodline pressure released just now was clearly more than a level stronger than King rank bloodline. Yi Yuan knew that sacred rank bloodline was extremely hard to attain among the current demon races. In an era, there might not be one person who was able to reach it. But after White Light accepted the White Tiger Spirit's baptism, he actually directly broke through to sacred rank bloodline. This was a very terrifying improvement, because one more step after sacred rank bloodline was divine rank bloodline. When he reached divine rank bloodline, White Light would be able to break through to deity realm, and became a true divine beast. This lucky chance could not be said to not be high to white light. Yi Yuan could refine pills to let white light have breakthroughs in cultivation realm. But the bloodline of the demon race, he was powerless to do anything. This was an intrinsic factor. No medicinal pills could help. White light's bloodline had reached king rank long ago, but there was still a tremendous distance from sacred rank. One had to know that even the White Tiger clan's patriarch might not be able to attain sacred rank bloodline too. But after the White Tiger Spirits test, White Light actually directly advanced to sacred rank bloodline. If not for so, it was also impossible for Fan Lin's attitude towards him to have such a huge transformation. Haha, you brat, are truly the White Tiger clan's young patriarch now. Sacred rank bloodline, once this news is made public, the demon region will definitely be deeply shocked. White Light breaking through, Yi Yuan was naturally happy for him too. But White Light said with a smile, White Light being able to have today, isn't it still all thanks to Big Brother? If without Big Brother, I'd probably have had my young patriarch candidate rights stripped away long ago at this time. White Light's heart was like a clear mirror and knew that all this was given to him by Yi Yuan. Disregarding past matters, this time Yi Yuan helped him to clear his name first, then helped him to redeem his love, and also entered deep into the heavenly fiend Tiger clan to rescue Feng Hao's parents. Everything he bore it in mind. Although Yi Yuan did not say, White Light understood in his heart that Big Brother was surely shouldering a tremendous grudge. One day in the future, he would definitely have to offer a portion of strength. However, don't Big Brother want to know just what kind of existence the atavism dragon soul is? White Light looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. The moment Fan Lin heard, he could not help turning pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to stop it. Young patriarch, Lord Sacred Ancestor he. White Light rolled his eyes at him crossly and said coolly, is he close with me, or is my big brother close to me? Furthermore, Lord Sacred Ancestor is already not around. Even if I tell Big Brother, he won't know either. Don't worry. Fan Lin could not help choking up when he heard this, so he retreated to the side embarrassedly. The White Tiger clan's young patriarch was actually close to an outsider to this sort of extent. What could he still say? These two people's feelings were excellent until it was simply like they were going to wear the same pair of pants. If the White Tiger Sacred Ancestor was aware of White Light's actions, he would probably be enraged until he stomped his feet, right? But Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard and said, "En? You actually know? Quickly tell. That White Tiger Sacred Ancestor stifled me badly," White Light said with a smile. "I broke through to sacred rank bloodline and awakened a lot of inheritance memories, and among them just happened to have the atavism dragon soul's information." Yi Yuan chortled with laughter and said, "That White Tiger Sacred Ancestor deliberately whetted my appetite, but probably never expected that him helping you awaken your bloodline just nice answered my doubts. Right? This result was simply getting enmeshed in a web of one's own spinning." However, White Light reigned in his expression and drew a deep breath as he said, "I really didn't think that Big Brother actually has such heaven-defying talent. If not for Lord Sacred Ancestor seeing through with one glance, Big Brother's talent might really be buried. Even if it's me, I completely can't detect the atavism dragon soul too." Yi Yuan said uncertainly, "This atavism dragon soul is really so impressive?" "More than just impressive, it's simply incredible to a heaven-defying degree. Dragon race powerhouses who possess an atavism dragon soul, as long as they don't perish, they can keep on cultivating to the founding ancestor's boundary. Lord Sacred Ancestor's strength, Big Brother saw it already. Then how terrifying the dragon race's founding ancestor's strength is. Don't need me to say any more, right?" White Light himself also felt inconceivable saying it out. Dragon race's founding ancestor, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. The White Tiger Sacred Ancestor's strength was definitely powerful to the extent that it made people unable to imagine. Then the dragon race's founding ancestor's strength could simply be described using connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth. Cultivating to this sort of boundary was simply something inconceivable. Members of the dragon clan who possess an atavism dragon soul, regardless of what kind of dragon race cultivation method they cultivate, they will all understand with a snap. Furthermore, the cultivation speed is also unimaginable fast. It's just a pity that white light swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan scolding with a smile, "You punk, even keeping me in suspense." White light smiled and said, "Big brother, actually, we're both about the same. Actually, the truly powerful innate secret arts can only be displayed after deity realm. Especially your atavism dragon soul. To truly awaken it requires waiting until post-deity realm. But under this stretch of heaven, we're simply unable to step into deity realm." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled bitterly to no end as well. How many outstanding talents did this world's great Tao throttle? Finally, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "The white tiger sacred ancestor said that this world lost a portion of its laws. Hence, we're unable to step into the deity realm. It looks like wanting to attain the deity realm, one must find back this portion of laws. In order to untie the belt, the one who tied it must undo it. Want to step into deity realm, we probably still need to find the mystery of divine Tao disappearing 100,000 years ago first." Finding back laws sounded easy, but doing it was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Forget about divine king powerhouses, even for deity realm powerhouses, how could getting back the laws of heaven and earth be that easy? White light nodded his head, feeling that way deeply too. One could imagine it. Divine Tao disappearing and the laws of the world going missing, there was bound to be a huge connection. What in the world happened back then? This was the greatest unresolved case in these 100,000 years. Countless powerhouses wanted to seek out the secret but failed to achieve it for all their lives. It's just that I don't understand. I'm clearly a human. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. This question clearly stumped White Light too. In his inheritance memories, there was only the atavism dragon soul's information. But Yi Yuan's situation, there was clearly no precedent. Fan Lin listened by the side and could not help being speechless. These two brothers were truly enigmatic existences. He saw that it was almost time and went up to the two people and said, "Young patriarch, I'll send you out of the land of ancestral spirits right now." The White Tiger young patriarch coming into being, it's also time for the entire White Tiger clan. I'll go and inform the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan right now, and let them serve young patriarch as their lord. White Light's perfect white tiger physique appeared once every 100,000 years. Furthermore, through the spirit of the sacred ancestor, he broke through to sacred rank bloodline. Then, he was the White Tiger clan's jointly venerated young patriarch. The White Tiger clan had already been a pile of loose sand for many years. Along with White Light coming into being, it was also time for all of this to end. The responsibilities of the Tomb Guardians lied here too. Therefore, at the moment, Fan Lin could also scarcely wait and wanted to push White Light out. But White Light said, "No need for that. You just send me and Big Brother, the two of us, back to the White Tiger clan will do. The entire White Tiger clan, this matter, isn't something that can be accomplished at one stroke. With my present strength, I'm totally unable to make the two clans acknowledge allegiance. Pushing me to the front of the stage right now has nothing to gain and everything to lose to both the White Tiger clan and me. This matter, just take it as an ordeal for me." Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan secretly approved by the side. White Light also matured now and did not lose his way because he obtained a massive lucky chance. Before truly maturing, being low profile was the best option. When he had the strength to truly call on the two clans one day, adding in Fan Lin's help, consolidating it would happen without extra effort. Although Fan Lin's strength was extremely formidable, he guarded inside the mausoleum all year round. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Regarding this sort of scheming against each other struggle, he somewhat lacked in understanding. In his view, the White Tiger's common lord coming into being, the members of the two clans should comply with orders and not dare to oppose. But in reality, how could it be that easy? But Yi Yuan's words, Fan Lin did not defy them. He nodded and said, "Yes, I respectfully abide by young patriarch's dermic decree. If young patriarch requires Fan Lin, feel free to give instructions will do." Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the land of ancestral spirits and immediately drew the attention of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's powerhouses. Whoosh! In a blink, 3 Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan Divine King powerhouses each stood in position, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. At the same time, a signal shot up into the air. These three people were clearly notifying the powerhouses in the clan to come over. Head Elder's guess was indeed not wrong. Even the land of ancestral spirits didn't trap you guys to death. Brat, surrender without putting up resistance. You wouldn't think that by hiding for a couple of days, it can make us let you go, right? Oh, right. Forgot to tell you. This region of space is already thoroughly sealed off. Even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to merge into heaven and earth. The three great divine kings chimed in one after another, warning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's senses were very acute and knew that what the other party said was not false. This region of space in the vicinity was already thoroughly sealed off by the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses. There was no way of merging into heaven and earth at all. Except Yi Yuan and White Light did not have the intention of fleeing. Yi Yuan said to the three people coolly, "Where's Pan Yin? Make him come out." Insolence. To actually dare be disrespectful towards Head Elder. Wait till I take you down first. Then let Head Elder meet out the sentence. A divine king said with a cold snort. While talking, that divine king was going to take action to capture Yi Yuan duo. But right at this time, the two white tiger statues at the entrance of the land of ancestral spirits suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. Rumble. That divine king was directly sent flying while the grand array painstakingly laid down by the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses was also immediately blasted apart. Instantly, Yi Yuan felt the shackles on him lighten and he could not help letting out a light chuckle. He clasped his hands towards the mausoleum and said, "Senior Fanlin, thank you very much." Done talking, Yi Yuan's body gradually became illusionary, directly merging into heaven and earth. With a sway, it was 1,000,000 miles away. But right at this time, a terrifying aura surged over from far away and actually locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. Humph! Really lingering on relentlessly, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and merged into heaven and earth once more. However, Pan Yin did not go and chase Yi Yuan but thoroughly sealed off his route. No matter how fast Yi Yuan's speed was, he still had to return to the White Tiger Clan's territory in the end. Head Elder seemed to have expected it long ago, so he did not have the intention of going to chase at all. However, Yi Yuan did not dance in circles with Pan Yin, but directly met him head-on. When Yi Yuan approached Pan Yin, he immediately revealed his figure. Pan Yin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Know that there's no way out," and came out to surrender without putting up a resistance. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old man Pan Yin, somebody wants to have a word with you. It won't be too late to come and be overbearing with me after hearing his words." Pan Yin snorted coldly and said, "Even if you bring out the Jade Emperor, you have to stay behind for me today too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Flicking his sleeves grandly, an archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life emerged. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, obey the order. Immediately let Yi Yuan go. You're not to disobey. An awe-inspiring voice sounded out. Pan Yin's expression could not help changing greatly when he heard it. It was no wonder that Pan Yin's expression changed drastically. This archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life were identical to the Tomb Guardian's aura. Which was also to say that letting Yi Yuan go was the Tomb Guardian's wish. But how was this possible? The Tomb Guardian was the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's Tomb Guardian. There was no reason to do it to this extent for a human boy, right? Recalling when he burned incense and prayed to enter the land of ancestral spirits, the message sent back from over there, Pan Yin was certain that the Tomb Guardian indeed wanted to protect Yi Yuan. However, this was something that made no sense. Pan Yin was very depressed right now. Very depressed. Expended such a huge effort. In the end, it was actually this sort of result. This made Pan Yin somewhat unable to accept it. But the Tomb Guardian lineage had an extremely special place in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. Even the Patriarch did not dare to defy the Tomb Guardian's wishes either, let alone him, this head elder. Seeing the look of hesitation on Pan Yin's face, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why? Does head elder want to disobey the Tomb Guardian's order? With head elder's seniority, you should be able to enter the land of ancestral spirits. But if you oppose the Tomb Guardians, forget about you, Probably the people in this generation will all be unable to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore. Pan Yin's expression changed when he heard that. Yi Yuan's words indeed jabbed his sore spot. Entering the land of ancestral spirits after death was an utmost honor to the heavenly fiend Tiger clan. This was a kind of belief that came from the depths of the soul. Pan Yin was not able to stand aloof too. Not being able to enter the land of ancestral spirits, this was what Pan Yin could not accept. What happened to you guys in the land of ancestral spirits? Why would the Tomb Guardian specifically do this sort of thing for you guys? Pan Yin said solemnly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if you want to know, just enter yourself and ask the Tomb Guardian. If you can't enter now, wait until when you're almost dying, then going in to ask is also the same. Pan Yin could not help being exasperated. What? Head Elder really don't wish to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore. Pan Yin's expression flickered erratically. After a struggle, he finally still moved aside. Yi Yuan passed by Pan Yin calmly. Suddenly, he turned around and said to him with a smile, oh, right, Head Elder. Your Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan are both tiger clans at any rate. How pointless is it to kill here and kill there for generations like this? If you guys unite, it would probably be sufficient to contend with the Dragon Clan already. Although the White Tiger Clan was powerful, their strength clearly diminished greatly after splitting. Among the 4 great divine beasts' bloodlines, it was the White Tiger Clan who were the weakest instead. It was also unknown what in the world happened between the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan back then, to actually make the 2 great clans' slaughter last for so many years. Humph. It isn't an outsider's turn to meddle in the matters between our 2 clans, Pan Yin said with an angry snort. Yi Yuan spread his hands out helplessly and directly merged into heaven and earth and left. Several figures flew in. A few divine kings just happened to saw this scene and could not help being very surprised. Head Elder, why did that boy leave? A divine king said in bewilderment. Head Elder's face fell as he said, no idea why. The Tomb Guardian is actually protecting this boy from another clan. There must be something fishy about this. Let them all pull back. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. Pan Yin's words made all the divine king's expressions change drastically. Yi Yuan broke into the land of the ancestral spirits. Not only did the Tomb Guardian not kill them, he even protected them to leave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. This was simply too fantastical. Splash! White light kicked over with a foot, directly kicking Ling Nine Hills until he knelt on the ground. After coming out from the land of ancestral spirits, White Light's perspective towards the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and White Tiger Clan had a massive change. But towards this Ling Nine Hills, he had not the slightest hint of a good impression. Head Elder, this Yi was fortunate to not have failed the mission and brought Ling Nine Hills back. Hope that Head Elder will keep your promise. White light and showers matters. The White Tiger Clan should be able to acknowledge it, right? This was the agreement between Yi Yuan and Rong Kuan. If Yi Yuan brought Ling Nine Hills back, the White Tiger Clan would not interfere with white light and showers matters anymore. Additionally, Yi Yuan even rescued Shower's parents on this trip, letting her have no more worries back at home. Could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. Of course, the part of this trip where they truly benefited from was still inside the land of ancestral spirits. In there, White Light completed a qualitative transformation, while Yi Yuan became aware of the secret of his atavism dragon soul. Inside the Great Hall, all of the Patriarchs and Elders Association's elders all looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. They were seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan completed this impossible-to-complete mission. Head Elder waved his hand and made people bring Ling Nine Hills away. Compared to Ling Nine Hills, what Rong Kuan was more interested in right now was still how Yi Yuan came out from inside the land of ancestral spirits, and how he escaped the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's layers of encirclement and returned to the White Tiger Clan. Yi Yuan, we heard that you entered the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. I wonder how you guys escaped, Rong Kuan said with a heated gaze. Escaped? Why is there a need to use escape this word? We walked out openly and above board just like that, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Humph. Revealed your true colors, right? If you and White Light are not the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan spies, On what basis would they let you guys leave? Rong Yin gave a cold snort and signaled to several patriarchs with his eyes. Several patriarchs understood and immediately started lashing out at Yi Yuan. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan is heavily guarded. Even if you comprehended Heaven-Man unity, it's also not possible to capture Ling Nine Hills and bring him back. Unless they deliberately let you capture. Losing a Line Nine Hills and planting a spy who's the young patriarch. This transaction is seriously too worthwhile. That Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder's strength is extremely formidable. With your strength being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits, is there still a possibility of escaping alive? The matters previously, White Light did not get stripped of his qualifications. Rather, Rong Xian was stripped of his candidate rights. His father betrayed the White Tiger Clan, who still dared to believe that his son was innocent. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound this time. Rong Yin had long prepared statements for raking up the past, waiting for him here. Furthermore, regardless of which aspect, Yi Yuan being able to return safe and sound was something unthinkable. This excuse, it was not up to head elder to decide to not believe. Indeed, Rong Kuan revealed a pondering look. The other elders and patriarchs also nodded their heads continuously. It was true that Yi Yuan was very strange and also true that he had a lot of tricks. But being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits, under the circumstances where the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was prepared, on what basis was Yi Yuan able to return safe and sound? Ha! Ha ha ha! Being attacked by so many patriarchs, Yi Yuan suddenly guffawed with laughter. Rong Yin's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, "What are you laughing at? Could it be that what we said was wrong? If you have proof, prove it for us to see." Yi Yuan looked at Rong Yin and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'm laughing that you guys are all morons. It's fine if you're dumb. Do you think that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder, Pan Yin, are as dumb as you two?" Rong Yin quickly stood up as he said with a livid expression, "Oh? Then I'm all ears as to how we're dumb. If you are Pan Yin, would you force a spy into the land of ancestral spirits with great fanfare? Then plant the spy in the White Tiger Clan? Isn't this blatantly telling you all that I'm a spy?" Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made those patriarchs who called him into question choke. Yeah, between the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan, apart from the patriarchs planning out strategies in the headquarters, the ones who directly crossed swords were Pan Yin and Rong Kuan. These few years, Pan Yin's methods were plain for everybody to see. This sort of low-level mistakes, it was absolutely impossible for Pan Yin to make them. Even if it was putting up an act, this sort of play was also a bit too low-level and completely not like Pan Yin's style. "Then tell me about it, why Pan Yin would let you go," a patriarch said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Very simple, because he's afraid of the land of ancestral spirits' tomb guardian, while me and White Light are on very friendly terms with the tomb guardian." The moment these words came out, everyone turned pale from shock. Yi Yuan and White Light were actually on close terms with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's tomb guardian. This sounded unnatural no matter how one listened. Humph. Still say that you guys aren't spies. I want to know why White Light, as a member of the White Tiger Clan, would mix together with the tomb guardian. Rong Yin said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said with a laugh, "Not just that. White Light obtained a massive lucky chance inside the land of ancestral spirits. White Light, display your bloodline a little. Let the elders take a look at whether you have the qualifications to be the White Tiger Clan's young patriarch or not." "Yes, big brother." White Light voiced his assent and displayed his bloodline pressure without reservation. Right at that moment he fully released his bloodline pressure. All of the elders, including head elder Rong Kuan, all turned pale with fright. Sacred rank bloodline. It's actually sacred rank bloodline. My God. How is this possible? Extremely pure White Tiger bloodline. I actually have an impulse to prostrate in worship. My eyesight is failing, right? White Light is just initial stage tier 9, and he actually broke through to sacred rank bloodline already. Truly, heaven is protecting my White Tiger Clan. The elders' cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Even Rong Yin had a dumbfounded look too. Such terrifying bloodline power. They had never experienced before from head elder too. As for the patriarch, he was in a close seclusion state throughout the year. It was also unknown whether he broke through to sacred rank bloodline or not. But the problem was the patriarch was already advanced in years, while White Light's age did not even count as an adolescent in the White Tiger clan. When his strength reached the Divine King realm, who else in the demon region could be his opponent? Such a person not becoming the young patriarch, who else was suitable to be the young patriarch? Only after being shocked for a long time, did Rongkuin spat out a long breath of turbid air. His gaze, when looking at White Light, became different. Little Light, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you obtain in the land of ancestral spirits to actually break through to sacred rank bloodline? How is the heavenly fiend Tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits able to let you glean considerable gains? Rongkuin calmed his emotions down and asked. White Light said, I don't know about this either. I'm also very curious myself. But I saw the memorial tablet of a White Tiger clan's ancestor inside the land of ancestral spirits. Presumably, our White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan actually have some relationship, right? The two clans' secret White Light did not plan on revealing right now. But divulging a bit of rumor let everyone have a score in their hearts too. White Light's words stirred up titanic waves in the White Tiger clan. What? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits actually has the memorial tablet of a White Tiger clan's ancestor? How is this possible? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's natural disposition is cruel and savage, completely out of tune with the White Tiger clan. How is it possible to have any relation with us? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and the White Tiger clan are mortal enemies. It's absolutely impossible for the two families to have any relations at all. The various elders exploded and scoffed in contempt towards White Light's way of saying things. This idea that was handed down from generation to generation suddenly met with a turnabout. This made them instinctively reject it. White Light saw everyone's behavior and could not help exchanging a glance with Yi Yuan. Rather helpless. Indeed, integrating the two clans was not that easy of a matter. All right, talk about this matter afterward. Sacred rank bloodline has an extraordinary significance to my White Tiger clan. I believe that everyone will also not have any more doubts regarding White Light's candidate identity. As for Yi Yuan, this seat knows that he has the ability to bring Ling Nine Hills back from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent him over. Now that he did it, this seat will naturally keep my word. That Fang Xiao and her parents will stay in the clan, but their movements will receive strict surveillance. White Light, you should be able to understand, right? Rongkuin finally stopped everyone's discussing voices and set the views about this matter. White Light clasped his hands and said, Many thanks to Head Elder for stretching the rules. White Light already said before when I returned to the Flowing Light clan, I received the summonings of my inheritance memories. That's why I came back to the clan. Therefore, I'm absolutely loyal to the White Tiger clan. My sincerity. The sky and the sun can bear witness. Rongkuin nodded his head and said with a smile, You are all tired. Go back and rest first. 10 days later will be the date of the young patriarch trial. At that time, the other 3 families of the 4 Symbols family clans will all send people over to observe the ceremony. The 3 of you mustn't lose face in front of outsiders. After Xianxia had his qualifications revoked, the Crimson Flame clan naturally had to select another person to replace Xianxia. Therefore, the ones taking part in the young patriarch trial was still 3 people. It was just that after today, the other 2 people would probably have to become White Light's foil. White Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline, this position of young patriarch, only he could fill the post. But Yi Yuan also knew that Rong Yin probably would not let it go like this, and might fabricate something out of thin air. After everyone left, there was only Rongkuin and Bai Yi left in the Great Hall. Head Elder, do you really believe what they said? Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked. Rongkuin shot him a glance and said coolly, Why wouldn't I believe? This seat won't be mistaken. Little Light, this child usually look reserved. Actually, his disposition is very pure and isn't suited to be a spy at all. Compared to Little Light, what this seat takes more notice of is actually still that boy called Yi Yuan. Bai said with some surprise, Oh? How so? Little Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline presently, In terms of potential, it should be much greater than Yi Yuan, right? Rong Kuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Oh, by Yi, you made an error in judgment here. Yi Yuan, this boy, is absolutely a person with a great destiny. People who follow by his side will more or less be tainted with his destiny. You think about it. Because white light followed him. That's why he could obtain such a heaven-defying lucky chance. It was also because he followed him that he could become an Emperor Realm powerhouse at a young age. Therefore, this trip, if Pan Yin really killed Yi Yuan, it would be strange instead." Bai Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted when he heard Rong Kuan's analysis. He knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but had never considered the problem from this sort of angle before. Thinking this way, it was really like so. Head Elder's meaning is, our White Tiger clan have to be on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. Bai Yi drew a deep breath and said, "At the very least, mustn't be enemies with him," Rong Kuan said. 10 days later, the White Tiger clan's young patriarch trial's grand ceremony started on schedule. This matter was a major event that had a lasting influence on the White Tiger clan. It might even affect the rise and decline for 10,000 years in the days to come. Therefore, regardless which of the four symbols family clans hosted this ceremony, they would generally invite the other few families to observe the ceremony together. On the one hand, it was to bear witness. On the other hand, it was to demonstrate the strength of the juniors in front of the other families. The demon region's strength, on the whole, could not compare to the human race. Therefore, on matters related to humanity, the four symbols family clans were united against outsiders. But a competitive relation similarly existed in the interior of the demon region. Hence, when the White Tiger's sacred ancestor saw Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul, he seemed especially annoyed. One silhouette after another was currently rapidly approaching the White Tiger clan from the horizon. Several women with extremely beautiful appearances leisurely descended, immortal chi fluttering, giving people a feeling of pleasing both the eyes and the heart. Hoo-hoo. Many years of not seeing. Fairy Luo is still strikingly beautiful. Rong Kuan went forward to greet with a laugh. This party was the Vermilion Bird clan. The Fairy Luo out of Rong Kuan's mouth was the Vermilion Bird clan's elder, Luo Qingping. Behind her, tagged along two extremely beautiful-looking women. One was fiery like a phoenix, while the other ice-cold like a sculpture. Luo Qingping enjoyed it very much, but said with a faint smile, already getting on in years, "What's strikingly beautiful still. At present, it's all the young people's world." Rong Kuan smiled as he engaged in some small talk and ordered people to lead Luo Qingping and the others into the banquet. Right on the heels of the Vermilion Bird clan, the Black Tortoise clan also reached the White Tiger clan. Of course, apart from these four symbols family clans, there were still some other clans who were on friendly terms with the White Tiger clan. They also received invitations to come over and watch the ceremony. The last one who took a long time to arrive was naturally the Azure Dragon clan that was the strongest. Haha, didn't think that the Dragon clan actually sent Brother Jianba over this time. It makes this Rome greatly surprised. Parting for years, Brother Jianba's strength seems to have progressed again. Rong Kuan went forward to welcome with a hearty laugh, clearly very familiar with the Dragon clan's arrival. The elder which the Dragon clan sent over this time was called Ao Jianba. His strength did not lose to head elder Rong Kuan and was unfathomable. The Dragon clan sending him over was also considered to have given immense face to the White Tiger clan's grand ceremony. Rong Kuan, you old punk, you only know how to poke fun at this Ao. Us old fellows are halfway into the earth already. It's already pretty good for our strength to not decline. Where is there any progress? Ao Jianba scolded laughingly. Hey, you old man, still so modest. In the entire divine realm, who doesn't know that you, Ao Jianba, cultivated dragon wave to peak middle stage spirit rank, with your strength long already connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth. Rong Kuan flattered with a laugh as he led the way. Actually, it was not considered flattery either. This Ao Jianba's strength was indeed terrifying. His dragon wave was long cultivated to middle stage spirit rank already. Coupled with the powerful dragon race martial techniques, few were his match in the demon region. Among the Dragon clan's elders, this Ao Jianba was also one of the most troublesome ones to tangle with. Ao Jianba said with a laugh, All right, you old punk. Stop flattering me. Come, Jinhao Hanwei, why haven't you paid respects to head elder Rongkuan? Behind Ao Jianba, a man and a woman, two youngsters, came forward to pay respects. Long Jinhao, Long Hanwei, pays respect to head elder Rongkuan. Rongkuan had long noticed these two youngsters. Presumably, they were the Dragon Clan's current generation's outstanding talents. Especially Long Jinhao, this boy, he was profound and restrained, giving people a feeling of boundlessness and was not to be underestimated. Seeing Rongkuan's expression, Ao Jianba laughed in his heart too. This sort of occasion was originally the time where each clan demonstrated their strength. Ao Jianba brought along two Dragon Clan's young outstanding talents in order to let the various clans know their prowess. His Azure Dragon Clan was forever the Demon Region's big brother. Get up. Not bad, not bad. Your Azure Dragon Clan is always brimming with talents, truly making us green with envy. Presumably, the Dragon Clan's young patriarch is going to be born among these two, right? Rongkuan said with a smile. Long Jinhao clasped his hands and said modestly, replying, head elder, the position of young patriarch, Jinhao dare not think about it. But hearing these words, Rongkuan's expression changed. Although they did not exchange blows, Rongkuan speculated that this Long Jinhao's strength was likely not the least bit inferior to White Light's. This kind of strength, and he actually did not even dare to think about the position of young patriarch. Could it be that the Dragon Clan's young generation still had an even stronger existence? Ao Jianba watched his expression and examined his words and was very satisfied with Rongkuan's expression. He said with a smile, Jinhao isn't being modest. His strength is indeed not ordinary. But who asked Ao Yang, that boy, to be overly monstrous, already cultivating Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank at a young age? This position of young patriarch, Jinhao probably can't compete with him. Rongkuan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard. Among the junior generation, there was actually someone who cultivated Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank. This was also a bit too monstrous. Head elder, why is there a human race youngster in the seats of the Flowing Light clan? Seems like this young man is actually even bearing dragon race bloodline, Long Hanwei suddenly said. With her saying so, Ao Jianba and Long Jinhao's gaze both turned towards Yi Yuan. Especially Long Jinhao, his expression turned dark. Humph. Not seems like. This punk is clearly bearing dragon race bloodline, Long Jinhao said coldly. The moment Rongkuan saw that it was like that, he secret cursed inwardly. He forgot about this. The Dragon Clan's greatest taboo was human martial artists stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming bloodline martial artists. Yi Yuan's existence landing in Ao Jianba's eyes here, this matter would likely be unable to be settled already. Indeed, Long Jinhao's figure moved and already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently chatting with Bai Pe when a bout of cold-killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Sensing the dragon pressure emitting off of this young man in front of him, Yi Yuan figured out what happened very quickly. However, he did not care at all. He just said coolly, "Looking for me for something?" Long Jinhao was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude all at once. Stole the dragon race's blood essence and actually still dared to be so wildly arrogant. Truly deserved death. Boy, where was your dragon blood stolen from? Do you know that stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming a bloodline martial artist is a capital crime in front of the dragon race? Long Jinhao said solemnly. Others not being courteous to him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be polite to others as well. He just said nonchalantly at once, capital crime? Who the hell are you to also dare sentence people to death? Humph. Strength isn't strong, yet the tone isn't small. Today, looking on account of the White Tiger Clan's grand event, I'll spare your life. Condense and refine out your dragon blood, and return it to the Dragon Clan. This matter will be dropped at that. Long Jinhao was used to being overbearing and did not give Yi Yuan any chance to explain either, directly wanting Yi Yuan to condense and refine the dragon blood. After bloodline martial artists refined dragon blood, their body's blood already fused into one with the dragon blood. Upon stripping away, their strength would be greatly diminished if it was minor, while their foundation would be utterly ruined if it was severe, their entire cultivation being lost. White Light saw the scene too and could not help smacking his head as he said helplessly, "This guy, he really is courting death irrespective of the occasion. I hope the big brother is a little gentle when taking action. Otherwise, my White Tiger clan will be put on the spot. Brother Janba, I think it's better to call honorable nephew back. Once they start fighting, it will hurt the harmonious relations." Rong Kuan swayed earnestly. But Ao Janba said coolly, "Brother Kuan, our dragon clan's rules, you're aware too. Human martial artists are more and more unbridled now, to actually dare swagger right under our noses, truly bullying people too far. Today, I'll give you face and only extract his dragon blood will do. This person is merely a nobody. The White Tiger clan wouldn't shield a brat like this, right? Ao Janba flying off the handle depended on the person too. Yi Yuan was merely a phaseless realm low-level martial artist, and completely did not enter the White Tiger clan's arcane sights. Even if he really extracted Yi Yuan's dragon blood, the White Tiger clan would not go to war either. If Yi Yuan was a middle or late-stage Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, Ao Janba would definitely have to weigh it over. After all, this was the White Tiger clan's territory. For Yi Yuan to be able to appear here, he definitely had some connections with the Tiger clan. If really offended to the core, it would not be good. Ao Janba could not be blamed for becoming enraged either. The demon race bloodline which human martial artists loved the most was dragon race bloodline. Therefore, the dragon clan had a deep-seated hatred towards this. It was fine if Yi Yuan was a bloodline martial artist, but he even ran into the demon region's territory carelessly. This was clearly having no respect for the dragon clan. In the view of Ao Janba and company, Yi Yuan was taunting the dragon clan's dignity here. Rong Kuan secretly took delight in it, but his face had a bitter smile as he said, "Brother Janba, it's not to the extent of shielding. It's just that he's also my White Tiger clan's guest at any rate. You guys being like this puts me on a spot. Better let honorable nephew come back, otherwise, if honorable nephew is hurt, it wouldn't be very good." Ao Janba froze. He did not react at first, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Hurt Jinhao? Brother Kuan, are you jesting? If a first-level phaseless brat is able to hurt Jinhao, then Jinhao would have also wasted these few years." Rong Kuan heaved and sighed and said, "Brother Janba, I've already warned you. If you suffer a loss, you mustn't blame me. But I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If Jinhao messes up, you mustn't bully the weak. If you make a move, I can't look on with folded arms." But Ao Janba said indifferently, "Good that there's your word. Letting this old man go and deal with a fifth-level phaseless. I, Ao Janba, can't afford to lose this face yet." Rong Kuan secretly laughed his head off in his heart. This old punk was still swaggering about in front of him just now. Borrowing Yi Yuan's hand and dousing his power and prestige, he was happy to see it happen. After all, this was in the White Tiger clan's territory. Although the Dragon clan had an adequate reason, it was also making light of the White Tiger clan too much. Over here, Yi Yuan was also genuinely enraged. The other party wanted to come and draw out his dragon blood without a word. This sort of thing, anyone's mood would also not be good. "I'm standing right here. If you have the ability to draw my blood away, there's no reason why not as well." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said coolly. Long Jinhao gave a cold snort and said, "Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Since you're willing to have a taste of having your dragon blood being forcefully extracted, then I'll fulfill your wish." In front of so many people, Long Jinhao had the intention of showing off a little as well, and let everyone take a look at the Dragon clan's young generation strength. Rumble. Long Jinhao's dragon race pressure was released fully. It was astonishingly king rank bloodline. "Fool. Under my king rank bloodline pressure, your inferior dragon blood can't unleash power at all. How are you going to fight with me?" Long Jinhao said with a disdainful face. Over on the Vermilion Bird clan's side, a bubbly girl said with a giggle, "This human martial artist is rather brave too." Seeing Long Jinhao, he actually even dared to make a move. King rank bloodline has an absolute suppression effect against ordinary bloodline warriors. Just a fifth level phaseless. It's simply impossible to be Long Jinhao's match. But the other woman with a frosty look said, "What bravery, it's simply idiocy." Clearly aware that it's impossible to succeed but does it anyway. What's the difference from a moth flying into the fire? This two girls, one warm and one cold, were the outstanding talents of the Vermilion Bird clan. The cold one was called Luo Wanrong, and the warm one was called Luo Jingtong. When they saw Yi Yuan's actions that bit off more than he could chew, they were both somewhat disapproving. Senior apprentice Sister Wanrong said it vividly. This boy is mud-headed, looks rather cute instead. Luo Jingong said with a giggle. Humph! What's cute about him? Human martial artists are the most abominable. To actually refine our demon race's bloodlines to increase their strength truly deserve death. This action of Long Jinhao's is also considered a great satisfaction. Actually, not just on the Vermilion Bird clan side, the Black Tortoise clan side similarly felt that Yi Yuan was a mantis trying to stop the chariot. Or perhaps Yi Yuan appearing here was a mistake by itself. Furthermore, they had no favorable impression towards a bloodline martial artist like Yi Yuan. After all, they were all demons. Other people refining their race's bloodline to increase their strength, they were obviously unhappy. Being strongly suppressed by Long Jinhao's king rank bloodline, Yi Yuan felt not have the slightest feeling of discomfort. He just smiled lightly and said, "If you were sacred rank bloodline, I'd rather have to dread a little. A measly king rank bloodline is merely so-so." Long Jinhao was just about to rebut Yi Yuan when all of a sudden his expression changed drastically. Not just Long Jinhao, the expressions of everyone present all changed drastically, including head elder Rong Kuan. Although they were able to discern that Yi Yuan was bearing dragon race bloodline, when Yi Yuan did not exhibit his bloodline pressure, they could not perceive the depths of Yi Yuan's bloodline. Rong Kuan was aware that Yi Yuan knew how to merge into heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no way Long Jinhao could hurt Yi Yuan. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so strong. King rank bloodline. It's actually king rank bloodline. How is this possible? How can a king rank bloodline possibly appeared on a human martial artist? His bloodline power is actually not the least bit inferior compared to Long Jinhao. This is also too exaggerated, right? This time, the Dragon Clan really got their faces slapped. King rank bloodline actually appeared on a human martial artist. This matter likely won't be taken lying down. These demon clans all burst into an uproar all at once, being startled by Yi Yuan's bloodline power. A very large number of them only just had ordinary bloodline. But in this human martial artist's body, he was actually bearing king rank bloodline. Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. He was still saying that Yi Yuan was of inferior dragon blood earlier, but he got his face slapped immediately. How could this not infuriate him? King rank bloodline. Good. Truly excellent. Looks like it's not just extracting your dragon blood today. If you don't confess the process of how you stole the dragon blood, it wouldn't be easy even if you wish to die. Long Jinhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "King rank bloodline appearing on a human, this was simply the dragon clan's crowning humiliation." Xuanri Heavenly Dragon Claw. Long Jinhao no longer hesitated, directly sticking a claw out. A dragon claw condensed and formed out of thin air, wrapped in a terrifying power, and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he had a look of contempt and said coolly, "Heaven rank dragon wave is too weak. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm." Yi Yuan smacked a palm out leisurely and unhurriedly. An azure dragon soared high into the air and directly smashed Long Jinhao's Xuanri Heavenly Dragon Claw into smithereens. Rumble. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's remnant force did not reduce. Long Jinhao's body was smashed flying out like a cannonball, a very barbaric palm, not giving Long Jinhao the least bit of opportunity at all. Yi Yuan's current strength was still not a match for middle stage tier 9. But dealing with initial stage tier 9, it was nothing difficult. Furthermore, competing in dragon race martial techniques, this Long Jinhao was far too lacking. Ao Jianbao's pupils constricted. His eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, filled with disbelief. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. How is this possible? Not only did a human martial artist learn the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he even cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. Long Hanwei was shocked until she could not close her mouth. What in the world is going on here? King rank bloodline, spirit rank dragon race, divine rank martial technique. Isn't he a human bloodline martial artist? How can he possibly accomplish to such an extent? Luo Jingtong was similarly incomparably shocked. The Four Symbols family clan were all aware that the foundation of the dragon race's martial techniques lied on this dragon wave. To be able to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank at this age was already extremely talented. Cultivating to spirit rank, the next young patriarch was basically guaranteed to be him. Now, a human race's youngster actually cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. This was simply too ironic. Right when everyone was still in the midst of shock, Yi Yuan's figure moved and stomped on Long Jinhao's chest with one foot as he said with a faint smile. Your esteemed self is so overbearing, wanting to extract this Ye's dragon blood the moment you come up. I wonder what kind of feeling it will be when this Yi draws your dragon blood out. Yi Yuan said it very light-heartedly, but the surrounding people all could not help feeling a chill when they heard it. Saying he wanted to extract Long Jinhao's dragon blood in front of Ao Jianba, how fearless did one have to be? Indeed, when Ao Jianba saw Yi Yuan's actions, the expression on his face instantly changed from astoundment to shocked fury. A terrifying aura locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. If Yi Yuan really dared to make a move, he would strike Yi Yuan down without the slightest hesitation. Boy, if you dare to draw Jinhao's dragon blood, I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today, Ao Jianba said coldly. Swords were already drawn at this time. Head Elder Rong Kuan knew that he could not watch the show anymore. At this rate, there would be no way of resolving things today. Ao Jianba was not to be trifled with. But Yi Yuan was also not some easygoing person. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even White Light's life and death big brother. If he really offended him badly, he might stir up some trouble. Haha. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan, honorable nephew Jinhao, is a little young and aggressive. But the Dragon Clan is indeed a little overly sensitive towards bloodline martial artists. Give this old man face, all right? Rong Kuan said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Yi Yuan lifted his head and gave Rong Kuan a very meaningful glance, hitting him with pangs of guilt. This boy is too sharp. My thoughts have probably been long seen through by him. Rong Kuan thought to himself secretly. He wished to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to diminish the Dragon Clan's edge. How could Yi Yuan not perceive this point? His strength, Rong Kuan more or less still had some score. If he wished to stop it, he should have come forward long ago. Why was there a need to wait until now? Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Head Elder, White Light is my closest brother. Forget about it this time. But I, Yi Yuan, am not a minor character than anybody can need. Hope that Head Elder acts with due care and respect. Rong Kuan had an embarrassed look, but Yi Yuan already let go of his foot and returned to his seat. Long Jinhao struggled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an expression of indignant resentment as he said coldly, Punk, you're bearing king rank bloodline, my dragon clan absolutely won't take things lying down. Yi Yuan shot Long Jinhao a glance and said with a faint smile, Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. If not looking on account of White Light's face, he would definitely extract Ling Jinhao's blood essence dry today. The other party exposed his killing intent. Yi Yuan was not that easygoing of a person either. Long Jinhao did not feel that he got lucky. In his view, Yi Yuan was afraid of the Dragon Clan's power. That was why he would climb down the ladder. 1. Yi Yuan was also just saying it. Could it be that he really dared to extract his dragon blood? But when he arrived before Ao Jianba, he had an ashamed look as he said, Elder, Jinhao is useless and lost face for the Dragon Clan. But Ao Jianba said with a calm expression, losing to spirit rank dragon wave isn't considered a disgrace. It's just that a human martial artist is actually bearing king rank bloodline. This matter definitely cannot be dropped. After the White Tiger Clan's business is settled, this old man will naturally go find him to inquire clearly. Ao Jianba's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with ill intent, but it was like Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He still chatted in a jovial manner. The guests and host getting seated, the trial of the young patriarch was also officially starting. This trial was divided into a total of 3 rounds. What it tested was respectively character, bloodline, as well as true strength. The first round, the test of character. Rongning, Wu Mo, White Light, the three of you will enter the heart-examining forest. The first to come out will win, an elder said in a clear voice. Rongning was the Crimson Flame clan's candidate who replaced Rong Xian. Compared to Rong Xian, his strength was naturally a notch weaker. But the Crimson Flame clan's strength itself was already very strong. Rongning's strength still could not be underestimated. This heart-examining forest was specially set up by the White Tiger clan to test the young patriarch. Inside the forest had a powerful illusionary formation. After White Light Trio received the orders, they immediately entered inside the heart-examining forest. Head Elder, I wonder who you're most optimistic about among these three people? After the three people entered, Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked Rong Kuan. The moment these words were asked, quite a few people also revealed interested looks. Even the other three clans' powerhouses also perked their ears up. Rong Kuan smiled and said, just talking about this heart-examining forest round, this old man is actually most optimistic about Wu Mo. This boy's character is level-headed, not arrogant nor rash. Talking in terms of temperament, he's actually the most suited for the position of young patriarch. Even with White Light's sudden emergence, he did not display the slightest look of alarm either. Hearing these words, quite a few elders and patriarchs all secretly nodded their heads. The suppression martial clan's Wu Mo had always been very low profile, but nobody dared to overlook his strength either. If White Light did not show up, Rong Xian's greatest competitor would be Wu Mo. Even Rong Xian himself also did not dare say that he could definitely win Wu Mo. Could be seen from this how formidable Wu Mo's strength was. Furthermore, Wu Mo's character was level-headed and rarely contended for anything as well. He just quietly cultivated by himself. His performance, Rong Kuan naturally took it into his sights too. If not for White Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline, Rong Kuan actually still fancied Wu Mo more. Among the three people, Rong Xian exposed his edge a little too much. White Light emerged all of a sudden while Wu Mo was deep like an abyss. In comparison, it was indeed Wu Mo who was a little more suited for the position of young patriarch. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the elder below suddenly called out in a clear voice. White Light is the first to walk out of the heart-examining forest. The first round, White Light wins. Rong Kuan could not help turning stiff when he heard that. Just how long had it been and White Light already walked out of the heart-examining forest? They only said a couple of words from start to end. Adding it up, it was also merely several dozen breaths of time. Came out just like that? The heart-examining forest was not large. Calculating it, it was also the time to walk from end to end. Could it be that White Light did not delay at all inside? What kind of joke is this? This heart-examining forest, even if the elders go in, it's also not possible to come out so quickly. White Light actually walked out immediately. Could it be that some problem occurred with the array formation? The heart-examining forest is a high-grade Tier 9 array formation. If the young generation enters, the fastest takes half a day's time before they can come out as well. No way. If something happened to the array formation, then why didn't Rongning and Wu Mo, the two of them, come out yet? That brat called Yi Yuan is very bizarre. Why did White Light also become so bizarre now? White Light directly walking out of the heart-examining forest made all of the White Tiger clan's members burst into an uproar. This sort of incident of directly passing through the heart-examining forest had never happened before from ancient times to the present. Unless it was a terrifying existence like Yi Yuan whose heart realm reached Heaven-Man Unity Realm, otherwise even Divine King Realm elders would also be trapped for that little while. As for the junior generation, that went even more without saying. Head Elder, this matter is definitely fishy. White Light, he must have cheated. Otherwise, how is it possible to pass right through the heart-examining forest? Rong Yin said solemnly. While at this time, the suppression martial clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also could not sit still anymore as well. He likewise cupped his fists and said, Head Elder, this matter is too strange. We must get to the bottom of it. These two clans already came forward. Baiju naturally could not sit passively and resign himself to death either. He hurriedly said, In the past, there doesn't meant that there won't be in the future. White Light's strength can't be judged with common sense to begin with. If you can't bear a loss, then withdraw out of the struggle to become the young patriarch. Why is there a need to insult people with words? Truthfully speaking, Baiju was also incomparably shocked. But White Light was the Flowing Light clan's young patriarch. He naturally could not be afraid at this time, immediately throwing back the insinuations. Rongkuan was just about to open his mouth when White Light cupped his fists and said, "Head Elder, before the trial, White Light already handed over all of my storage rings. It's impossible to bring any treasures with me." If Head Elder is still not at ease, White Light is willing to accept an inspection. It's just, if White Light didn't cheat, what then? White Light was steady as a rock, looking at Rong-in without showing the least bit of weakness. He was a lofty White Tiger clan's young patriarch candidate. Being maligned for no reason like this, he obviously had to win back some ground. Being squeezed by White Light like this, Rong-in could not help finding it somewhat hard to get off the tiger's back. It was just that he would not believe that White Light could pass through the heart-examining forest within such a short time even if he was beaten to death. "Humph! If we find out that you didn't cheat, this old man will just resign from being patriarch," Rong-in said with a cold snort. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This joke went a little overboard. Rong-in actually used the position of patriarch to wager a bet. It was acting too much on impulse. Except, Rong-in was indeed stifled in the chest, making him bet his own position of patriarch. Originally, the Crimson Flame clan's situation was excellent. Rong-in was naturally in high spirits too. But ever since He Yuan entered the White Tiger clan, the Crimson Flame clan became plagued with problems for all matters. Putting aside the incident of a traitor emerging, it even lost Rong-Xian's young patriarch candidate rights. Right now, the Crimson Flame clan became the entire White Tiger clan's laughingstock. White Light cheating so obviously, if he could not even drag him down the horse, this patriarch, did not have much point as well anymore. Rongkuan's face fell and he said, "Messing around. How can the position of patriarch be used out of spite? White Light, not that this seat doesn't believe you, it's just that your matter is indeed too queer. You're also aware, ever since the heart-examining forest was established, nobody could pass through so quickly before. Even divine king elders cannot as well. Can you tell this seat just what is going on here?" White Light bowed and said, "This White Light don't know. Either way, after I entered the heart-examining forest, I didn't see anything and just directly walked out like that. If Head Elder really wants me to say, I really can't give an explanation. Therefore, if Head Elder feels uneasy, better do a check." White Light said it very innocently, but he did not lie. The heart-examining forest's illusionary realm did not have any effect on him at all. Hearing White Light's words, Rongkuan could not help being powerless and could only say, "Since that's the case, best do an inspection then. Otherwise, it's hard to convince the masses. White Light, are you willing?" White Light naturally did not have any unwillingness, because no matter what method they used, it was also impossible to investigate how he cheated. Just as the White Tiger clan was bustling about to examine White Light, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the Sun Moon heavenly pupil grumbled with a smug look, "Ha ha! These bunch of fools. Even if they take out a divine artifact, it's impossible to detect this great one's existence too. But you, boy, are really insidious to actually come up with this sort of way to cheat. Too despicable." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Looking at your appearance, aren't you quite enjoying it? Making you help previously, you even had 100 objections." Speaking of this, the smugness on the Sun Moon heavenly pupil's face instantly vanished without a trace. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You, boy, still have the face to say it. You're simply a malefic star. Do you know that dividing divine sense out might let this great one's primordial spirit collapse?" Yi Yuan said with an indifferent look, "Aren't you fine? Furthermore, as an exchange, I already imparted you the Inkflow spirit dividing art. That's a divine Tao mystic art." The Sun Moon heavenly pupil gave a cold snort but said no more. Originally, in order to help White Light pass through the heart-examining forest, Yi Yuan resorted to coercion and bribery to make the Sun Moon heavenly pupil cultivate the Inkflow spirit dividing art, then divide out a trace of divine sense into White Light's eyes. The Sun Moon heavenly pupil's terror did not just lie on its illusionary magic accomplishments. He could even see through all of truth and falsehood. The heart-examining forest, this level of illusionary realm, was simply child's play to him. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Therefore, white light actually really cheated. It was just that the method of cheating, nobody could perceive it. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was extremely hard to catch to begin with. Wanting to hide from the eyes of ears of everyone was truly too easy. Furthermore, he was not a magic treasure himself, and was completely not afraid that the White Tiger clan could detect him. Indeed, the White Tiger clan even brought out a transcendent-grade holy artifact, but did not find anything wrong on White Light's body. Seeing this scene, Rongyan's expression became increasingly ugly. Replying head elder, White Light didn't carry any magic treasure on him. Along with this verdict coming out, everyone burst into an uproar again. Under the circumstances where he did not rely on any magic treasures, White Light actually passed right through the heart-examining forest. This was simply too fantastical. Head elder, if everybody still feels that there's a problem, White Light is willing to walk through the heart-examining forest again. White Light clasped his hands and said. Before waiting for Rong Kuan to reply, White Light leaped and already entered the heart-examining forest. After several dozen breaths, White Light's figure rushed out of the heart-examining forest once more. This time, everyone all had nothing to say. Head elder, this. Could White Light be of the legendary heart of a pure child? Bai suddenly said one. Head elder's expression turned apprehensive. Looking towards White Light with eyes like he was staring at a monster, he slowly nodded his head and said, It appears that there is only this explanation. Truly didn't think that not only did White Light break through to sacred rank bloodline, he's actually even of the legendary heart of a pure child. Truly remarkable. Heart of a pure child was not a heart realm boundary, but more like a type of spirit physique. This sort of spirit physique was inherently immune to illusions. One could maintain their true nature inside illusionary realms. It was extremely powerful. It was just that people possessing a heart of a pure child were too few and far between. It was hard for one to appear even in 10,000 years. White Light actually ignored the heart-examining forest and directly walked out. Only the heart of a pure child could explain it. Right then, Wumo was the second one to walk out of the heart-examining forest. When he saw White Light, his entire body involuntarily trembled. Originally, these 3 rounds, what he had the greatest hope of winning was this heart-examining forest round. But who knew that he actually stumbled in the first round? When he heard that White Light might be of the legendary heart of a pure child, even the expression of someone as composed as him was rather ugly too. It was just that White Light already walked through the heart-examining forest twice. Who won and who lost did not need to be judged at all. As for Rong Ning, he was more deplorable. He was even later than Wumo by a full 2 hours. The second round tested bloodline power. It was measured with a transcendent-grade holy artifact Blood Soul Stone. Blood Soul Stone testing bloodlines was completely different from the pressure exhibited out. It was much more accurate. Furthermore, the Blood Soul Stone's test of bloodline was a comprehensive picture and not purely the strength of bloodline. Such as age, such as potential, such as strength. Because these things tended to be included inside the blood. The first one up was Rong Ning. He looked like he did not have much pressure, as if he was also aware himself that he was just a supporting character who did not have any hope at all. Rong Ning dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Very soon, intense undulations appeared on the Blood Soul Stone. Green-colored bloodline. Rong Ning is of the green-colored bloodline. This result is already very good. It's a pity that his opponents are Wumo and White Light. After the undulation, the Blood Soul Stone finally stopped on green color. Therefore, it was determined as a green-colored bloodline. This Blood Soul Stone's testing of the bloodline's strength was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, 7 colors. Red was the lowest, while violet was the highest. Rong Ning finally stopped on the green-colored bloodline. It was already considered very strong. After Rong Ning, Wumo followed suit as well, dripping blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. The Blood Soul Stone emitted an intense light. First was red color, followed by orange color, gradually becoming stronger. When the color rushed to green color and turned from green to blue, it actually became somewhat lacking in strength. Wumo's expression changed, his eyes staring unmovingly at the blood soul stone. The joints of his fingers made cracking sounds. Went past. Really went past. Blue-colored bloodline. Blue-colored bloodline is already extremely rarely seen. Even if Rong-Xian is here, it's also merely like this. For white light to want to beat Wumo in bloodline, it probably won't be easy anymore. The matter of white light possessing sacred rank bloodline had not spread yet, while blue-colored bloodline was already an extremely rare bloodline magnitude. Hence, everyone was not too optimistic about white light. However, when white light dripped blood essence on the blood soul stone, everyone was stunned. Red color, orange color, yellow color, it practically rushed past in an instant. It slowed down slightly when it was green color, but it still rushed past very quickly. Following that was blue color, indigo color. Indigo bloodline. The color is still darkening. White light's bloodline strength wouldn't really charge to violet color. Right? This is too freakish. Ever since Divine Tao dwindled with 0, there has yet to be anyone's bloodline who charged to violet color before. Just how strong is white light's bloodline magnitude? Quickly look, it really charged past. Violet. Violet-colored bloodline. Violet-colored bloodlines stirred up surging waves in the crowd all at once. The shocked ones were not just the White Tiger clan's members, there were also the other 3 clans that came to observe the ceremony. Violet-colored bloodline, this was the highest rank that the Blood Soul Stone was able to test. And in these 100,000 years, nobody had reached violet color before. The best bloodline strength was also merely blue-colored bloodline. But today, it actually gave birth to violet-colored bloodline. How could this not alarm them? When Rong Kuan saw this scene, he stroked his beard and smiled. White Light's performance today made his face feel greatly honored. Quickly look. White Light's bloodline test hasn't ended yet. The Blood Soul Stone's color is still darkening. It's already almost turning black. At this time, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Rong Kuan and several elders, including the other 3 clans' elders, all quickly stood up, being startled by the abnormal change on the Blood Soul Stone. Could it be? Could it be that White Light's bloodline is going to reach the legendary black-colored bloodline? How is this possible? Bai said in astonishment. Black-colored bloodline was the White Tiger clan's highest rank bloodline. The magnitude of its potential was simply unimaginable. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were extremely few people able to reach black-colored bloodline too. This sort of bloodline was virtually a myth. But today, this myth was going to become a reality in a moment. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly. This conclusion was within his expectations. The perfect white tiger physique was an existence capable of reaching the sacred ancestor's rank. Making the Blood Soul Stone turn black, this was also something within reason. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Blood Soul Stone's color finally turned black. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking towards white light with inconceivable gazes. Hugh, head elder, in my view, this 3rd round doesn't need to be competed anymore. White light's potential is simply not what the rest can contend with. Him being the young patriarch is fame following merit, Bai said. Rong Kuan also sucked in a deep breath. Looking at the various elders, he said, "Elders, are there any objections?" None. White light actually let the Blood Soul Stone reach the legendary black color. His future accomplishments are simply limitless. If he doesn't become the young patriarch, who will? No objections. All of the elders approved unanimously. White light, this young patriarch, was already a shoo-in. If even black-colored bloodline could not become the young patriarch, then the White Tiger clan would simply be a joke. Rong Kuan said, since that's the case, the 3rd round of testing doesn't need to be carried out as well. The White Tiger clan's new young patriarch is White Tiger clan. All guests, please rest for a day at my White Tiger clan. After this old man reports this matter to patriarch, we'll hold the young patriarch's crowning ceremony tomorrow morning. When White Light heard this news, he heaved a long sigh in relief too. He also paid far too much for today's sake. Of course, he also matured a lot of in between. Finally, he still became the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. But this was no longer White Light's goal. Ever since becoming aware of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and White Tiger clan's secret, His even greater goal was to consolidate the two clans and unite the White Tiger clan. White Light could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with gratitude. If not for Big Brother, his present situation would definitely be extremely arduous, let alone talk about becoming young patriarch. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Ao Jianba suddenly opened his mouth and said to Rong Kuan, "Brother Kuan, this Ao has a presumptuous request." Rong Kuan was rather surprised and said, "Brother Jianbao, just say it, no worries. As long as you don't bring away Yi Yuan, everything can be discussed." Rong Kuan knew that Ao Jianba suddenly speaking up was probably still for Yi Yuan. Ao Jianba said coolly, "I'm very curious just how strong this human brat's bloodline is. Since the Blood Soul Stone is off the peg, can you let him give it a try? This, Yi Yuan, Elder Ao wants to witness your bloodline power. What do you think?" Rong Kuan naturally would not make the decision for Yi Yuan and could only seek his opinion. This sort of request was clearly somewhat unreasonable to Yi Yuan. If it was in accordance with his character, he definitely would not agree. But ever since he knew that he was of the atavism dragon soul, Yi Yuan was also very curious about his bloodline power. "Fine then. Since you all are interested, no harm in testing it as well," Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were also preparing to leave, but seeing this situation that suddenly occurred, they also came to a standstill and planned to watch the show first before talking. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing so straightforwardly, Ao Jianba was very surprised too. He originally even wanted to use some coercive measures. Did not think that he actually did not need to use them. Yi Yuan slowly came before the Blood Soul Stone. This action aroused everyone's curiosity as well. A human martial artist is actually bearing the Dragon Clan's king rank bloodline. Truly inconceivable. By my estimation, Yi Yuan's bloodline power is probably at least green too. Maybe it can even reach blue. There's still hope for green, but blue should be impossible. After all, he's a human martial artist. Even if it's king rank bloodline, his potential is also not as strong as the dragon races. King rank bloodline appeared on a human martial artist. This was something that had never happened before. These demon race powerhouses were all very curious just how powerful Yi Yuan's bloodline power was. But they did not think that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was very strong. After all, for a human martial artist, being able to reach blue color was already very impressive. After all, the Blood Soul Stone leaned more towards the potential of the bloodline when testing bloodline strength. Under normal circumstances, the deeper the color on the Blood Soul Stone, the greater the martial artist's accomplishments in the future. Yi Yuan dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Everyone held their breaths, watching the Blood Soul Stone's reaction. In the end, 1 breath passed, 2 breaths passed. The Blood Soul Stone still had no reaction. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong with the Blood Soul Stone? Rong Kuan said rather surprisedly. Just a human race brat. The Blood Soul Stone probably don't acknowledge his bloodline power at all, right? Long Jinhao said with a cold laugh. Right at this time, the Blood Soul Stone suddenly lit up and emitted an extremely strong red light. This red light was very intense until it even made people feel somewhat uncomfortable to the eye. Furthermore, the time this red light persisted was very long and not like the others, passing very quickly. What's going on here? The Blood Soul Stone tests bloodline strength with the method of burning blood essence. The longer low-ranking bloodlines burn, the lower the bloodline strength. Seems like even though Yi Yuan reached king rank bloodline, his development space is very limited, Rong Kuan said. Ao Jianba said with a cold snort, indeed not out of my expectations. This boy is probably old Freakway's experimental product. Therefore, his potential is long exhausted. Following this trend, it's already the limit for him to be able to reach yellow-colored bloodline. It's just, I didn't expect that old Freakway is actually able to increase bloodline power to king rank bloodline already. But Rong Kuan shook his head when he heard that and said, Old Freakway can transplant bloodline, but he's unable to transplant cultivation method, right? Don't you forget, Yi Yuan's dragon wave is cultivated to spirit rank already. Ao Jianba could not help choking up when he heard that. He snorted coldly but did not say any more. While talking, the color of the Blood Soul Stone already became orange color. The time the orange color lasted was similarly very long. Following that was yellow-green. The blood soul stone's colors kept on becoming darker steadily and did not become feeble like everyone expected. After green, the blood soul stone became blue color without the slightest accident. With this, everyone was stunned. Blue-colored bloodline could already rival Wu Mo's bloodline. Who was Wu Mo? He was the White Tiger clan's young patriarch candidate. His bloodline strength ranked among the highest in the clan. If not counting white light, Wu Mo could virtually represent the strongest bloodline of the young generation. However, a human bloodline martial artist's bloodline strength could actually compete with the Four Symbols family clan's young patriarch candidate. What kind of concept was this? Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. If he underwent bloodline testing, he was at most blue color too. A human martial artist was actually more or less the same as him in terms of bloodline strength. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was still increasing. The color of the blood soul stone was still turning darker. Became indigo color. My god, it really became indigo color. Yi Yuan's bloodline strength is actually even more powerful than the Four Symbols family clan's successors. This is simply too bizarre. That blood soul stone wouldn't really have spoiled, right? Someone cried out in shock. It's definitely that the blood soul stone spoiled. Otherwise, how can a human bloodline martial artist's potential be even greater than the Four Symbols family clans? Looking at it like this, there's probably something wrong with that white light's bloodline strength too. Although human bloodline martial artists fused with demon race bloodlines, they were unable to unleash the true power of demon race bloodlines at all. No matter how powerful the blood essence they fused with, the strength that was truly unleashed was greatly discounted too. Therefore, when they tested bloodline, they generally would not even reach orange color. Yi Yuan's bloodline performance completely surpassed common sense. This left them no choice but to doubt. Furthermore, those present were all the Four Symbols family clan's divine beast bloodlines. They were unable to accept the fact that a human's bloodline was even stronger than theirs from the bottom of their hearts. Hence, when they saw Yi Yuan's bloodline break through to indigo color bloodline, cries of questioning joined together very quickly. However, the bloodline stone could not hear their questioning voices. Its color was still becoming darker, and broke through to violet color very quickly. Following the blood soul stone turning violet color, those questioning voices also gradually ceased. The originally noisy venue became very quiet. The blood soul stone's color was still becoming darker, gradually turning from violet to black. Everyone held their breaths. Within a day, 2 black-colored bloodline of the legends actually appeared. This was too bizarre. Ao Jianba was stunned too. Brother Kuan, your White Tiger clan's blood soul stone wouldn't really have a problem, right? Ao Jianba said. Rong Kuan's gaze was filled with shock. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, "Impossible! For the sake of the young patriarch trial today, our White Tiger clan prepared for a period of several years. How can we possibly make this sort of low-level blunder? But how can a human bloodline martial artist possibly make the blood soul stone turn black?" Ao Jianba said in astonishment. Just as Rong Kuan was hesitating, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The blood soul stone suddenly started vibrating fiercely, while its color also became increasingly blacker. In the end, it actually glowed from the blackness. The blood soul stone's trembling became more and more intense. Rong Kuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. He yelled out, "Quickly get out of the way. The blood soul stone is going to explode." Rong Kuan's voice had yet to fade, only to hear a boom. The blood soul stone directly exploded into clouds of dust. Yi Yuan moved the heavenly king bell aside and said helplessly, "This thing doesn't seem to be sturdy enough. It actually can't withstand my bloodline." The moment these words were uttered, everyone immediately fainted. Long Jinhao had a look of livid rage as he said, "Impossible. Either you're cheating, or the blood soul stone has problems. You, a human martial artist, how can the blood soul stone possibly be unable to withstand your bloodline?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "You're also thinking too highly of yourself. Do you think that me testing my bloodline is for you to see? Whether you believe it or not is your problem. What has it got to do with me? Or whether my bloodline is strong or not, what does it concern you? You, Long Jinhao could not help choking up and actually could not find words to refute. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to prove to Long Jinhao whether or not the Blood Soul Stone had problems. Him testing bloodline was just a moment of curiosity himself. Right now, this result, he was still fairly satisfied. Looks like the White Tiger Sacred Ancestor did not fabricate nonsense. This whatever atavism dragon soul seemed to really be very powerful. It was actually even more powerful than White Light's perfect white tiger physique. It was just that Yi Yuan did not mind, but Long Jinhao was unable to accept this fact. Long Jinhao was young and spirited in the end. A human bloodline martial artist's potential was actually 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times stronger than his. He really became jealous. Ao Jianba did not speak the entire time. But at this time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Brother Kuan, looks like this old man will have to go back on my words today. The bloodline that this boy is bearing might concern an earth-shaking secret of my Azure Dragon clan. This old man must bring him back to the clan." Rong Kuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "Like this old man won't look on with folded arms either. Brother Jianba, not that I'm not giving you face, but Yi Yuan and White Light are as close as brothers. White Light's talent, you've seen it too. If Yi Yuan is taken away by you, my White Tiger clan's young patriarch probably won't be willing to let things go." After witnessing Yi Yuan's bloodline strength, Rong Kuan knew that this matter could not be settled anymore. If Rong Kuan gave White Light a perfect score of 10 out of 10 before testing bloodline, then right now he would definitely give White Light 100 points. The attitude from before and after could not be mentioned in the same sentence at all. White Light was like so. Now, an even more monstrous Yi Yuan appeared. How could Ao Jianba possibly remain composed? If Yi Yuan's parentage was of the Dragon Clan, Ao Jianba would definitely beg on all fours to invite Yi Yuan back to the clan. But the problem was, Yi Yuan was a human. Such a heaven-defying bloodline appeared on a human. If they did not figure out the situation, the Azure Dragon Clan could not be the Azure Dragon Clan. Rong Kuan's intestines were already green with regret now. If he knew long ago, he would not let Yi Yuan test his bloodline even if he were to fall out with Ao Jianba. Ao Jianba's expression turned cold, but he said, "Brother Kuan, other matters, I must give you face. But the severity of this matter you're aware too. Unless you make this old man stay behind today, otherwise my Azure Dragon Clan might have to utterly break out into war with the White Tiger Clan. Does Brother Kuan really wish to see such an outcome?" Rong Kuan knew that Ao Jianba was not threatening him, but was stating a fact. If it were him and he knew that there was such a terrifying White Tiger bloodline wandering about in destitute outside, he would definitely bring him back at all costs too. Even though Rong Kuan had experienced many grand occasions before, he could not quite make a decision at this time too. He could only say to Yi Yuan with difficulty, Yuan, why not? You run first. However far you can escape counts. This old man really can't help you anymore. Making war with the Azure Dragon Clan, this outcome was not what the White Tiger Clan could bear. But Ao Jianba sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "A mere phaseless realm brat. If this old man let him escape, wouldn't I become the entire Divine Realm's laughingstock?" Rong Kuan gave him a glance but did not say anything. If he divulged Yi Yuan's trump card at this time, Yi Yuan would definitely hate the White Tiger Clan to death. In Rong Kuan's view, Yi Yuan's best way out right now was to catch Ao Jianba off guard and use merging into heaven and earth and escape. At that time, he would help Yi Yuan delay a bit. Presumably, the Azure Dragon Clan should not vent their anger on the White Tiger Clan because of this. Except, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of escaping but looked at Ao Jianba and said with a faint smile, "Old man Ao, somebody wants to have a word with you." A black-robed man suddenly appeared and opened his mouth to say, "Who is Ao Xinghan to you?" Ao Jianba's expression changed, and his voice immediately went deep as he said coldly, "Who are you? To actually know ancestor's name?" This black-robed person was naturally long-tongued. "Heh. I knew that you were Ao Xinghan, that worthless child's descendant. Yi Yuan's dragon race cultivation methods were all taught by me. Stop having designs on him. Go back and tell your patriarch Yi Yuan will be the Dragon Clan's next patriarch. Before long." I'll bring Yi Yuan and return to the Azure Dragon clan. Long Tongue's words immediately caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. The Azure Dragon clan's patriarch, the status was incomparably venerated, and also the entire divine realm's pinnaclemost existence. This black-robed man who appeared out of who knows where wanted Yi Yuan to be the patriarch the moment he opened his mouth. This was simply a joke. A human, even if his bloodline was any stronger, how could he be the Azure Dragon clan's patriarch? Not just them, even Yi Yuan himself was also stunned when he heard that. He had not thought of becoming some Dragon clan patriarch before. Longtongue's words were too sudden, catching him somewhat by surprise. Oh, Jianba's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What high-sounding sentiments your esteemed self has. Putting aside concealing the truth of the matter, you want to claim my Azure Dragon clan's patriarch with just a word. It's a little too arrogant, don't you think?" Longting said coolly. "Arrogant, is it? You're Ao Xinghan's descendant. Your forte should be the proud heavenly dragon art, right? Attack with your full strength and give it a shot. I want to take a look at how much of his ability you inherited." Ao Jianba's expression could not help changing when he heard that. The other party actually stated his strongest martial technique readily. Seems like this black-robed person knew about the Dragon Clan's matters like the palm of his hand. But Ao Jianba was also a top-notch expert in the demon region. How could he possibly be scared into retreat by a sentence from Longtung? "Humph! I want to see if you really have the capital to be cocky." Ao Jianba snorted coldly. A powerful dragon pressure abruptly erupted, only to see his palms come together. A terrifying undulation instantly emanated. Roar! A shocking dragon roar transmitted out. A surge of intangible and terrifying demonic essence instantly coalesced. At this time, the two people already flew very far away, but separated by such a great distance. The others felt their hearts palpitate endlessly too. This was the strength of a first-rate divine king. Too terrifying. Ao Jianba is indeed well-deserving of being a genius of the Azure Dragon clan. Several dozen years of not seeing. His strength became more and more unfathomable. That black-robed person doesn't have a very powerful undulation on him at all. Is he truly so confident in being able to defeat Ao Jianba? Rong Kuan said rather worriedly. Right then, Ao Jianba's divine king domain was released fully. He shouted coldly, proud heavenly dragon art showing disdain on all under the heavens. There was no flashy essence energy undulation. What there was just a destructive force powerful until it made people feel asphyxiated. Longtung just stood with his hands behind his back. Facing a first-rate divine king's attack, he just lightly extended a palm out. Poowork! In an instant, the divine king domain shattered. The proud heavenly dragon art directly turned into nothingness. It actually did not cause a hint of damage. Compared to Ao Xinghan, you're too weak. The Azure Dragon clan is indeed getting more abysmal with each generation. Longtung let out a long sigh. Ao Jianba's expression was incomparably ugly. His full power blow was actually broken by Longtung so effortlessly. Facing Longtung's mockery, he could only suffer it obediently. Who in the world is your excellency? Why do you grasp my dragon race's martial techniques so familiarly like the palm of your hands? Ao Jianba said in a solemn voice. Ao Jianba knew that he did not lose in strength, but lost in understanding of the dragon race's martial techniques. Longtung's understanding of the proud heavenly dragon art was God knows how many times more profound than him, this dragon clan's elder. How could he have a reason to not be defeated? Heh! Ao Xinghan's proud heavenly dragon art was taught by me. Who do you think I am? Longting said coolly. Ao Jianba's expression changed, and he said in surprise, You're my dragon clan senior? I wonder what senior's name is. 50,000 years had already passed since Longting's era until now. Many things had long been forgotten already. Who taught Ao Xinghan apart from Ao Qian, someone of that era nobody knew long ago? Who am I? You don't need to care. Remember, Yi Yuan will go to the Azure Dragon clan, but when he goes is up to him to decide and not you. Rest assured, Yi Yuan is more suitable to be the next patriarch than any one of your clansmen. Now scram as far as you can for me. Longting said in a solemn voice. Ao Jianba's expression was incomparably ugly. This black-robed man who suddenly appeared countered him too much. In front of this person, the strength he could unleash was less than 10%. How to fight? Although extremely unwilling, Ao Jianba still bowed and said, "Yes, senior." These words, Jianba will bring them to Patriarch. Witnessing Long Ting's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked and used fearful gazes to look at Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan could cultivate Dragon Wave to spirit rank. Turns out that he had a dragon race expert giving guidance behind him. But they all knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate Dragon Wave to spirit rank at this age, he was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Don't look at how Long Jinhao seemed young, he was actually several hundred years old already. He had spent several hundred years to cultivate Dragon Wave to heaven rank. But Yi Yuan's age was placed right here. Cultivating to spirit rank was simply too monstrous. Long Tongue came back. Yi Yuan was overjoyed as he said, "Senior, you've already fully recovered?" Long Ting said with a smile, "Hoo, isn't this still all thanks to you?" This period of time, Long Tongue had been in a state of closed seclusion the entire time. Leaving seclusion this time, he borrowed the power of the Skunda Divine Stone and finally recovered completely. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What's senior still being courteous with me for? It's just that, you said to make me be the Dragon Clan's patriarch. It isn't a joke, right?" Long Tongue said, "Of course it wasn't a joke. Seems like me meeting you was long foreordained by the heavens. Really didn't think that in this old man's remaining years, I was actually able to encounter a bloodline power like yours." Long Ting said it veilably. Yi Yuan knew that he was referring to the matter of his atavism dragon soul. "All the esteemed guests, the White Tiger clan has already prepared guest rooms for everybody. Everyone had best return and take a rest first." Rong Kuan saw that the scene was awkward and came out to smooth things over at the right moment. Ao Jianbo gave a cold snort and said, "Apologies, Brother Kuan. This matter is of utmost importance. This old man must hurry back to the clan. Tomorrow's coronation ceremony, I'm afraid I can't attend anymore. I'll take my leave here." Rong Kuan knew that Ao Jianbo could not sit still and did not ask him to stay either. He just clasped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, Brother Jianbo, take care." Ao Jianbo also returned a greeting and brought Long Jinhao and the rest, and was going to leave. The group of people was just about to leave when all of a sudden, an abnormal change occurred. Above the entire White Tiger clan's sky suddenly became a stretch of blood color, as if the entire stretch of the sky was being burned by flames. Rumble. The sky suddenly erupted with a massive burst of bloodlight, emitting a series of intense explosion sounds. The Ao Jianba, who had just flown not far away, suddenly suffered a blow and actually directly dropped down. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically and were completely unaware of what happened. Blood light shot up into the skies, as if it was a huge cover, enveloping the entire White Tiger clan's totem territory all at once. The blood light cover arrived very suddenly. Everyone was caught completely off guard. But the undulations coming off of that huge shroud made the first-rate divine kings, including Rong Kuan, all feel their hearts palpitate. Someone as powerful as Ao Jianba being struck by this bloodlight, his life and death was actually unknown too. Who is it to actually lay down such a terrifying grand array at our White Tiger clan? And we actually had not the slightest clue. Rong Kuan's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. This was the White Tiger clan's headquarters. Outsiders infiltrated here and laid down such a terrifying grand array without being noticed. This head elder, actually did not have a clue at all. This sort of situation, just thinking about it, made people feel terrified. Furthermore, they completely did not know who the other party was and what goals they had. This is the Universal Void Slaughter God Slaying Formation, a Divine Tao Array formation. Once this formation has a deity realm powerhouse presiding over it, exterminating deity realm powerhouses is no object. Although this array formation doesn't reach divine rank at the moment, dealing with divine king realm experts is plenty. Yi Yuan recognized the grand array and said in a grim voice. Yi Yuan's words made everyone suck in a mouthful of cold air. Divine Tao Array formation, this was a term that made people terrified at the sight of it. Right at this time, one silhouette after another faintly appeared above the grand array. Hoo-hoo! Everyone's present. The four symbols family clans gathered at the White Tiger clan. It really strikes a fresh note. Our hall master has heard so much about the four symbols family clan's fame and wants to invite the various elders over to have a chat. I wonder if everyone is submitting without putting up a fight or making us use this universal void slaughter god-slaying formation to cripple everybody before bringing you back. An expert dressed in light blue clothing slowly walked out, using a mocking tone to look down on the foul symbols family clan's powerhouses. The aura on this person was extremely powerful. He was actually a first-rate divine king too. Rong Kuan snorted coldly and said, "Who on earth is your esteemed self? Showing your tail but hiding your face? What capability does it count as?" Who I am, head elder Rong Kuan don't need to know. My hall master wants to do something big and needs all of the elders' cooperation. Just nice, everybody gathered together today. Saved us the trouble of going to invite one by one. That blue-clothed divine king said with a faint smile. Rong Kuan's expression was very grim as he said with a cold snort, "This old man just wants to know, how did your esteemed self sneak into the totem territory and lay down such a large formation?" The blue-clothed divine realm smiled and said, "No harm in telling head elder either. Either way, after today, the White Tiger clan is going to have its name taken off the list from the divine realm. Be careful." Rumble. Just as the blue-clothed divine king was talking, a terrifying explosion sound echoed out. Where the Crimson Flame clan was located was practically leveled to flat ground. Many Crimson Flame clan members were actually directly obliterated by this attack. Everyone was caught unawares by this change which came unexpectedly. Looking at the only clan member still standing in the Crimson Flame clan in disbelief. That was Rong Ning. 10,000 feet away, Rong Yin's expression was incomparably ugly. His body was long drenched in sweat already. "Why Yi Yuan, thank you for saving me," Rong Yin said dryly. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze staring fixedly at the blue-clothed divine king in the sky. Yi Yuan's action similarly aroused the blue-clothed divine king's attention. "It's actually heaven man unity. Didn't expect that I could actually still run into such a genius on this trip. Boy, this seat will give you a way out, join us, how about that?" The blue-clothed divine king said very interestedly. Yi Yuan did not answer the blue-clothed divine king and still had his eyes glued onto him. His entire body actually started trembling. While over here, all of the White Tiger clan members were all abnormally shocked and furious. "Rong Ning, what are you doing?" Rong Yin saw that Yi Yuan ignored him and glared at Rong Ning instead, questioning him. Rong Ning smiled faintly and said, "Doing what? Did you saw it all? Didn't head elder ask how they infiltrated into the totem territory? I'm telling you guys the answer." Although Rong Yin was the patriarch of a clan, his mind still had not wrapped itself around things until now. The unforeseen event which arrived unexpectedly caught everyone by surprise. "You? What do you mean?" Rong Yin felt like it was seemingly his first day getting to know Rong Ning. Although Rong Ning could not compare to Rong Xian, he was also groomed by him single-handedly. What other meaning can there be? He's telling you that he sold off the entire White Tiger clan. This guy is a traitor. Rong Ning, my White Tiger clan has treated you well. How can you do this sort of thing that betray your master and forefathers? Bai Ju said in a solemn voice. Rong Ning laughed and said, "Treated me well? Starting from birth, I've been living under Rong Xian's shadow all along. With him and Wu Mo around, it's forever impossible for me to become the White Tiger clan's patriarch. What right do they have to be a notch above others right from birth? Based on what this position of young patriarch only they can be? In the White Tiger clan, I Rong Ning will never come a day to hold my head up. You look at me now, I possess powerful strength. As long as I'm willing, I can even kill Rong Yin. All these, can the White Tiger clan give it to me?" Rong Nine laughed wildly wantonly, laughing until everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone was extremely shocked. All along, Rong Ning actually concealed his strength for the sake of today. The strength he erupted with just now absolutely reached the Divine King realm. With Rong Ning's cooperation, that was how these mysterious people were able to sneak into the White Tiger clan silently and rounding them up in one fell swoop. Rong Ning's state was as if he went mad, roaring with laughter as he said, "Now, some whatever white light appeared again. Wouldn't I, Rong Ning, have even less of a chance? Do you think that based on Rongzhe and Baisu, those two fools, they can get in contact with Ling Nine Hills? Originally, I was planning on waiting for White Light to have his qualifications revoked, then find an opportunity to expose those two fools. Didn't expect that an outsider brat actually ferreted it out first and utterly messed up my original plan. If not for Yi Yuan, my plan would be able to be carried out smoothly. I can also become young patriarch right and properly. Wanna blame, you all just blame him. Rongning's words made the White Tiger clan's members all shiver without being cold. They did not think that this Rongning's scheming was actually so deep. Borrowing Rongzhe and Baisu's hands to eliminate White Light first, then blowing up this matter and finishing off Rong Xian. One could imagine that he definitely still had other ways to deal with Wu Mo at the back. This guy actually set up such a shocking chess game in the White Tiger clan, while he hid behind the scene and manipulated everyone. If not for Yi Yuan's sudden appearance, he would probably have already become the young patriarch as a matter of course. Then led the White Tiger clan towards the abyss, right? A minor character whose name was unknown actually planned to finish off all of the successors in front, then become young patriarch himself. The depths of this guy's scheming. Just thinking about it made people feel afraid. If not for him saying it out himself, they would likely be kept in the dark all the way. He sold everyone, and they were still helping Rong Ning count the money. Boy, have you thought clearly? This seat's patience has a limit. The blue-clothed Divine King was not interested in the White Tiger clan's matters. Yi Yuan was clearly able to arouse his interest more. Big brother Yuan, what's wrong? Could it be that? You know these people. Lear already arrived beside him at who knows when, lightly holding his hand, and asked. Lear was very sensitive towards Yi Yuan's emotions. She had never seen Yi Yuan with this expression before. This was absolutely not because he was afraid. Then the greatest possibility was that he knew these people. Feeling the temperature of Leah's palm, Yi Yuan felt his ice-cold heart gradually melt away. He drew a deep breath and said to Lier with a light smile, I'm fine. Today's matter probably can't be settled already. In a while, you hide inside the vast heaven pagoda. Without my permission, you absolutely mustn't come out. Although Yi Yuan said it lightly, Lier still sensed the heaviness and concern. These bunch of people was probably not that simple. Although Lier's strength was decent, facing all Divine King powerhouses of the same suit, she was still too weak. Staying outside would only add more to the disarray. Hence, she nodded her head obediently and said, Lier will listen to Big Brother Yuan. Done instructing Lier, Yi Yuan's gaze recovered its composure once more. He leaped up into the skies and faced the blue-clothed Divine King from a distance. Ji Bingyun, when did you become so furtive too? Want to solicit me? You don't have this qualification yet. Yi Yuan looked at the blue-clothed Divine King and said coolly. The blue-clothed Divine King originally had a composed look, but Yi Yuan's one sentence finally made his expression change. Boy, you actually know the seat? Ji Bingyun said solemnly. In the past, the Medicine King Hall looked down arrogantly upon the world and roamed the 9 heavens and 10 lands unhindered. There was never any shady business when doing things. Didn't think that 20 years passed, you all actually became a bunch of cowardly rats. Ji Bingyun, you've already become an out-and-out lackey. Yi Yuan said very meaningfully. These group of people originated from none other than precisely the Divine Realm's super holy land, the Medicine King Hall. Although these people put on disguises, Yi Yuan was too familiar with them. Especially Ji Bingyun, he was one of Ji Zhengyang's 9 great foster sons. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he turned to ashes, Yi Yuan would recognize him too. From the moment he laid eyes on Ji Bingyun, he recognized him. It had been 20 years. This was Yi Yuan's first time getting so close to the Medicine King Hall's people. How could he not be agitated? These 20 years, Yi Yuan had fantasized about the scene of meeting the Medicine King Hall's people before countless times. But he completely did not think that they would actually meet in such a way. Ji Bingyun's face fell, and he said, Who the hell are you? Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look. Who I am, you don't need to care. Where's Ji Kanglin? Such a huge lineup today. There's no way he didn't come, right? The moment these words were said, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped his entire person inside. At this instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had his throat clutched by someone. He could not even breathe. This aura was too powerful, making people unable to give rise to a shred of desire to resist at all. A black silhouette slowly appeared in the air. He was clearly standing there, but it was like he did not exist at all. Seeing this figure, Yi Yuan's entire body involuntarily shuddered. His gaze could no longer move away. Little junior brother, long time no see. That black figure seemed like an old friend, greeting Yi Yuan. Little junior brother. Ji Bingyun was muddled up by this form of address and looked towards Yi Yuan in disbelief. To be able to be addressed by Ji Kanglin like this, there was only one person. This person was Ji Qingyun. Ji Bingyun sized Yi Yuan up for a long time and completely could not find any trace of Ji Qingyun on him. Hang on. That monstrous hatred in Yi Yuan's eyes right now was already sufficient to explain everything. No wonder even with his disguise, Yi Yuan recognized him at a glance. Ji, Song, Lan. These 3 words, Yi Yuan practically squeezed it out from the gaps between his teeth. Yu Mingli's entire body trembled. She finally knew why Yi Yuan would lose composure like so. This person before her eyes was actually Yi Yuan's former elder senior brother. The Medicine King Hall's present master, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's blood feud originated from precisely this man. All of his hardships in this life was all in order to beat down this man in front of them. However, the present Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. How could the phaseless realm Yi Yuan possibly be this person's match? Yu Mingli's anxiety was at its height inwardly. She had never felt that she was so useless before and also never felt so helpless before. A friendly face, a faint smile hanging on the face. He looked just like the boy next door. Nobody would have thought that this man would do something like murdering his master and killing his younger brother. But he did it. This matter had once caused quite a stir in the divine realm for some time. Yeah. Really didn't think after a time interval of 20 years. Our little junior brother actually came back. It's a pity that you're still so weak. A smile still hung on Ji Kanglin's face. But his disdain towards Yi Yuan was exhibited in its entirety. Ji Kanglin's smile deeply wounded Yu Mengli and White Light. They wished that they could rush up and dice Ji Kanglin up into pieces. But Ji Kanglin's might, even if they had not made a move yet, they knew that they were absolutely not a match. Ji Kanglin was able to become the master of a super holy land. His strength was unfathomable. Rather, it was Yi Yuan. He actually suddenly calmed down under Ji Kanglin's contempt. 20 years later, Ji Kanglin's strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath. The current Ji Kanglin gave Yi Yuan a feeling of deep as the seas. Looks like him reaching void mystic realm was not a groundless rumor. The so-called void mystic realm referred to the 10 great divine kings level of boundary in particular. Divine king realm scope was ordinary divine king, first-rate divine king, as well as peak divine king. This differentiation in realm was done according to the supreme true intent level that a martial artist grasped. 100,000 years had passed since divine Tao dwindled to 0. People were unable to break through to the deity realm from start to end. As the saying went, poverty gave rise to the desire for change. Martial artists placed even more energy onto comprehending heavenly Tao. A myriad great Taoists, even deity realm powerhouses, did not dare say that they grasped the laws of great Tao too. Divine kings were unable to break through to deity realm, but it did not hinder them from comprehending heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao they comprehended reached a certain degree, it would go from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation and reach a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm. People called it void mystic realm. The realm of void mystic was still the divine king realm, yet also surpassed the divine king realm. This realm was very mysterious. It was hard to sum it up in a word. But void mystic realm powerhouses were sufficient to easily kill peak divine king powerhouses. This was the reason why powerhouses at the 10 great divine kings level were so scary in the divine realm. Back then, when the Medicine King Hall had a drastic upheaval, Ji Kanglin was already a peak divine king. Now, going a step further and stepping into the realm of void mystic was also not something so hard to understand. Yi Yuan knew that Ji Kanglin's talent in martial arts was indeed incomparably shocking. Yes, I came back. I've already waited 20 years for this day, Yi Yuan said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's transformation, Ji Kanglin was slightly surprised. In his impression, Yi Yuan's temperament was never so steady. But facing such a huge debt of blood, Yi Yuan actually controlled his fury in an instant. But it was also just a little bit surprised, that was all. Ji Kanglin had absolute confidence in his strength. A phaseless realm, little junior brother. How large a wave could he stir up? Hoo-hoo. 20 years of not meeting. Little junior brother's transformation is really huge. But we know each other too well. Isn't that so? Even if you changed a body, I recognized you in an instant too. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile as if he was engaging in small talk. But the two people's conversation caused massive waves to surge below. Ji Kanglin's little junior brother? Isn't that peak alchemy emperor Ji Qingyun? He actually didn't die. That is the Qingyun Zi who was the last hope to achieve alchemy god? He actually seized possession to revive, and returned to the divine realm. This Yi Yuan's strength is rather terrifying. Even Long Jinhao isn't a match. If you give him time, he might really be a strong adversary for Ji Kanglin. It's a shame that Qingyun Zi's fame was too resounding in the divine realm. Even in the demon region, it was virtually known to all as well. The Medicine King Hall's accident was not some secret. The divine realm's powerhouses were all aware. It was just that they never would have thought that the Qingyun Zi in the past actually became Yi Yuan, and staged a comeback. You showing up here today even you didn't recognize me, a battle between us is unavoidable too. Yi Yuan also said coolly. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was desperately upholding his face. But to Yi Yuan, in front of Ji Kanglin, he had no reason whatsoever to shrink back. Ji Kanglin chortled with laughter and said, little junior brother's temper, I'm naturally aware. However, the present you don't have the qualifications to exchange blows with me. Since you appeared here, that old man should have imparted the medicine god's soul canon to you, right? Back then I expended such a tremendous effort, it was for the medicine god's soul canon. Didn't think that that old fellow would rather die than be willing to give it to me. Never thought that 20 years past, heaven actually delivered you in front of me a second time. You really never know what would happen. How about it, little junior brother, not returning to the Medicine King Hall for 20 years? I think you miss it very much as well, right? Take a trip back with me. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin with a smile that was not a smile and said, the Medicine King Hall, I naturally have to go back. But before this, I have to clean up the household first. Ji Kanglin shook his head and said with a sigh, looks like little junior brother is refusing a toast, only to drink to a forfeit? Forget it, Bingyun, since little junior brother came back, invite him back home. Ji Bingyun's expression changed, and he actually hesitated for a moment and did not make a move. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, Bingyun, could it be that you wish to talk about the old days with little junior brother too? Ji Bingyun shuddered and hurriedly said, yes, eldest senior brother. Done talking, Ji Bingyun expanded his divine sense, instantly locking Yi Yuan down and tapped towards Yi Yuan with a finger. The present Ji Bingyun was a peak divine king. Unleashing an attack, the momentum was extremely shocking. While Yi Yuan was merely a 5th-level phaseless realm, that was all. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura billowed to the skies from inside the White Tiger territory and slammed right towards Ji Bingyun. Rumble. A streak of blood light flashed past and collided together with this attack. But this attack was too fierce and blasted Ji Bingyun flying. Regarding this attack, Ji Kanglin was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he turned his gaze towards inside the White Tiger territory. Patriarch Rong Xiao, finally willing to come out. Ji Kanglin said calmly. There was a ripple in the space. An elderly person dressed in white clothing appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this white-clothed old man, the White Tiger clan members were all excited. Patriarch Rong Xiao. This person was precisely the White Tiger clan's current patriarch, Rong Xiao. A sudden major calamity, but neither joy nor sorrow could be seen on Rong Xiao's face. He just looked at Ji Kanglin and said coolly, my White Tiger clan doesn't encroach upon the Medicine King Hall's affairs. What is your esteemed self's action today for? Ji Kanglin said with a smile. A man's wealth is his own ruin by incurring others' greed. This Ji naturally doesn't wish to become enemies with a powerhouse such as Patriarch Rong Xiao too. Too bad that this Ji has to do an important thing and can only invite everyone back for a visit. Is Patriarch Rong Xiao leaving on your own? Or do you want to make this G take action? Rong Xiao said coolly, Universal Void Slaughter God's slaying formation. Your esteemed self really played such a big hand. But for my White Tiger clan to be able to stand erect in the divine realm for as long as hundreds of millions of years, how can we be so easy to need? Following Rong Xiao's voice fading, inside the White Tiger territory suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. 7 light pillars towered to the sky, emitting a shocking power. On the summit of the light pillars, 7 dots condensed and formed one after another, forming a massive formation diagram. Roar! Above the formation diagram, a white tiger phantom gradually appeared. One roar actually made the universal void slaughter god slaying formation quake unceasingly. 2 mighty divine rank array formations colliding, a situation where they stood up to each other as equals actually appeared. The clan members below all had looks of excitement. The White Tiger clan's foundation was not what some minor faction could compare to. But seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was not alarmed at all. He said with a faint smile, White Tiger 7 Constellation Spirit Guarding Grand Array. Hoo-hoo, this Ji has admired this formation for a long time. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Even the Universal Void Slaughter God slaying formation can't do anything to it as well. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed and he cried out, Quickly withdraw the array formation. He's baiting you all to activate the White Tiger 7 Constellation Spirit Guarding Grand Array. His true objective is the spirit of the White Tiger. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to face when the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. An enormous black hole actually appeared. The massive vortex churned until heaven and earth changed colors because of it. With this, a change in countenance finally appeared on Rong Xiao's face. Divine Artifact Heaven Imprisoning Spirit Locking Flask. Ji Kanglin. You're despicable. Rong Xiao's expression changed drastically, looking at the unforeseen change that suddenly occurred in disbelief, only to see that above the sky, an enormous flask-shaped divine artifact poked out from that black hole. Chi! That enormous flask suddenly emitted a streak of green-colored light beam. It actually directly covered the White Tiger spirit that was currently roaring incessantly. This White Tiger spirit was different from the sacred ancestor spirit Yu Yuan encountered before. The sacred ancestor spirit was summoned by the Tomb Guardian with a special bloodline power. It was something the sacred ancestor flowed in the blood of the White Tiger clan. Therefore, it had intelligence. While this White Tiger spirit before their eyes was the White Tiger clan's totem spirit beast, guarding the White Tiger clan, it was where the faith of the White Tiger clan lied. Of course, in this present era, the power of the White Tiger spirit was already less than 1/10,000th of its prime. Once the spirit of the White Tiger was captured away, it was equivalent to severing the foundation and where the destiny of the White Tiger clan lied. Putting aside the White Tiger clan's members' strength becoming greatly diminished, even if Ji Kanglin did not deal with the White Tiger clan, they would decline sooner or later too, even go extinct. Ji Kanglin laying down this universal void slaughter god, slaying formation was completely in order to force out the White Tiger 7 Constellation Spirit Guarding Grand Array. Then capture this White Tiger spirit with that heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. The motive was truly sinister to the extreme. That White Tiger spirit was enshrouded by the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask's light beam and gave off shocking roaring sounds. Although it did not have intelligence, it instinctively wanted to resist that divine artifact's capture. Except that heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask was clearly not an ordinary divine artifact. No matter how the White Tiger spirit struggled, it could not break free of its shackles either. Under everyone's gaze, the body of the White Tiger spirit actually slowly rose into the air and flew towards the flask opening. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially the White Tiger clan's members. Each and every one of them was anxious until they were almost vomiting blood. A Divine King Realm Elder finally could not endure it and shot to the sky, flying over towards that heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask. Want to capture my White Tiger totem spirit? Absolutely no way. That elder roared and reached the sky in a blink of an eye. When Rong Xiao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. But it was already too late to want to stop it. Wu Ning, quickly come back, Rong Xiao said sternly. Ji Kanglin's party did not have the intention of going to stop at all. They just looked at this scene calmly. Wu Ning did not have the intention of giving up at all. He used the most powerful attack in his lifetime and slammed it towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask. Right then, a ghostly light emitted from within the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask, directly extinguishing Wu Ning's attack. Its remaining momentum did not reduce and shone on Wu Ning. Wu Ning did not even get to give a tragic cry and disintegrated into ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was endlessly shocked inwardly. This Wu Ning was a first-rate divine king powerhouse. Under the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow. This level of battle was already not what the average person could take part in. Rong Xiao gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. He looked at Ji Kanglin and said coldly, "Looks like your esteemed self has schemed for a long time to eradicate my White Tiger clan. Today we'll not rest until we're dead. Rong Kuan, gather all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses. Fight to win or die." Rong Kuan's expression changed, and he said, "Yes, Patriarch." Receiving the order, Rong Kuan immediately summoned all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses and charged over towards the sky. The White Tiger clan and Medicine King Hall, these two super factions, actually fell into a great war so abruptly. As for the Vermilion Bird clan and the Black Tortoise clan's powerhouses, they naturally joined the fight too. If the lips are gone, the teeth would be cold. Once the White Tiger clan fell today, not one of them would be able to escape. Ji Kanglin still had that smile which exasperated people to death without paying for it. He said calmly, "Patriarch Rong Xiao, don't you forget, the White Tiger spirit's influence is continuously weakening, while the universal void slaughter god slaying formation's power is continuously strengthening. As long as the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask fully absorbs the White Tiger spirit, your White Tiger clan's doomsday will also be arriving." Rong Xiao's expression was incomparably ugly as he said with a cold snort, "As long as kill you before this, it will do." Ji Kanglin smiled but did not speak, as if he paid no attention to Rong Xiao's strength at all. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure moved and also arrived not far from Rong Xiao. Ji Kanglin could not help being stunned when he saw the situation and said with a faint smile, "Why? Little junior brother wants to join in the fun too? But with your strength, even if you lend Patriarch Rong Xiao a hand, it's also adding more to the disarray, right?" When Rong Xiao saw the situation, he also said, "Young friend Yi Yuan, I know that between the two of you is a deep enmity like the sea. But you by the side really can't help this old man. A phaseless realm brat joining in the battle of void mystic realm powerhouses, this was simply a joke. Is that so?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly. A terrifying soul force suddenly erupted. Crack! Crack! Lightning suddenly flashed in the sky and thunder rumbled, bringing along a terrifying undulation. 9 Heaven Soul Tribulation. How is this possible? He's only 5th level phaseless realm. How can he possibly transcend a 9 Heaven Soul Tribulation? Rong Xiao's expression changed as he said, 9 Heaven Soul Tribulation was the soul tribulation that Alchemy Venerables needed to transcend when breaking through to Alchemy Emperor. Its power was very horrifying. But the power of Yi Yuan's 9 Heaven Soul Tribulation was even greater than the average person's. It was just that this 9 Heaven Soul Tribulation, one had to be at least peak Alchemy Venerable before they were able to trigger it. But Yi Yuan was actually not subjected to limitations and directly broke through the shackle. This sort of situation completely shattered people's understanding. Ji Kanglin's eyes lit up, and he said with a slight smile, "Excellent capabilities, little junior brother. To actually be able to transcend the soul tribulation without being restricted by cultivation realm. Looks like it should be due to the medicine god's soul cannon, right?" A silent bolt of soul tribulation landed. He did not have any intention of defending and allowed that bolt of purple lightning to fall on him. Then, tranquility returned. "Make a guess. Don't you wish to acquire the medicine god's soul cannon very much? Kill me and you can obtain it," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. "Little junior brother, you wouldn't really think that I can't bear to kill you, right?" Ji Kanglin smiled slightly, a sword already slashed out. Humph! Rong Xiao was long prepared and flicked his sleeves grandly. Two mighty void mystic powerhouses seemed to attack casually, but that energy undulation overshadowed everyone. Rumble. Places that the two waves of energy intersected instantly turned to nothing. Quite a few Divine King powerhouse currently engaging in battle were immediately sent flying to one side under the impact of the surge of energy. Yi Yuan was the first to bear the brunt. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. But Rong Xiao already helped him to resist most of the force. The injury that this small blow caused to him could be completely overlooked. Wiping away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, Yi Yuan cracked a smile. The dragon pressure on his body likewise abruptly erupted. He stimulated the potential of the primeval dragon bone desperately. The power of his fleshy body galloped wildly towards Tier 9. At the same time, Long Tongue's figure appeared once more and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. He held the vast heaven pagoda in his hand, just like the pose of a guardian spirit. Seeing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan already could not care about holding strength back anymore. Even if this sort of breakthrough had some sequela, he would not flinch back either. So that's how it is. Looks like these 20 years' time, little junior brother's lucky chances were not few. However, even if your soul force and fleshy body both break through to Tier 9, to me, it's still too weak, Ji Kanglin said. While talking, Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle. An extremely dangerous feeling surged in his heart. Careful, Rong Xiao shouted. Yet it was already too late. Pucci. A sword quietly passed through his chest. Ji Kanglin actually already arrived by his side at who knows when. Even Rong Xiao was actually not in time to stop it either. Ji Kanglin's sword was like a stick of sugar-coated haws, lifting Yi Yuan up. At this moment, Ji Kanglin's face was practically pressed against Yi Yuan's face as he said with a faint smile, "Little junior brother, your talent still lies on the alchemy path. This martial path is not for you." Yi Yuan hung on the sword with his entire body powerless. But currently a strange smile appeared on his face. Ji Kanglin's brows furrowed, but he lightly spat. Extending his hand, he lightly patted on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's entire person turned into a pile of minced meat. Looks like I really underestimated my little junior brother to have actually obtained even the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, this kind of thing. However, the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil is too much of a waste on you. Ji Kanglin put away the sword and stood there. His finger on his left hand gently tapped out. The illusionary realm collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. How was there any sign of getting injured? Crazy. Your puny cultivation realm, even if you broke through to Tier 9, how can you possibly be his match? You're courting death here. Making him succumb to it just now was only because he wasn't on guard. Once he takes precaution in my current state, I can't do anything to him at all. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil howled. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "You shut your mouth for me. At this point, you still dare to be full of petty considerations with me? I'm telling you, if I die, you can't survive either. Want to live? Bring out all of your strength." The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil only has this bit of strength. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression turned stiff, but also sensed Yi Yuan's resolve to fight to the death. It was totally impossible to have the slightest leeway to smooth things over. Hey, are the current Divine Kings also strong? This guy's understanding of heavenly Tao is too terrifying. His strength is simply not what Divine Kings can rival. Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil suddenly said. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil was trapped by the vast sun-bright moon realm for over 100,000 years. Although he could sense the arrival of an age of declining laws, he did not know the outside world's martial artist's transformation in strength. Earlier, he clashed with Ji Kanglin, but was frightened by Ji Kanglin's strength. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "This is the realm of void mystic which already surpasses the boundary of Divine King. Even though it doesn't reach the deity realm's level, it's more than a level stronger than Divine King." The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression was incomparably solemn. He had just displayed the secret illusion heavenly realm and actually could not even accomplish trapping Ji Kanglin for an instant. The strength of this void mystic realm was seriously too powerful. Two kinds of heavenly tribulation adding to each other's radiance and beauty. Beside Yi Yuan already became a lightning sea. Check again. All of a sudden, the purple-colored tribulation clouds vanished into thin air. Yi Yuan actually already finished transcending the tribulation. A majestic soul force spread out. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Looking at Ji Kanglin, he said coolly, "Begin then, myriad soul extinction." In an instant, the entire world fell into darkness. Yi Yuan activated his strongest divine soul mystic art. Without the slightest hesitation, myriad soul extinction. Back then, when he displayed this move against Xianxia, he was just divine traversing realm strength. But the true power of this move needed Alchemy Emperor Soul Force before it could be unleashed. Yi Yuan's Soul Force already went through the soul-suppressing pearls strengthening twice. Currently, although he had just entered Alchemy Emperor realm in terms of strength, he was already not weaker than middle-stage Alchemy Emperor. What a powerful soul force! He has just stepped into Alchemy Emperor realm. How can his soul force possibly be so powerful? What kind of divine soul mystic art is this? So terrifying. I feel that my divine soul is quivering. Peak Alchemy Emperor Qing Yunzi, as a pinnacle-most alchemist. His divine soul mystic art is sufficient to one-shot numerous divine kings. Below, when quite a few White Tiger clan members saw this scene, they were all incomparably astonished. In the sky, Yi Yuan's soul force undulations, even when separated by such a great distance, they could also distinctly feel it. When Rongxiao saw the scene, he could not help being secretly alarmed at the might of Yi Yuan's soul force. Although Yi Yuan could not compare to Ji Kanglin in essence energy cultivation realm, with his current soul force coupled with such a powerful divine soul mystic art, it was enough to cause injury to Ji Kanglin. Rongxiao was also someone very old and experienced and naturally knew that logic of an opportunity could not be missed. Absolute flame firmament. Rongxiao pointed a finger out. A pale white flame instantly enveloped Ji Kanglin inside. A divine soul attack. An absolutely formidable martial technique. Although it was Yi Yuan and Rongxiao's first time cooperating, the interaction complemented each other. The two people's timing was grasped perfectly. Both were mighty peerless experts. Regarding the grasping of timing, it was very on point. Inside that pale white flame, there was already not a tiny bit of undulation emitting out. In the sky, waves of terrifying divine soul undulation transmitted over. The temperature of the pale white flame virtually ignited the totem territory. Take the chance now. Quickly go and rescue the White Tiger spirit, Rongxiao roared. The spirit of the White Tiger was still struggling desperately. But the distance from the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask was becoming closer and closer. This bit of attack is useless to him. Just as Rongxiao slightly heaved a sigh in relief, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth to say. Rongxiao's expression changed. That pale white flame suddenly burst open, splattering with countless sparks. Areas where the sparks splashed actually immediately burned several divine king powerhouses to death. Two unparalleled sword lights pierced right through the pale white flame and shot towards Yi Yuan and Rongxiao duo. The seemingly ordinary sword light contained tremendous power. Scattering apart the pale white flame, Ji Kanglin's figure emerged once more. The expressions of the group of divine kings all changed and said, "How is that possible? Patriarch Rongxiao's absolute flame firmament is a divine rank martial technique of the White Tiger clan. His power is unimaginable. He actually isn't injured at all. This Ji Kanglin is merely a newly ascended void mystic powerhouse. How can his strength possibly be so strong? Hang on, he's not completely fine." Yi Yuan's divine soul attack previously was not scattered and seemed to have affected him. Similarly, being a void mystic powerhouse, Ji Kanglin's swordlight could not pose much of a threat to Rongxiao. But to Yi Yuan, this casual slash was deadly, especially when Yi Yuan's current tribulation of the fleshy body had not finished transcending completely yet. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he actually grabbed a bolt of lightning barehandedly and directly hurled it at that sword light. Rumble. Being obstructed by this lightning, the sword light's power instantly diminished considerably. But Yi Yuan did not stop and threw several bolts of heavenly tribulation over again. Finally, he utterly extinguished this ray of sword light. While at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body tribulation was also finally transcended. The power of a Tier 9 fleshy body let Yi Yuan possess explosive strength. This comfortable feeling made Yi Yuan practically want to tilt his head up to the sky and roar. Myriad soul extinction. Heh. What a terrifying divine soul mystic art. Back then, if not for using tricks, you and Ji Xingyang just by relying on divine soul mystic arts are not what I could contend with. Even if the myriad soul extinction was pestering Ji Kanglin like a bone-festering maggot, he was still talking in a jovial manner currently. Just broke through to Tier 9 and little junior brother's soul force is actually formidable to such a degree. Truly mind-boggling. But if you only have this bit of means, it will likely still be hard for you to escape a calamity today. You all have already made a move before. This time it's my turn. You guys have to be careful, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Up until now, Ji Kanglin had not attacked properly yet. But it was precisely because so that Ji Kanglin gave people an even more mysterious and hard-to-fathom feeling. Just how powerful he was going to be revealed right away. Even the expression of someone as strong as Rong Xiao was also extremely serious at this time. Ji Kanglin wielded a long sword in his hand and leisurely strolled over. At this moment, it was as if there was only him alone left in this world. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression involuntarily turned gloomy as he said icily, "You actually comprehended the 8th extreme. No wonder you could break through to the realm of void mystic," Ji Xingyang said with a smile. "Yeah, this 8 extreme sword art was even imparted to me by Ji Xingyang. This 8-direction extreme distance is truly shrouded in mystery. Now, I'll let little junior brother witness it." The 8 extreme sword art was not a divine rank martial technique, but a martial technique that Ji Xingyang tailor-made for Ji Kanglin. This martial technique, when cultivated to the extreme, would not be any worse off compared to the 10 great divine kings. Ji Kanglin had already comprehended the 7th extreme for 100 years, but was always unable to comprehend the 8th extreme. Did not expect that after he murdered his master, he actually thoroughly comprehended the 8th extreme. Truly, heaven was blind. 8th extreme, 8-direction extreme distance, contained an extremely profound and abstruse concept. Each step that Ji Kanglin took, Yi Yuan's pressure would increase by a portion. That terrifying aura locked onto Yi Yuan from a distance. Under such a powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan was unable to merge into heaven and earth at all. What he could do was to have a frontal clash with Ji Kanglin. However, this was also precisely what he hoped for. Rumble. A terrifying dragon pressure emitted from Yi Yuan's body. Breaking through to Tier 9 fleshy body, Yi Yuan's strength increased more than 100 times compared to before. Currently, Yi Yuan's body was gradually being covered by green dragon scales, and directly transformed into a half-dragon physique. With a flip of a hand, terrifying undulations transmitted from Yi Yuan's dragon claws. When Rong Xiao saw the scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. This is late-stage spirit rank dragon wave. A human actually cultivated dragon wave to such a terrifying level. How on earth did he accomplish it? The Four Symbols family clans people all understood that the cultivation of dragon wave was extremely difficult. Those able to cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank within 1,000 years were all people with extraordinary talent. But after cultivating to spirit rank, advancing another step forward was even more doubly difficult, and required the accumulation of several thousand years. But how old was Yi Yuan only? Even counting his past lifetime, Yi Yuan was also merely just several hundred years old. Yi Yuan was able to cultivate dragon wave to late-stage spirit rank. Genius was not enough to describe him. One had to know that the junior being hailed as a genius in the dragon clan only just cultivated dragon wave to initial stage spirit rank. Initial stage spirit rank and late stage spirit rank, this disparity was not just a little. Only with this, did those people below know that Yi Yuan dealing with Long Jinhao previously was simply just playing around. But Ji Kanglin was not the slightest bit moved. He already entered a mysterious state, accumulating power and awaiting release. No matter how the outside world changed, it had nothing to do with him as well. The tip of his sword suddenly lifted. A terrifying domain power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan and Rong Xiao up inside. This scene seemed to ring a bell. Back then, when the spirit bristle divine king massacred 100 divine kings, what he used was this sort of terrifying domain power. Inside the domain, Ji Kanglin was a god. Countless sword chi swam around within this domain, as if they were currently preparing a terrifying attack. Rong Xiao also revealed a visibly moved expression at this time. Ji Kanglin, this newly ascended void mystic realm, his strength was actually powerful to such an extent. Rong Xiao also opened up his domain. Except his domain was clearly a little weaker compared to Ji Kanglin's domain. Under such a situation, Rong Xiao could only preserve himself too. Over at Yu Yuan's side, he was completely powerless to care. Late-stage spirit rank dragon wave, pretty decent. Really didn't think that little junior brother actually became powerful to such a degree in this life. However, it ends here. 8 extreme sword domain kill. Ji Kanglin was still totally unconcerned as he said, following the kill word leaving his mouth. Within this enormous domain, countless sword light fly around back and forth, and carried out round after round of indiscriminate attacks. Those countless sword lights instantly drowned Yi Yuan out. Sensing the terrifying sword intent coming from inside the domain, everyone's faces all changed. As the Medicine King Hall's new master, in these 20 years, Ji Kanglin was incomparably low profile. Nobody knew about his strength. But no one would have thought that in just a mere 20 years' time, Ji Kanglin's strength actually already reached such a terrifying degree. Currently, both parties' great battle already reached a white-hot stage. There were Divine King powerhouses falling down from the sky non-stop or being finished off directly. But the Medicine King Hall's Divine King powerhouses were more than the White Tiger clans. Along with the passing of time, the battle situation also leaned towards the Medicine King Hall's side. But this great battle was bound to persist for a very long time. Right now, what the Medicine King Hall was waiting for was for the spirit of the White Tiger to be utterly taken in. Up high in the sky, the spirit of the White Tiger was giving off roaring sounds that reverberated through the sky from time to time. He was struggling desperately, but his body still moved towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask bit by bit beyond his control. Currently, the spirit of the White Tiger was already almost reaching the opening of the flash. A little bit more forward and he would be utterly seized. While the White Tiger clan members also sensed that the strength in their bodies was flowing away little by little currently. Even the imposing momentum of Rong Xiao inside the 8 extreme sword domain also weakened considerably for a moment. Being forced until he was staggering on his feet by countless sword lights, he actually had some trend of being unable to ward off the attacks. As for Yi Yuan's side, it actually went completely silent. For some time, a massive change occurred to the battle situation. The Medicine King Hall already utterly overpowered the White Tiger clan. Hoo-hoo! The die is cast. Patriarch Rong Xiao. Give up on resisting, Ji Kanglin said with the attitude of a victor. Rong Xiao's face fell and he said solemnly, if you have the capabilities, bring my corpse away. Ji Kanglin shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, then I will just have to bring Patriarch Rong Xiao's corpse away. Except, it's fine if you died, but could it be that you want all of your clansmen to be buried in death together with you? Rong Xiao's expression changed, and a look of struggle surfaced on his face. But right then, a terrifying undulation suddenly came from high up in the sky. Everyone lifted their heads in astonishment and looked towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask, only to see a figure suddenly appear high up in the sky. That figure wielded a short stick in his hand, and was currently speeding towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask with an incredible speed. That figure was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was bathed in blood all over his entire body like he crawled out from a sea of blood. But the dragon pressure on him already reached the peak at this time. The expression on Ji Kanglin's face had a change for the first time. He looked at the Yi Yuan covered in wounds and shock, but it was already too late to want to stop Yi Yuan. Sacred Dragon Token. That is, the Sacred Dragon Token. The Sacred Dragon Token, which disappeared for 100,000 years, is actually in Ji Qingyun's hands. Rong Xiao was incomparably shocked too, his eyes glued on the Sacred Dragon Token in Yi Yuan's hand. Suddenly, Rong Xiao let out a roaring laugh and said, ha ha ha. Truly, heaven is protecting my White Tiger clan. Ji Kanglin, you used all sorts of intrigues and wiles. Didn't think that in the end, you were still defeated at Ji Qingyun's hands. Right? I offer my blood as sacrifice to the heavenly dragon. Sacred dragon token, break for me. Yi Yuan gave a loud roar, and fresh blood immediately sprayed wildly. But his blood did not fade with the wind but poured frenziedly into the sacred dragon token. At the same time, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body also poured crazily into the sacred dragon token like it was free. In virtually an instant, 25% of Yi Yuan's blood essence was drawn away. Roar! An enormous azure dragon broke free from inside the sacred dragon token and charged over towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask. Right at this time, the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask was not willing to show weakness either and immediately radiated with a brilliant splendor, and actually immediately gave up on capturing the white tiger spirit. It released a streak of ghostly light towards the azure dragon. Rumble! A blinding light was released up in the sky. A massive spatial rift appeared in the sky. The pinnacle confrontation of two mighty divine artifacts fought until space virtually cracked apart. The divine king powerhouses in the sky were also injured by this terrifying impact. All of them staggered back and dropped down from the sky. Roar! Without the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask's constraint, the spirit of the white tiger gave off earth-shaking roars. Yi Yuan's figure also dropped down from the sky powerlessly. The power of this attack already exhausted all of Yi Yuan's strength. Being drained of 25% of his blood essence in an instant, this was simply something that could take one's life. This sacred dragon token's method of usage, Yi Yuan learned of it from Long Tang there. Without deity realm strength, one was simply unable to unleash the true power of the sacred dragon token. Even having divine essence would not cut it either. But the sacred dragon token as the dragon race's most powerful divine artifact, one could use dragon race blood essence to drive it. Yi Yuan did not sit and wait helplessly for death being imprisoned inside the 8 extreme sword domain. In that instant, Ji Kanglin unleashed the 8 extreme sword domain. Yi Yuan's late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already launched. Yi Yuan broke through to tier 9 fleshy body. Coupled with the late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, the power was unimaginable. But this palm of his was not launched at Ji Kanglin, but directly detonated on the spot. The injuries on Yi Yuan's body were not caused by the 8 extreme sword domain, but caused by the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's explosion. Detonating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm within an extremely small area, Yi Yuan was virtually committing suicide here. That power was sufficient to blast himself to death. However, it was by relying on this explosion that Yi Yuan forcefully opened up an extremely small no-man's land inside the 8 extreme sword domain. A vacuum zone that did not belong to the 8 extreme sword domain. Withstanding this intense explosion, Yi Yuan directly merged into heaven and earth and reached high up in the sky with one teleport and launched a heaven-shaking attack against the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask. To be able to break apart the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask, there was only the similarly divine artifact, Sacred Dragon Token. This move deceived everyone. Yi Yuan practically completed it in an instant. Everyone did not react to it, including Ji Kanglin. Talking about it was simple, but in between this, as long as there was the slightest bit of error, not only would Yi Yuan be directly hacked into meat paste by the 8 extreme sword domain, he would also be blown into minced meat by his own coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. From the start, Yi Yuan's objective was not Ji Kanglin, but the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask, because he knew that his current strength could not kill Ji Kanglin at all. While Ji Kanglin risked universal condemnation and wanted to eradicate the White Tiger clan straight away and capture the White Tiger spirit, there was definitely a heaven-shocking conspiracy. Once they let him prevail, the outcome would be unimaginable. And among the people present today, only one person had the ability to break the deadlock. That was Yi Yuan himself. Hence, he offered up his blood essence as the price without the slightest hesitation and activated the Sacred Dragon Token. After one attack, the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask's aura became a great deal more lackluster all at once and was completely unable to capture the White Tiger spirit anymore. That White Tiger spirit seemed to have been frightened too. After breaking free, he directly turned into a multicolored stream of light and entered inside the totem territory, not coming out anymore. Right at this time, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Ji Kanglin's figure immediately vanished on the spot. The 8 extreme sword domain also scattered and dispersed with a loud bang. Rong Xiao finally broke free. However, Rong Zhao's expression changed drastically too, because the direction Ji Kanglin was going in was precisely Yi Yuan there. A terrifying aura rushed towards Yi Yuan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ji Qingyun! Rong Xiao gave a loud cry, a look of hopelessness revealing on his face. At this time, he was already too far away to help. Ji Kanglin's speed was extremely fast. In virtually a blink of an eye, he already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. With Ji Kanglin's strength, nobody among the people present could stop him at all. Currently, Yi Yuan already fell unconscious and was totally unaware that he was so close to death. Of course, even if he was aware, suffering such severe injuries, it was also not possible to make any counterattacks. Ji Kanglin, if you dare to kill Ji Qingyun, my White Tiger clan will not stop until your death. Rong Xiao roared. However, Ji Kanglin did not delay at all. A sword already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yet, right at this critical moment, boundless snowflakes that filled the sky suddenly appeared in the sky. Virtually in an instant, the entire world became a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, it was as if the whole world froze. A fierce wind swept up waves of snowflakes, attempting to stop Ji Kanglin's advancement. It was very strange, those delicate snowflakes actually made Ji Kanglin's speed fall sharply. In the end, he was actually unable to advance an inch forward anymore. A lithe and graceful figure appeared in the wind and snow, only to see her beckon with a hand. Countless flurries of snow formed an ice bed below Yi Yuan's body, letting Yi Yuan land slowly. This woman was exceedingly cold and gorgeous, as if she was an ice mountain. But her unparalleled looks virtually made all women turn colorless. Ji Kanglin, I won't let you kill him a second time. The woman's words were nonchalant but revealed determination. Ji Kanglin put away his sword and stood there, but thought nothing of this cold and beautiful to the extreme woman in front of him. Since Ling Xue came forward, I'll let him off today. However, you have to watch little junior brother closely. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Next time, he'll definitely kill you. Spirit Snow Divine King said coldly. This woman was actually the one known as the #1 beauty in the divine realm, Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Lingxue. Her sudden appearance finally resolved Yi Yuan's predicament. Ji Kanglin smiled but declined to comment. His figure moved and vanished from sight. The moment Ji Kanglin left, the Medicine King Hall's other experts also left one after another. The White Tiger clan suffered heavy casualties. At this point, they were completely powerless to stop the departure of the Medicine King Hall's experts. Spirit Snow Divine King looked at the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. A hint of tenderness flickered across her gaze. The Divine Realm's #1 beauty, Spirit Snow Divine King, probably only when facing him would she reveal this hint of tenderness, right? I chased after Ji Kanglin until here, didn't expect that I actually ran into you. Since you came back to the Divine Realm, why didn't you come and look for me? Spirit Snow Divine King muttered to herself, but 2 clear rows of tears flowed down from her eyes. After the great battle, the White Tiger clan was in a state of ruin. The losses were immense. When Yi Yuan woke up, it was already 10 days later. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably frail. It was as if his entire person was drained dry. He heard from Liu about the matters after he fell unconscious. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that he was actually saved by Mu Lingxue in the end. After Ji Kanglin left, Mu Lingxue also left immediately. Lingxue still hates me, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. The Spirit Snow Divine King she should still be in love with Big Brother Yuan, right? Otherwise, how could she possibly take action to rescue you? Furthermore, the timing she showed up was so coincidental. Most likely, she has constantly been paying attention to Ji Kanglin's movements too. This indicates that she might have been thinking of avenging you all along. Lear hesitated for a bit but still said it in the end. Towards the Spirit Snow Divine King, Lear's feelings were very complicated too. But she would not become jealous like the average girl. On the contrary, she even harbored some remorse towards the Spirit Snow Divine King. On that day, Yi Yuan locked Liu and White Light inside the vast heaven pagoda and did not give them the chance to come out at all. They were very anxious inside the vast heaven pagoda but completely could not do anything. Hearing Lier's words, Yi Yuan also did not know what he should say. Previous life, Ji Qingyun looked down upon the divine realm. His status was incomparably revered. Only romance this word, he left behind this regret. Reviving, Yi Yuan got together with Lier at the behest of supernatural powers. This could not be said to not be destiny making a fool of men. When Yi Yuan came back to his senses, he noticed that Lier's expression was rather odd and asked Lier, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Between you and I, do we still need to make distinctions? Leah suddenly lowered her head and used a mosquito-like voice to say softly, Big Brother Yuan, actually. Lier doesn't mind. Yi Yuan froze and laughed in spite of himself and said, You lass, what are you saying? It's still more of a debt towards Ling Xue. Sigh, this favor it will probably be hard to pay off for a lifetime. Lier was delighted in her heart, but had an additional trace of loss. Yi Yuan valued relationships the most. He himself already said that Spirit Snow Divine King's favor could not be repaid for life. How could this entanglement be that easy to sort out? The hardest to pay off in this world was a debt of love. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's feelings towards Mu Lingxue, most likely even he himself was unable to say clearly, right? Big brother, you finally woke up. Right then, White Light's voice suddenly sounded out, interrupting the two people's thoughts. Yi Yuan looked over and saw White Light left head elder Rong Kuan over. When Rong Kuan saw Yi Yuan, he also cupped his fists and said, Younger brother Ji finally woke up. If younger brother had a mishap, my White Tiger clan would really have wronged your excellency. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head elder, it is best to call me Yi Yuan. Ji Qingyun is already a bygone. Rong Kuan was startled in his heart but still said, Hoo, younger brother, ye lost too much blood essence in order to unleash the sacred dragon token this time. The clan has already prepared many blood essence recovering spirit medicines for younger brother. This time, this old man brought it over at the same time. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Then Yi Yuan will accept it respectfully. Thank you very much, head elder. What's younger brother Yi talking about? This time, if not for you, our White Tiger clan would have already utterly disappeared from the divine realm. Want to thank? It also has to be this old man who says it to you. Rong Kuan waved his hand and said. Talking about this, Yi Yuan's expression darkened as well and said, Ji Kanglin locked on the target on the White Tiger clan this time. What he's plotting is most likely not small. Furthermore, according to what I know, there isn't the heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask, this grade of divine artifact, in the Medicine King Hall at all. I feel that there's likely someone currently brewing a tremendous conspiracy in the divine realm. Rong Kuan also nodded when he heard that and said, What Patriarch Rong Xiao is worried about is also this. Ji Kanglin knows about my White Tiger clan like the palm of his own hand. Even in existence on the level of the White Tiger spirit, he's also aware. The operation this time he has likely prepared for a long time already. Patriarch already informed the other 3 clan patriarchs of the 4 symbols family clans to let them be more careful. My White Tiger clan having traitors. It's hard to ensure that the other 3 clans don't have traitors. Yi Yuan nodded his head and could not help falling silent. At present, the divine realm was endlessly turbulent. That enormous hand at the back seemed to have already gradually revealed its fangs. The Medicine King Hall openly making a move against the White Tiger clan this time. Regardless of success or failure, it would shock the entire divine realm. Existences on the level of super holy lands always stayed low and restrained. It was already uncertain how many years it had been since such a large-scale divine king battle had been instigated before. Through this incident, the Medicine King Hall's ambition was also laid completely bare. Chatting idly for a couple more sentences, Rong Kuan actually became somewhat evasive when talking. Yi Yuan knew that he definitely had some words too hard to speak up. Hence he said, whatever words head elder has, just be straight with it. Rong Kuan appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, Haha, younger brother Yi. The incident this time was stirred up so big. Many things can't be concealed anymore either. It's fine that you're bearing the dragon race's bloodline. It's just that this sacred dragon token. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood and opened his mouth to ask, someone came from the dragon clan? Rong Kuan nodded his head and said, the Azure Dragon clan's head elder, Long Zitian, personally brought people and came over. But Patriarch Rong shall block them first with younger brother Ye's body not being recovered as the reason. It's just that the sacred dragon token is of utmost importance, they likely won't be willing to leave the matter at that. The Dragon Clan's supreme divine artifact, Sacred Dragon Token, was lost for over 100,000 years. Now that it reappeared in the divine realm, it was impossible for the Dragon Clan to not have any indication at all. Such a treasure being left behind outside was a joke to the Dragon Clan in the first place. Now that they knew that the Sacred Dragon Token was in Yi Yuan's hands, they would think of ways to get it back no matter what. Currently, there was the White Tiger Clan blocking. The Dragon Clan might still say a couple of nice words. If Yi Yuan was not willing to hand it over, they would definitely resort to martial strength in the end too. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Looks like this trip to the Dragon Clan is a must. Forget it, make a trip then. It's also time for Senior Long Tongue and the Dragon Clan's grudge to be resolved." Although Long Tongue had never talked with him about his history before, Yi Yuan was also more or less able to guess a little. Even though as long as 50,000 years had passed, some knots of the heart, Long Tongue likely still could not put it down. Hearing that Yi Yuan agreed to go to the Dragon Clan, Rong Kuan also heaved a sigh in relief. The White Tiger Clan was currently already in a precarious situation. If Yi Yuan was not willing to go to the Dragon Clan, the White Tiger Clan definitely could not look on with folded arms either. At that time, they would fall into a dilemma. Younger brother Yi, rest assured, going to the Dragon Clan this time, this old man will travel together with you. If any of them dare to touch you, they must step over this old man's dead body. Rong Kuan patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble head, elder." Yi Yuan knew that Rong Kuan accompanying him on the trip was likely that the White Tiger Clan had long discussed it already. Therefore, he did not turn it down either. Presently, Yi Yuan was the entire White Tiger Clan's benefactor. They were unable to fight to the bitter end with the Dragon Clan, and could only do it to this sort of extent. After chatting with White Light for a while, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion to recuperate. He had indeed expended too much this time. If he did not have a solid foundation, he might even have directly croaked. He first withstood his own late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, and was already badly wounded. Next, he had 25% of his blood essence extracted by the sacred dragon token, nearly draining him into a human jerky. This degree of injury was virtually too far gone for many martial artists. Even if their wounds healed, their martial Dao foundation was basically wasted too. But this did not count for anything to Yi Yuan. A super faction like the White Tiger Clan, their spirit medicine reserves were very abundant. He only needed to recuperate his injuries and refine some blood essence recovering medicinal pills would do. It was a little slow, but it was still not to the extent that it would take his life. After an appropriate amount of rest, Yi Yuan finally fully recovered his strength. And in this period of time, Yi Yuan also broke through quite a few cultivation realms in succession, directly reaching peak phaseless realm already. This was entirely the sequela from him forcefully stimulating the primeval dragon bone. Plus, this 1 month's time he ate countless spirit medicines. Hence, his cultivation realm could not be stopped anymore as well, jumping up 3 levels. Obtaining Rong Kuan's answer, the Dragon Clan's Long Zaiyin did not interrupt Yi Yuan as well, and actually reigned in his impatience and waited for him for a month's time. Presumably, this was also looking on account of the White Tiger Clan's face. A month later, Yi Yuan left seclusion but saw an old friend. The Black Dragon Clan's patriarch, Ao Lin. The Black Dragon Clan standing among the Azure Dragon Clan was identical with the Crimson Flame Clan status in the White Tiger Clan, belonging to one of the most powerful branches. Ao Lin had requested medicinal pills from Yi Yuan before. With this to and fro, the two people became very close friends. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Dragon Clan was also mostly through Ao Lin. When Ao Lin saw Yi Yuan, he said emotionally, "Oh, younger brother, back then when I heard of your demise, elder brother, I had no appetite for food and drinks for several months, and had no mood to cultivate as well. Hearing your news this time, elder brother repeatedly pleaded with Patriarch to definitely make a trip with head elder." Yi Yuan smashed a fist on his chest and said with a smile, "At least you, this old fellow, have some conscience. But coming this time, it isn't with good intentions." Ao Lin's expression turned slightly stiff and was rather embarrassed. Him coming this time, saying it a bit nicely, was to invite Yi Yuan back. Saying it nastily was to abduct Yi Yuan back. His identity was also very awkward. Younger brother, Ao Lin said embarrassedly. Yi Yuan sniggered and said, "You old punk. Still the same old honest blockhead. Just cracking a joke. You even took it seriously." Ao Lin, this person, was a very inflexible person, but was also rather loyal to friends, suited Yi Yuan's temperament very much. In his previous life, Yi Yuan did not like to play those little tricks. Therefore, he liked to make friends with straightforward people. This Ao Lin was one of them. Yi Yuan helped Ao Lin with a great favor back then. This Ao Lin was naturally endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. It was just that now things were still the same, but the people were no longer the same. When Ao Lin saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he could not help sighing deeply as he said, "Many years of not seeing, didn't expect that younger brother you actually took on this appearance." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What's bad about this? To me, it might not be a bad thing. Head Elder, I still have some matters to attend to in the White Tiger clan. I'll travel together with you all to the Dragon clan tomorrow. Is it all right?" Long Zitian already waited for a month. He naturally did not care about this one day either, and there obviously was no reason to not permit it. He could only open his mouth and say, "Master Qing Yunzi, this sacred dragon token. Could you lend it to this old man for a look?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Of course, there's no problem." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly took out the fire rod-like sacred dragon token. The dragon pressure emitting off of the sacred dragon token made Long Zitian and company all feel waves of terror. Yi Yuan was not afraid of Long Zitian stealing it either and directly threw it to him. The sacred dragon token already acknowledged him as its master. Unless Long Zitian killed him, otherwise, even if he had the sacred dragon token, he was unable to use it too. And Rong Kuan was present as well. This place was the White Tiger clan's territory too. Even if Long Zitian was loaned 2 hands, he could not kill him either. Long Zitian lightly caressed the sacred dragon token, like he was stroking his own lover, unable to take his hands of it. Over 100,000 years already. The sacred dragon token was lost for a full 100 over 1,000 years. This time, it finally returned to the Dragon clan. Long Zitian said with vicissitudes of emotion. The meaning in his words was like Yi Yuan already agreed to return the sacred dragon token. But how is this possible? In this world, nobody would hand over a divine artifact so casually to others, right? Even Yi Yuan could not do it either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Head Elder had best stop dreaming. The sacred dragon token I won't return to the Dragon clan. Right now, I'm the sacred dragon token's master." Done talking, Yi Yuan silently recited an incantation. The sacred dragon token actually directly broke free of the palm of Long Zitian's hands and returned to Yi Yuan's hands. Long Zitian's face turned black. The originally amicable atmosphere was immediately utterly ruined. "Ji Qingyun, I call you Qingyun Zi, doesn't mean that you can treat the Dragon clan anyhow you please, disregarding that you're currently all alone in the world. Even when you were still the Medicine King Hall's young lord back then, my Dragon clan will also have to retrieve this sacred dragon token. This sacred dragon token, you got to hand it over whether you want to or not," Long Zitian said in a solemn voice. But Yi Yuan was not annoyed in the slightest. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "If I didn't remember wrongly, regarding this sacred dragon token, the Dragon clan seems to have a rule, right?" Long Zitian could not help choking up. Only now did he recall that rule. The person able to make the sacred dragon token acknowledge as its master was the leader of the Dragon clan. Just now, Yi Yuan summoned back the sacred dragon token effortlessly. Clearly, the sacred dragon token had already acknowledged him as master. That was to say that Yi Yuan was currently the lord of the Dragon clan. What nonsense! How could a human possibly become the lord of the Dragon clan? But the problem was, why would the sacred dragon token acknowledge a human as its master? Where did this outcome put them, these true Dragon clansmen? No idea why Long Zitian actually became angry with a mere tool. Seeing Long Zitian's reaction, Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Looks like Head Elder knows about this rule. Then it's easy to settle. Putting aside other things for the time being, just your attitude earlier, shouldn't you apologize to me first? Or is head elder planning to disrespect your forefathers? A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, quietly awaiting head elder's apology. Ao Lin seriously could not look on anymore. Seeing Long Zaiyan in a bind, he could only say to Yi Yuan, "Younger brother." This head elder was also anxious for a moment and didn't have the intention of offending. Looking on account of elder brother's face, "Let it go." Long Zaiyan's expression was very ugly. Yi Yuan holding the sacred dragon token in his hand was equivalent to holding a royal regalia. Even if he went the dragon clan, he could also do as he pleased. Unless they really disrespected their forefathers and snatched away the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands. But think of how they treated the lineage of bloodline as the most important in the family clan. They naturally also respected their forefathers the most. Making them go against this ancestral teaching was simply even harder than carving off the flesh. Long Zaiyan suddenly felt that this sacred dragon token was simply like a fish bone stuck in the throat. Unable to go up nor go down, suffocating to the extreme. Ao Lin's face Yi Yuan naturally had to give. Hence, he nodded and said, "All right then, I'll give elder brother you face today, but not to be taken as a precedent. I'm the master of the sacred dragon token. Even if you guys are unhappy about me, you have to at least maintain due respect on the surface. As long as you don't let me see it, however you all talk in private, that's your business." Yi Yuan knew that going to the dragon clan this time, he would definitely have many difficulties. The final goal was naturally for the sacred dragon token's ownership. Furthermore, his current strength was indeed a little weak. Even if they knew that he was Ji Qingyun, it was also not possible to truly attach importance to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan's objective was very simple. If there was unhappiness, suck it up. Otherwise, it was disrespecting the forefathers. This crime was not what the average dragon race member could take on. After a round of not very merry meeting, Yi Yuan went to see Rong Xiao again. His goal of meeting Rong Xiao was very simple. He wanted to bring away a few people from the White Tiger dungeon. Originally, he was planning on directly taking the people away. But now that the White Tiger clan owed him a tremendous favor, this bit of request was not considered over the top as well. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not letting them go but enslaving them for several thousand years. It was also considered continuing to atone for the things they did before as well. When Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the White Tiger dungeon once more, it caused a stir again. "I'm only bringing 3 people out. My requirement isn't high. Be my servant for 1,000 years, and I'll let you guys go free." Yi Yuan's sentence immediately caused an uproar. He bargained with Rong Xiao and finally obtained 3 quotas. These people were all the White Tiger clan's felons. For Rong Xiao to be able to give Yi Yuan 3 quotas was already going by a massive backdoor. Moreover, Rong Xiao knew that the people Yi Yuan was bringing away were definitely all people with extremely formidable strength. Even if it was just 1,000 years, if the other party took revenge on the White Tiger clan in the future, the White Tiger clan would likely suffer heavy casualties. This Rong Xiao actually took on a tremendous risk. Everybody did not think that Yi Yuan actually really realized his promise back then, and was going to bring people out. Especially those people who mocked Yi Yuan the last time. Each and every one of them was on tenterhooks, fearful of Yi Yuan directly rejecting them. They were already trapped in the White Tiger dungeon for God knows how many years. More than half of their strength was already lost. Carrying on to waste away like this, it was also an outcome of death. This damned place, they did not wish to stay for a second anymore. Ao Qian was naturally the first one to sign up. He immediately shouted loudly, "Younger brother, I'm willing to be your servant for 1,000, no, 2,000 years, as long as you bring me out. Look, Elder Tang and I came from the same lineage. You have got to consider me first no matter what. Isn't that so?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You count as one. Enter a soul contract first, the White Tiger clan will naturally let you out." The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being overjoyed and hurriedly signed a soul contract with Yi Yuan. This transaction was also considered done. Rumble. The dungeon gates opened with a loud crash. A dark figure leaped out. It was actually an azure dragon. "Ha ha ha! Ao Qian was trapped for 20,000 years. I finally came out. Ao Qian laughed wildly. After a while of unbridled dancing in the air, Ao Qian finally turned into human form and came before Yi Yuan to bow and salute, as he said, Ao Qian has seen your excellency. Seeing that Ao Qian really went out, the rest could not hold back anymore as well. Your excellency, I'm willing to become your servant. Your excellency, I'm willing too. These criminals all fell over each other in a mad rush to be first, afraid of being left out by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not pick those people with low strength. He asked Ao Qian, apart from you, who else is the strongest in this place? Ao Qian gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, replying, Your Excellency, this place, apart from me, just Wu Luo and Jiang Taizong's strength are the strongest. Apart from them, there are still quite a few divine king powerhouses. It's just that their strength compared to the two of them are all a notch inferior. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Who you're talking about should be those two people who questioned me the last time, right? The moment these words came out, Wu Luo and Jiang Taizong, the two of them, their breathing could not help become disorderly. This sentence was practically sentencing them to death. At this moment, the two of them wished that they could slap their mouths mushy. This mouth was so despicable, no point in wanting it either. Your Excellency, I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. My dog eyes were blind. I, Wu Luo, am willing to become your Excellency's servant. I beg your Excellency to bring me out. Wu Luo practically said with a wail. Your Excellency, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like a snob. Your Excellency, I'm begging you to take me out. This damn place, I don't wish to stay for a second anymore. As long as your Excellency bring me out, even if I slave and toil, Jiang Taizong is perfectly happy to do so too. Jiang Taizong was even more direct, immediately slapping his own mouth, going slap slap. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said impatiently, Don't give me that in front of me. Talk to me. Why were you guys locked up in here? The two people froze. Wu Luo opened his mouth and said embarrassedly, Actually, I was born in the White Tiger Suppression Martial clan. When I was young, because I formed an enmity with an elder in the clan, in a rage I killed the other party. Later, I escaped from the White Tiger clan. Didn't expect that 200 years later I was actually still captured back. Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, All right then, you count as one. Enter a soul contract then. 2,000 years. Take it as a punishment for the incident last time. Wu Luo froze. When he reacted to it, he could not help being wildly ecstatic. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually brushed over the matter last time so easily. In his view, Yi Yuan definitely wanted powerful helpers. Hence, that was why he would bring them out. But he did not have eyes and offended Yi Yuan the last time. Even if Yi Yuan wanted him, he would definitely make him pay a painful price too. Did not think that Yi Yuan just casually added 1,000 years and agreed to it. 1,000 years might be rather long, but compared to the White Tiger dungeon, he was more willing to be outside. To an expert who was trapped for several thousand years, there was nothing more precious than freedom. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Don't say 2,000 years, even 3,000 years. I'm willing too, Wu Luo said excitedly. Wu Luo immediately entered a soul contract with Yi Yuan without another word, to be Yi Yuan's servant for 2,000 years. Yi Yuan's breadth of mind was not narrow to this sort of degree. To seek revenge for the smallest grievance because of one or two words. He had a condition for bringing people out. People whose crimes were inexpiable he did not want. Wu Luo just killed an elder because of a grudge. This sort of thing was a severe crime to the White Tiger clan, but it was actually happening in every corner of the divine realm every day. It did not count as some unforgivable crime. Furthermore, for Wu Luo to be able to cultivate to such a boundary and be able to kill a White Tiger clan's elder, that by itself showed how formidable his strength was. Seeing Wu Luo break free, Jiang Taizong became very anxious. Why, Your Excellency? What about me? Jiang Taizong said weakly, cold sweat pouring out. Yi Yuan voiced his assent and said, You talk about it too. Jiang Taizong recounted his experiences very fidgety. But it was rather wondrous. This guy was a human but cultivated the sacred hand Dao. Check. Putting it bluntly, he was a thief. Jiang Taizong's strength was heaven-piercing, but could not change the habit of kleptomania. 5,000 years ago, the White Tiger clan organized a sacrificial grand ceremony and prepared several top-notch sacrificial goods. Who knew that this guy actually directly pocketed those few sacrificial goods? The White Tiger spirit was not lacking those few sacrificial goods, but it survived through the White Tiger clan's powers of faith. Those few sacrificial goods were entrusted with the White Tiger clan's powers of faith. Being taken away by Jiang Taizong like this, how could the White Tiger clan not be furious? Hence, the White Tiger clan's patriarch back then personally moved out, chased him down for a full 2 years' time, and finally captured him back. To be able to escape from under the White Tiger patriarch's hands for a full 2 years, Jiang Taizong could also be sufficiently proud. Hearing Jiang Taizong's experiences, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, immediately deciding on him. Thereupon, this 3-person group was also considered officially formed. The other people's strengths were clearly more than a level weaker than the 3 of them. Yi Yuan did not consider any more either. As for Ao Qian, Yi Yuan also asked about his situation. As a result, the reason why he was imprisoned shocked Yi Yuan too. This guy actually challenged the White Tiger clan and swallowed a 50,000-year-old crane essence inside a mystic realm. As a result, he was immediately captured by the White Tiger clan. Crane essence was not a white crane that became a demon, but a kind of longevity-promoting spirit medicine. It was not within the scope of the 9 tiers. A 50,000 years old crane essence was sufficient to extend a person's longevity by more than a fold. At that time, Ao Qian was also anxious until his eyes turned red. Looking as his time was almost up and that he was going to pass away in meditation, how could he care about whether it offended the White Tiger clan? He directly swallowed it. In the end, he lived until now, but was also locked up inside this White Tiger dungeon, never to rise again. Back then, the White Tiger patriarch said, "Didn't you devour the crane essence? Then I'll let you savor the taste of waiting for death inside the White Tiger dungeon well." The White Tiger clan sealed Ao Qian's demonic core and sealed off his bloodline power. He could not do anything inside this dungeon at all, and could only stare blankly with his eyes open. This stare was more than 20,000 years. If not for Yi Yuan, he would really stare all the way here until death. However, while these 3 people's strengths were formidable, being sealed inside this White Tiger dungeon, the effect on them was immense. Even if Yi Yuan let them out, without 1,000 years' time, it was very hard for them to recover to the peak. Their current strength was at most the level of ordinary divine kings too, a long shot away from their peak period. Reaching the divine king realm, each step taken was extremely arduous. Unless it was the 10 great divine kings, that kind of peerless geniuses, otherwise to many divine king experts, they would pretty much be like that for their entire lives. Yi Yuan bringing the 3 people out, Rong Xiao naturally could not dispense with a warning. His expression was very grim as he said coldly, "The 3 of your matters, you know it yourself. You all are my White Tiger clan's mortal enemies. Yi Yuan is my White Tiger clan's savior, that's why this seat gave him 3 quotas. However, there's also an agreement between Yi Yuan and me. After returning you guys your freedom in the future, if you dare to come to find trouble with my White Tiger clan, he'll personally cut the 3 of you down. Don't doubt my words, if Yi Yuan wants to kill you all, he might only require several decades. After 1,000 years, you won't even be fit to carry his shoes for him. Following him might be the luckiest thing in the 3 of your lives." When Ao Qian trio heard that, their expressions all changed. To be able to make the White Tiger patriarch say this sort of words, Yi Yuan was clearly very extraordinary. Furthermore, Rongxiao said it, Yi Yuan was the White Tiger clan's savior. What kind of incident could make the White Tiger clan release the 3 most important people in the dungeon? These 3 people were not stupid and knew that they had underestimated Yi Yuan too much previously. After the joy of getting out of prison settled down, they became aware that they seemed to have followed a very remarkable master. Especially Ao Qian, he was the clearest what kind of existence Longtang was. In that era, Longtang was reputed as the Dragon Clan's most powerful genius after Divine Tao dwindled to 0. Even he acknowledged Yi Yuan like so. This child was bound to be extraordinary. Of course, when Yi Yuan took them into the vast heaven pagoda, their astonishment reached an even more unsurpassable height. This was a quasi-divine artifact. Yi Yuan's figure appeared and said nonchalantly to the three people, "The three of you following me, I naturally won't treat you guys shabbily. My current strength isn't there yet. When I break through to Tao Profound, I should be able to refine medicinal pills for you guys. At that time, it should be able to help you all recover to peak strength. Of course, Tier 9 spirit medicines aren't that easy to find. This period of time, I'll keep an eye out for you all." Yi Yuan's words made the three people endlessly shocked. Breaking through to Tao Profound Realm and he could refine medicinal pills? The medicinal pills that the three of them required were high-grade Tier 9. Patriarch Ji Qingyun is insolent and disrespectful and really took the sacred dragon token to be his belonging. I'm really perplexed why the sacred dragon token would choose a human. When Long Zaiyin returned to the clan, the moment he saw the Azure Dragon Patriarch Ao Duo, he poured out all of the grievances during this period. Yi Yuan having the sacred dragon token in his hands was like a porcupine, unable to bite down at all. But Aodwa did not have Long Zaiyin's fretfulness. He just said coolly, "A divine artifact is an item with a spirit. Moreover, the sacred dragon token is a heavenly divine artifact. It has its own reasons for picking Ji Qingyun. What I mind more is that Ji Qingyun has only resurrected for 20 years. Why would his bloodline power be so powerful? Heard Jianba say that his bloodline power actually exceeded the limits of the Blood Soul Stone. This is simply something inconceivable." On the day when Ao Jianba was severely wounded by the Universal Void Slaughter God Slaying formation, it was also thanks to Yi Yuan breaking the deadlock that he got away with his life. At this time, he was currently recuperating inside the clan. Getting Yi Yuan over, it was naturally impossible for Ao Duo to not do a comprehensive understanding of Yi Yuan. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had come to the Dragon Clan before, but at that time he was the high and lofty Qing Yunzi. No one in the entire divine realm dared to provoke. In this life, Yi Yuan was merely Yi Yuan, but the Dragon Clan's own clan rules gave Oduo a big headache. After Long Zaiyin brought Yi Yuan back, the Dragon Clan could only wait upon Yi Yuan with good food and drinks. Ao Duo did not have the intention of meeting. If he really met, it would be embarrassing to open his mouth instead. It was just that the thing that made Ao Duo found it hard to conceive was not just the sacred dragon token in his possession, there was also Yu Yuan's dragon race bloodline. Could it be that the White Tiger clan's Blood Soul Stone had problems? Long Zaiyin said rather uncertainly. Ao Duo shook his head and said, "Shouldn't be." Zaitian say, since he obtained the sacred dragon token, could he have obtained a genuine divine beast bloodline? Long Zaiyin was startled inwardly and looked at Ao Duo strangely. The so-called genuine divine beast bloodline was naturally the bloodline of a deity realm Azure Dragon powerhouse. This sort of thing was simply a priceless treasure. And genuine divine beast bloodline had never been seen before ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero. Now that the sacred dragon token came into being, divine beast bloodline coming into being was naturally nothing strange either. With Patriarch saying so, it really is like that. Only a divine beast bloodline can make the Blood Soul Stone unable to withstand it, right? Patriarch, this boy is certain that we don't dare to touch him. That's why he followed me back to the Dragon Clan. Why not? Long Zaiyin gave a vicious look. That meaning was obviously to dispose of Yi Yuan and forcefully snatch the sacred dragon token and bloodline. But Ao Duo shook his head and said, this matter still needs to be thought through at length. It has to be Ji Qingyun handing it over willingly. Going against the ancestral teachings, this sort of thing isn't considered much among humans. But among my demon race, especially to the Azure Dragon Clan, it's a massive matter. Unless there are no other alternatives, this seat doesn't wish to come to that point. Long Zaiyin's face fell slightly, but he nodded his head. He was aware of Ao Duo's misgivings. The dragon race's inheritance was in the bloodline. Violating the ancestral teachings, this sort of thing, one might just suffer a bloodline backlash. Regardless of who it was, nobody was willing to go and do it either. Yi Yuan came to the Dragon Clan but was very leisurely and carefree. The Dragon Clan seemed to have forgotten about his existence and pushed him to one side the whole time. Yi Yuan did not idle away either and had a catch-up about the old days with Ao Lin, but placed the majority of the time on cultivation. The matter of Ji Kanglin honestly caught Yi Yuan by surprise. Facing the Ji Kanglin who entered the realm of Void Mystic, Yi Yuan was currently too weak. Dealing with ordinary divine king powerhouses, Yi Yuan leaping realms to battle was like having a common meal. But against void mystic powerhouses, Yi Yuan's strength was somewhat lacking. Void mystic powerhouses, every last one's comprehension towards concepts was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's current concepts comprehension, even if he was sent to void mystic realm directly, it was also impossible for him to defeat Ji Kanglin. Putting aside capturing the white tiger spirit, Ji Kanglin's strength was even that tiny hint stronger than Rong Xiao. One had to know that Rong Xiao was a veteran void mystic powerhouse, while Ji Kanglin had at most just entered the realm of void mystic for 20 years. All along, concepts were Yi Yuan's ace in the hole to leap realms and battle. His concepts comprehension was more than just a tiny bit stronger than the average person. But the time he cultivated was too short when all was said and done. To an alchemist who had never cultivated concepts in his past life, to be able to cultivate to such a boundary in 20 years' time, this was simply a peerless genius. But no matter how genius, he was also not Ji Kanglin's match. That battle that day, if not for Yi Yuan inflicting self-harm as the price and catching Ji Kanglin off guard, he would have long become a deceased soul under Ji Kanglin's sword already. Prior to this, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was that he was in the dark and Ji Kanglin was in the open. But now, his identity was already exposed. Yi Yuan no longer had anything to count on. God knows when the next time Ji Kanglin make his move would be. Resigning himself to death was not Yi Yuan's character. His greatest reliance right now was the sacred dragon token. So no matter what, he would not give it to the dragon clan. And although the vast heaven steel and soul suppressing pearl, these two items were formidable, he could not harness them at all currently. According to Long Tang's version of things, only when he reached Dao Profound Realm could he sense the vast heaven steel's truly formidable aspects. And Yi Yuan was already 9th level phaseless currently. These few days, he had been consolidating his cultivation realm the entire time, planning on breaking through to Dao Profound in one stroke. The Dao Profound realm was different from any cultivation realm previously. This was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom boundary. After breaking through to Dao Profound, the martial artist's essence energy sea would produce a change once more. The originally ocean-like essence energy sea would form clouds of dense qi. The Dao Profound realms might lie precisely here. The Dao Profound realm also went by Emperor Realm. This was not randomly termed. The dense qi formed after breaking through to the Dao Profound realm was called Emperor Qi. Once Emperor Qi was formed, the power of martial techniques would skyrocket. A martial artist's grasp of essence energy would also reach an inconceivable level. The amount of Emperor Qi also represented the superiority or inferiority of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan's essence energy sea already reached an unimaginable 100 million feet in circumference. It was 100 times of the average 9th level phaseless. Once he broke through to Dao Profound Realm, it would produce large quantities of Emperor Qi. His strength would also not be what the average first-level Dao Profound Realm would compare to. After resting and rehabilitating for the greater part of a month in the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm finally finished consolidating. He made use of another 3 days' time to refine a kind of medicinal pill called Emperor Qi Pill. In his past life, he relied on precisely this Emperor Qi Pill before breaking through to Dao Profound Realm. In this life, Yi Yuan's soul force already broke through to Alchemy Emperor Realm. Refining this mere Tier 8 Emperor Qi Pill was naturally no object. Without a doubt, Transcendent Grade Emperor Qi Pill. All preparations in place, the Dragon Clan still did not seem to have the intention of finding him to negotiate. Yi Yuan just broke through in the Dragon Clan straightforwardly. At present, his fleshy body and divine soul both already stepped into Emperor Realm. It was only missing this essence energy cultivation realm alone. Rumble. After Yi Yuan consumed the Transcendent Grade Emperor Qi Pill, very soon, large quantities of Emperor Qi took shape inside his essence energy sea. Heavenly Tribulation arrived once more right on schedule. Who's transcending tribulation in the clan? Seems like it's transcending Tier 9 Heavenly Tribulation. It's just that this Heavenly Tribulation's pressure is a bit too terrifying, right? Yeah. I feel that if I were to transcend the tribulation, I'd definitely be smitten to death. I've never seen a Heavenly Tribulation with this sort of power before. It's too scary. Fool, what do you guys know? This is a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. It was said that when Patriarch broke through to Tier 9 back then, he only transcended an intermediate 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation too. To be able to attract a 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation when breaking through to Tao Profound, those were all geniuses among geniuses. But the vast majority of martial artists were all just minor 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. Those able to bring down an intermediate 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation were just an extremely small portion. A powerhouse like Ao Duo also merely attracted an intermediate 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. The rarity could be imagined. And attracting a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation was even rarer. In the entire divine realm, it was also extremely rare to hear of someone able to attract a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. Under the tribulation clouds, inside the storm, Yi Yuan stood in the air, causing an uproar in the Dragon Clan. This time, the scope of the tribulation's clouds were extremely vast, virtually covering the entire Azure Dragon Clan's totem territory. In the sky, lightning danced like silver snakes. The accumulated pressure became more and more horrifying, but drew the bow without shooting, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Ao Duo looked at that figure in the distance, his face revealing a look of shock as he said, Ji Qingyun focused on alchemy and was uncommitted to martial arts. Didn't think that in this life, he actually exhibited such terrifying martial Dao talent. This martial Dao talent compared to his alchemy Dao isn't the least bit inferior either. How is this possible? It's only been a short 20 years' time. I even thought that his cultivation realm was all stacked up with medicinal pills. Didn't think that. Long Zaiyan looked at the Yi Yuan in the sky and was speechless for a long time. Crack, crack. Amidst the Dragon Clan's astonishment, the first bolt of heavenly tribulation tore through the air and arrived. That coarse lightning seemingly tore open a large hole in the sky. Just the power of the first bolt of heavenly tribulation made people feel terror. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest either. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Rumble! Yi Yuan's figure was suddenly smashed down several hundred feet. But he still forcefully stood his ground. This first bolt of heavenly tribulation was more terrifying compared to any of the heavenly tribulations he had transcended before in the past. One had to know that Yi Yuan was already Tier 9 fleshy body currently. Although this palm was not his all-out attack, the power was also very terrifying already. But facing the heavenly tribulation, he was actually a notch weaker. Seeing this scene, Ao Duo's expression suddenly changed, and he instructed, immediately activate the clan-protecting Grand Array. Following Ao Duo's roar, the Dragon Clan immediately bustled about. Very soon, an enormous light screen thoroughly covered the Azure Dragon's totem territory inside. Ao Duo's expression was ugly as he said, a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation indeed lives up to its reputation. This first bolt of heavenly tribulation was already so terrifying. If I wait until the final bolt of heavenly tribulation land, wouldn't my Dragon Clan become a mess? This brat is definitely deliberately putting on a show of force to us. Ao Duo really wronged Yi Yuan. He also did not expect that he actually attracted a major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. When transcending the fleshy body heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation on that day, they were both not so terrifying. He also could not figure out why the tribulation of essence energy would be so frightening. Furthermore, major 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation, even Yi Yuan had only heard about it before too. As for how formidable the power was, he only experienced it personally with that blow just now. Crack, crack, crack. Bolt after bolts of heavenly tribulation landed with loud bangs, different from that sort of exasperation in the past. This time it was clearly very calm. The heavenly tribulation's interval was very rhythmic. After each time it landed, it would even give Yi Yuan some time to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's figure was struck down time and again, but he flew up stubbornly again. 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 rounds. Each round had 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation. After each round, the power of the next round would have a substantial increase. Although the power of the first round was fierce, it was clearly inadequate to deal with Yi Yuan. After 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura became somewhat chaotic but did not have too great of a change. During the second round, the power was clearly more than a level stronger compared to the first round. Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it and already brought out 80% of his strength. Very soon, the second round was withstood by Yi Yuan as well. The third round, Yi Yuan practically took out all of his strength. He even used the late-stage spirit rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm 2, before barely managing to pull through. When Ao Duo saw this scene, his expression was incomparably ugly. Heard Jianba say that Ji Qingyun's dragon race martial techniques were all taught by a mysterious person. At most, it's also just 20 years' time. Could it be that he only used 20 years' time to cultivate Dragon Wave to the late-stage spirit rank? The Ji Qingyun after reviving is truly leaking out bizarreness all over. Ao Duo said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yeah. My dragon race martial techniques are all cultivated with centuries as units. This guy merely cultivated for 20 years and actually reached such a level already. Truly inconceivable. Long Zitian also said in astonishment. Although they were long aware that Yi Yuan comprehended late-stage spirit rank Dragon Wave, seeing him display it with their own eyes, they still felt unbelievably shocked. Suddenly, Ao Duo's expression changed and he stared at the tribulation clouds as he said the tribulation clouds seemed to have undergone a transformation. The major 9/9 heavenly tribulation doesn't seem like it would be like this, right? What on earth did this brat do? Even heavenly Tao can't tolerate him. Only to see that in the sky, the tribulation clouds suddenly became strange. Inside the originally pitch-black color tribulation clouds, a faint yellow color tribulation cloud faintly appeared. A terrifying fire attribute energy transmitted out from within the tribulation clouds, making everyone's expressions change. This is lightning fire dual tribulation. The power of lightning attribute heavenly tribulation is a level greater, and there's even an additional fire attribute heavenly tribulation. Would this sort of situation happen to a major 9/9 heavenly tribulation? Ao Duo said in shock. Yi Yuan's expression was also incredibly ugly. He seriously could not understand, just transcending a heavenly tribulation. Was there a need to end up like this? But Yi Yuan faintly had some conjectures. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so great, it likely had something to do with the several terrifying treasures on him. He had 10,000 profanities galloping through his head. The treasures on him seemed like other than the sacred dragon token. He could not harness the rest at all, alright? Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration and suddenly called Fiery out. Big brother! Through such a long time of cultivation, Fiery only just broke through to tier 8. There was still a very long distance away from tier 9. Yi Yuan's current battles, he virtually could not help with anything much. It was exactly because of so that Fiery was very anxious too. Yi Yuan said, "This damn heavenly tribulation actually dropped down a lightning fire dual tribulation. This tribulation fire is born from heaven and earth and contains a terrifying power of fire essence. It's a great tonic item to you. In a while, you'll transcend the tribulation together with me and absorb this tribulation fire with all your strength. It should be able to help you to break through to tier 9 in one go." The moment Fiery heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Yes, big brother." Right then, a yellow, a white, 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation intertwined and fell down as if it was 2 enormous dragons that devoured heaven and earth, crushing down towards Yi Yuan. The fourth round of 9/9 heavenly tribulation descended with a loud crash. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It was just that the power of the lightning fire dual tribulation was abnormally strong. His coiling dragon heaven devastating palm only resisted for a split second before collapsing with a loud bang. Rumble. Yi Yuan was smashed fiercely onto the Dragon Clan's Grand Array light barrier. Lightning and flames swathed on his body, akin of bone-infesting maggots, unable to dispel. Fiery, quick! Right then, Fiery appeared like a spirit. Needing incantations, he absorbed the flames on Yi Yuan's body greedily. This fire of heavenly tribulation was the most original source of energy in the world. After Fiery absorbed, his cultivation realm increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Taking advantage of this interval, Yi Yuan seemed completely fine and started to revolve his skill and regulate his breathing, to prepare to receive the next heavenly tribulation. This bullshit major 9/9 heavenly tribulation, just the 4th round and it's so terrifying. If it were to reach the 9th round, what would it be like? Yi Yuan cursed. Not just Yi Yuan, each and every one of those Dragon Clan powerhouses were all dumbfounded from watching too. Such a dreadful heavenly tribulation. They had rarely seen it in all their lives too. How monstrous to what degree is this Ji Qing Yun to bring forth such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? This old man has cultivated for several thousand years, and also never saw before such a terrifying major 9x9 heavenly tribulation. The height of this child's talent has probably met with heaven's jealousy.
You all look at that thing by his side, it should be a primordial spirit, right?
My God, he's actually absorbing tribulation fire. Could it be?
That's right, it's definitely the spirit of an essence fire. No wonder Ji Qingyun can provoke such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. His fortuitous encounters are also a bit too good.
The spirit of an essence fire absorbing these tribulation flames. Even breaking through to Tier 9 is nothing difficult too. Fiery's appearance made all the powerhouses incredibly envious.
Reviving for these 20 years, Yi Yuan's lucky chances were simply great until it drove people nuts.
Sacred Dragon Token, Bloodline Power, Spirit of Essence Fire. These things were all existences capable of driving Divine King powerhouses crazy. They were actually all acquired by Yi Yuan.
It was also no wonder that Yi Yuan brought down such a terrifying heavenly tribulation.
Just as everyone was in shock, the second bolt of lightning fire dual tribulation came down furiously.
This time, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless anymore.
The feeling of directly being smashed onto the protective screen by heavenly tribulation was not that pleasant.
Rumble.
Another bolt of terrifying lightning fire dual tribulation landed. Yi Yuan was immediately slammed until he flipped quite a few somersaults. Lightning fire dual tribulations smashed down in clusters. That tremendous impact force was secondary. The most frightening thing was still the 2 different kinds of lightning and fire energy corroding endlessly. These 2 kinds of heavenly tribulation both possess exceptional offensiveness. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through to Tier 9, under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, he was already on the verge of not being able to stave it off. Fortunately, Fiery was absorbing the power of tribulation fire frenziedly, while the origin magnetism spirit would within Yi Yuan's body was also extracting the lightning tribulation frenziedly. Relying on these 2 protective talismans, Yi Yuan forcefully withstood 3 rounds of lightning fire dual tribulation.
After 3 rounds of lightning fire dual tribulation, Fiery and the origin magnetism spirit would rank both reached peak Tier 8.
Only missing a step and they could enter the rankings of Tier 9. Not good. Big brother. My heavenly tribulation is going to arrive right away as well, Fiery suddenly said at that moment.
Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You hurry up and leave the Dragon Clan. Find a place to transcend the tribulation. Over here at my side don't need you to worry about. Big brother, you still have 3 rounds of heavenly tribulation at the back. The power is likely even greater than the lightning fire dual tribulation."
Fiery was worried about Yi Yuan and did not wish to leave.
Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that a mere 9x9 heavenly tribulation can smite me, Yi Yuan, to death." Fiery was helpless and could only leave the Dragon Clan and go transcend tribulation himself. Primordial spirits were products that seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. They would likewise suffer the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, a primordial spirit's heavenly tribulation's power would be even more terrifying than the average martial artist's heavenly tribulation.
But Yi Yuan imparted Fiery many techniques. His combat strength could not compare to ordinary primordial spirits. Yi Yuan was not worried. What he was worried about right now was the 7th round of 9x9 heavenly tribulation that was slow in arriving. Quickly look. There's another additional tribulation cloud. Right then, someone in the Dragon Clan cried out in surprise. Actually, no need for his exclamation, everybody saw it. Right beside those 2 tufts of tribulation clouds, there was actually an additional tuft of tribulation cloud. And no way, right? That seems like a water attribute tribulation cloud. Could it be? Could it be that his major 9x9 heavenly tribulation is going to gather together all 5 element attributes? 1. Everyone was filled with fear in their hearts. Yi Yuan's major 9x9 heavenly tribulation was a little too terrifying, right? Lightning fire dual heavenly tribulation was already exceedingly frightening. Now, there was an additional water attribute heavenly tribulation. Did it still want people to live?
Yi Yuan was angered until gnashed his teeth with an ugly smile. This villainous old heaven was simply playing a joke on him.
Heavenly tribulations of 3 attributes, was it?
This was forcing this young lord to play his trump card. Yi Yuan took out the sacred dragon token without the slightest hesitation and started pouring divine essence into it.
Fiery left. If he carried on forcefully resisting like this, he would die very miserably. Crack, crack, crack. The 7th wave of heavenly tribulation finally formed. Lightning, fire, ice. 3 heavenly tribulations descended with a roar, looking extremely glaring and incomparably spectacular.
But to Yi Yuan, this was something deadly.
The 3 heavenly tribulations had yet to land, but that horrifying pressure already made everyone asphyxiated. Even a powerhouse like Ao Duo also revealed a look of astonishment, looking at this scene in disbelief. Screw your uncle. Break for me.
Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry and flashed the sacred dragon token in anger,
only to hear a rumble. A terrifying undulation rippled out in the sky. That tricolored heavenly tribulation was forcefully blocked. But this undulation was too strong. Even if the Dragon Clan's people hid inside the array formation, they were also shocked until they swayed around wildly. Today, they were also considered to have broadened their horizons, to have actually seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. But this was not over yet. 9 bolts of tri-heavenly tribulation landed one by one. Yi Yuan also could not care about wasting divine essence at this time anymore. He just deployed the sacred dragon token fervently. It was just that he could sense that even if he deployed the sacred dragon token, each bolt of this heavenly tribulation was also stronger than the last. The 8th round of heavenly tribulation had yet to begin. At this rate, the 8th round was still okay, but he was unable to withstand the 9th round no matter what. By relying on the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan finally pulled through the tri-heavenly tribulation. This brat is already on the verge of giving out. Even if he relies on the sacred dragon token to make it through the 8th round of heavenly tribulation, he absolutely can't make it past the 9th round either. Head Elder looked at Yi Yuan in the sky with a heated gaze as he said. Ao Duo shot him a glance and immediately understood his meaning, but let out a sigh and said, "Using such a method to take back the sacred dragon token is really what I didn't expect."
Hehe, who can be blamed for him seeking death himself?
It's hard to defy heaven's will. Looks like the dragon ancestor spirit is there in the unseen world. He's just borrowing Ji Qingyun's hands to deliver the sacred dragon token back to the Dragon Clan. Long Zaiyan said rather gleefully. O Duo also nodded his head and said, "Looks like there's only such an explanation. The sacred dragon token is spiritual, but used this sort of theatric way to return to the clan. The way the two of them saw it, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to transcend this variant major 9x9 heavenly tribulation already. There was the dragon ancestor guiding in the unseen world to deliver the sacred dragon token back to the Dragon Clan."
Right at this time, the 8th round of heavenly tribulation initiated once more. This time, a 4th tribulation cloud actually appeared again. Seeing those rolling 4 tribulation clouds, Yi Yuan's complexion was green. Villainous old heaven, you're fucking messing with me.
This was clearly bullying people. Tri-heavenly tribulation was already incomparably terrifying. Now, a 4th tribulation cloud actually came as well. According to this situation, the last round would definitely be the 5-element heavenly tribulation all arriving. Such a heavenly tribulation, even if a divine king powerhouse was here, it would likely be hard to transcend too, right? While Yi Yuan was only just breaking through to Dao profound realm. When those Dragon Clan martial artists saw this scene, each and every one of their scalps tingled.
The moment the 4th tribulation cloud appeared, that terrifying energy undulation made their hearts palpitate unceasingly.
This was the genuine might of heaven and earth. It was a power that virtually could not be resisted with a human strength. In the Dragon Clan, there were quite a few people who did not have a favorable impression towards Yi Yuan because of the sacred dragon token's matter. Seeing Yi Yuan encounter such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, there was even some gloating over his misfortune.
But each and every one of them could not cheer up currently.
Yi Yuan was transcending tribulation right above their heads. Rumble.
For bolts of heavenly tribulation rumbled down, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth. That one additional heavenly tribulation this time was wind tribulation. Gusts of strong wind were shaped like they were materialized, intertwining together with the ice, fire, and lightning, increasing the power of the other three heavenly tribulations even more. This degree of strong wind was not the fierce gale world's level of strong wind anymore. Even the fierce gale world's 9th level region paled in comparison to this storm too.
Disregarding the wind tribulation, the power of the other three heavenly tribulations were already not what the 7th round could compare to either. Such a heavenly tribulation, just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan cursed countless times over in his heart. But this heavenly tribulation he had nowhere to hide.
Gritting his teeth, Yi Yuan directly poured in 10 times the divine essence from before. The sacred dragon token immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light.
The last time, in order to deal with the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, Yi Yuan expended a large quantity of divine essence in one go. Currently, the divine essence within his body had already shrunk greatly.
No matter how many the divine essence, it was also just a consumable. It was very hard to replenish.
He did not think that transcending tribulation this time actually had to utilize so much divine essence. At this rate, the divine essence in Yi Yuan's body was already unable to support more than a few times of his consumption.
It was just that this current sort of situation Yi Yuan had no other alternatives to. No matter how precious divine essence was, it was also not as precious as his life.
Rumble. The quadruple heavenly tribulation landed in succession. Even if he had the sacred dragon token in his possession, Yi Yuan was also slammed by the massive energy undulation until he tumbled around everywhere. When the Dragon Clan's members saw the situation, all of their expressions changed drastically. It changed not because Yi Yuan was sent flying, but because the clan-protecting Grand Array's tremors were already becoming more and more intense under this kind of terrifying impact.
Under the 4 heavenly tribulations, the entire Azure Dragon clan felt the earthquakes and mountains sway. This sort of feeling was distinctly much intense compared to before. Ao Duo's expression also changed, and he said to Long Zaiyan, "Prepare to activate the 7 constellation Grand Array. The clan-protecting Grand Array probably can't last until Yi Yuan finishes transcending the tribulation."
Long Zaiyan's expression changed, and he said, This isn't possible, right? Making the experts in the clan maintain the array formation, it shouldn't be possible to breach it, right?
Ao Duo shook his head and said, "This boy must have done something that violated heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it's definitely impossible for Tao profound heavenly tribulation to be so terrifying.
Carry on developing like this, the power of the 9th wave will definitely be unimaginable. Even you and I might not be able to survive inside it too."
Long Zaiyan opened his eyes wide but was still somewhat half-dubious towards Ao Duo's words.
But the meaning in Ao Duo's words was that this Ji Qingyun was dead for sure. At least, the sacred dragon token was going to return to the Dragon Clan.
Bolt after bolt of quadruple heavenly tribulations landed, each more powerful than the last. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured into the sacred dragon token like it was free. But even so, after 9 bolts of quadruple heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's injuries were already very frightening.
If not for Yi Yuan being powerful, just the aftershocks of the heavenly tribulation were sufficient to smite him to death. Yi Yuan had just recovered for not long, and he was covered in blood all over again, becoming a spent force. Except, the heavenly tribulation did not have the slightest intention of pitying him. After the 8th round's 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, the 5th tuft of tribulation cloud started slowly forming in the sky. At this moment, even heaven and earth changed color.
Sensing that terrifying pressure, Long Zaiyan's expression became incomparably ugly. Only now did he know that Patriarch's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm.
Even though this quintuple heavenly tribulation was not coming for him, he actually had an impulse to turn around and run. Then the pressure of Yi Yuan situated in the center of the storm could be imagined. Ao Duo's expression could not help changing greatly when he saw the situation and shouted sternly, "Quick!
Activate the 7-constellation defending grand array. In the wake of AO Duo's order, several rays of light beams rose from the ground up in the totem territory, exactly identical with the White Tiger clan. 7 light beams directly condensed and formed a grand array, but did not summon out the spirit of the Azure Dragon. After the 7-constellation grand array condensed and formed, the originally faltering Dragon Clan territory also stabilized itself. Who? With the 5th tribulation cloud as the center, a fierce wind suddenly howled. Countless flying sand and stone closed in. Gradually, those scattered sand and rocks all condensed together, becoming larger and larger. First, it was a small hill. Later on, this small hill became bigger and bigger. Yi Yuan dragged his exhausted body, his entire scalp tingling as he said with a bitter smile, "Greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. Truly thinking too highly of me, Yi Yuan. This kind of heavenly tribulation, how can a Tao profound realm powerhouse possibly transcend it?" It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would have long been blasted into residue by the heavenly tribulation at this time already. But facing this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan also somewhat broke down. Even if he had the sacred dragon token in possession, facing this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, a feeling of powerlessness also welled up in his heart. This battle with the heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than when he faced Ji Kanglin. This power of heaven and earth was not what a human's strength could resist at all. Lightning belonged to metal. It was a metal attribute heavenly tribulation. Tribulation fire was fire attribute heavenly tribulation. Ice belonged to water, it was a water attribute heavenly tribulation. Wind belonged to wood, a wood attribute heavenly tribulation. This 5th heavenly tribulation was naturally an earth attribute heavenly tribulation. That towering high mountain already gradually formed, giving people a pressure of Mount Tai crashing down. 5 elements gathering, this power was already completely not what individual attributes could compare to. 5 elements gave birth to each other. This 5 elements heavenly tribulation gathering together, the power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Patriarch, is this really heavenly tribulation? Why do I feel like the entire world is going to be destroyed? Only at this time did Long Zaiyan know that Ao Duo's prediction was not over the top, but too light. This level of heavenly tribulation with his current strength going up was also certain death. Yi Yuan had only just stepped into Tao Profound, and he had to face such a catastrophic heavenly tribulation. How was there still any chances of survival? Even though Ao Duo had long expected it, seeing that kind of heavenly tribulation in the sky, he was deeply astonished too. For 100,000 years, I've never heard before of anyone who could encounter this level of heavenly tribulation. What in the world did Ji Qingyun do to attract such a heavenly tribulation? Ao Duo muttered to himself. Long Zaiyan sucked in a deep breath and said, "Patriarch, if 9 bolts come from such a heavenly tribulation, can the 7-constellation grand array withstand it?" Ao Duo shook his head and said, "If my conjectures are right, this 9th round of heavenly tribulation should just be this 1 bolt. 5 elements gathering, this was the process of quantitative change to qualitative change. It was already entirely different from the heavenly tribulations before. 5 elements reinforced and counteracted each other. But under the heavenly tribulation, the counteraction of the 5 elements was weakened to the lowest, while the reinforcement was augmented to the greatest. This was also the reason why after the last tuft of tribulation cloud appeared, it gave people a feeling of decimating the heavens and destroying the earth. The 8 rounds of heavenly tribulation at the front were all for the sake of brewing this 9th round. Hence, Ao Duo judged that this 9th round of heavenly tribulation was only 1 bolt. This major 9/9 heavenly tribulation completely could not be judged with common sense already. Its terror was already totally not what a major 9/9 heavenly tribulation could compare to. Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. The power of this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation was seriously too terrifying. If he currently had divine king realm strength, maybe he could attempt to resist it a little. But the present him could not oppose it at all. Even if he had a divine artifact, it would not do either. Just as Yi Yuan lost all hope, Long Teng's voice suddenly transmitted into his head. Yi Yuan, quickly inject Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel. Yi Yuan was startled, but there was already no time to think at the moment.
His mind stirred, and he escaped into the vast heaven pagoda. But this scene aroused the dragon clan's attention.
Where did Ji Qingyun go to?
Why is he gone?
Heard that he has a spatial quasi-divine artifact. He should have hidden inside, right? It's just that. Is this useful? Heavenly tribulation points directly at the martial artists themselves. Even if he has a spatial divine artifact, it's also not possible to avoid the heavenly tribulation.
Furthermore, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, even a quasi-divine artifact probably has to receive damage as well, right? The matter of Yi Yuan possessing the vast heaven pagoda was already not some secret. Therefore, the Dragon Clan's members all guessed where Yi Yuan went very quickly. It was just that they thought that Yi Yuan was afraid of the heavenly tribulation and went to hide. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared before the vast heaven steel. Long Tong's figure also appeared at his side and said, Fang Tian's heavenly tribulation back then was also very terrifying, but his Tao profound heavenly tribulation only called down a tri-heavenly tribulation, while you actually summoned the 5 elements heavenly tribulation in full.
Clearly, Longtongue was speechless too. When he saw the 7th round of heavenly tribulation, he knew that things were not good.
Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior, since you knew long ago, you should have warned me beforehand.
I'll die like this. Longting said, you have the sacred dragon token, transcending past tri-heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Who knew that?
You actually called down the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation at one go.
Yi Yuan said speechlessly, looks like it should be because of the soul-suppressing pearl.
No time to talk nonsense anymore. What should I do?
Your Emperor Qi already went through the baptism of a quadruple heavenly tribulation. It should be rather condensed and sufficient to activate the vast heaven steel. Fire your Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel and produce a resonance with your bloodline, and you'll be able to officially activate the vast heaven steel. Longteng said.
Yi Yuan was unbelievably amazed. He thought that he could already control the vast heaven steel all along. Did not think that he had not even accomplished activating it until now. Honestly speaking, obtaining the vast heaven pagoda for so long, the vast heaven steel really did not help him too much. No wonder even Fiend God Jialan was incredibly apprehensive of the vast heaven steel. Turns out that this vast heaven steel's basic condition for activating was stepping into Tao Profound Realm. Without Emperor Qi, one could not open up the vast heaven steel at all. Yi Yuan did not dare to hesitate, injecting the Emperor Qi that had just formed above the essence energy sea into the vast heaven steel altogether.
Rumble.
The vast heaven steel suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The entire vast heaven pagoda shook unceasingly.
In an instant, light illuminated the entire vast heaven pagoda.
At this moment, the vast heaven pagoda seemed to have been activated, its size suddenly growing rapidly. The Dragon Clan members were endlessly shocked by this unforeseen event that came suddenly. Only at this moment did they see the true features of that quasi-divine artifact.
Rumble. An enormous pagoda directly stomped on top of the 7 constellation grand array. That vast, imposing momentum actually faced the 5 elements heavenly tribulation above the firmament from far away. Right at this time, the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation descended with a loud crash.
That terrifying power seemingly pressed the entire blue sky down.
Is this Ji Qingyun's final trick? Even the sacred dragon token can't block it. What use is a quasi-divine artifact?
Even though the vast heaven pagoda's appearance was very astonishing, Long Zaiyin was still very disdainful. No reason other than that the sacred dragon token was a heavenly divine artifact. It was even more terrifying than ordinary divine artifacts.
A mere quasi-divine artifact was not even fit to carry shoes for the sacred dragon token. How could it possibly withstand such a terrifying heaven and earth major calamity? But Ao Duo's expression sunk slightly and said, I keep having a feeling that this quasi-divine artifact is somewhat unusual.
Although the power is decent, it's still too far away compared to the sacred dragon token. It's also useless no matter how unusual, right? Long Zaiyin said scornfully.
Ao Duo did not refute. Even though he also felt that it was not too likely to block the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, he still felt that something was not quite right. Right at this time, the vast heaven pagoda's entire pagoda body gave off a dazzling golden light, shining until everyone could not open their eyes. Following that, an enormous bang came from the skies. Ao Duo's expression changed, and he said, "Not good." His figure suddenly vanished from where he originally stood. In the next instant, the 7-constellation grand array suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, wanting to stop this massive aftershock. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Even though Ao Duo increased the 7-constellation grand array's power, the slightly weaker martial artists of the Dragon Clan were still struck by this terrifying aftershock until they vomited fresh blood wildly. Ao Duo's figure appeared beside Long Zaiyin once more and immediately spewed a mouthful of blood out. Long Zaiyin's expression changed, and he supported Ao Duo as he said, "Patriarch, you're injured." Ao Duo waved his hand and said, "No worries, just a bit of minor injury. The power of this greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I don't strengthen the grand array's power, there might be quite a few clansmen who are going to die under this aftershock." Long Zaiyin's expression was incomparably ugly and already cursed Yi Yuan countless over in his heart. This fellow actually transcended tribulation in the Dragon Clan? Wasn't this intentionally cheating people? Ji Qingyun, that punk should have already thoroughly died, right? If he doesn't die, I'd really wish to supplement 2 tight slaps. Long Zaiyin said hatefully. Ao Duo said, "A heavenly tribulation of such power, how could he possibly survive? The aftershock is going to dissipate at once. Hurry up and order people to go search for the sacred dragon token." "Yes, Patriarch." Long Zaiyin voiced his assent. Currently, the light in the sky had not dissipated yet. The people did not know what was happening in the sky at all. But there was one thing: under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan was definitely a dead duck already. And those 5 tufts of terrifying tribulation clouds were currently in the midst of slowly dissipating. The pressure became lighter and lighter. Only then did the members of the Dragon Clan let out a long sigh in relief. Experiencing the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation at such a close range, they had really had enough of it. This sort of thing, it was fine to take a look. Being affected by heavenly tribulation, this sort of thing was seriously too terrifying. If not for Patriarch, who knew how many people were going to die in the Dragon Clan today. Very soon, the tribulation clouds scattered and disappeared, while the golden light that the vast heaven pagoda released also gradually disappeared and faded away. That instant when the light was completely gone, all of the Dragon Clan's members cast their glances towards the sky curiously. Then, their eyes became wide saucers. This is not real, right? We activated the 7-constellation grand array, and there were still so many people hurt. He's actually fine. After the shock, the Dragon Clan's experts all let out marveling sighs. When everything dissipated, a tall and straight silhouette stood in the air. Although his entire body was covered with wounds, his imposing momentum was still shocking. Greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation was actually cleared by Yi Yuan? How was this possible? Patriarch, I wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? Long Zaiyin stammered for a long time before sorting his words out. Ao Duo also had a look of astonishment and said solemnly, "You didn't see wrongly, he really pulled through. Looks like that quasi-divine artifact really has strange aspects." Long Zaiyin said in shock. The greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that even the sacred dragon token couldn't block. What right does that quasi-divine artifact have to withstand it? Ao Duo did not reply Long Zaiyin, because he did not know either. But he could confirm that after that boundless light, something unusual definitely happened. At this moment, the Emperor Qi in Yi Yuan's body surged. Going through the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulations tempering, his Emperor Qi was way more powerful compared to ordinary martial artists. Just earlier, he poured Emperor Qi into the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel actually directly flew away from the vast heaven pagoda and collided together with the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. But all of this was concealed by the vast heaven pagoda's light. This attack, the vast heaven steel had a flawless victory. Acquiring the vast heaven steel for so long, Yi Yuan truly felt that vast heaven steel's might for the first time. And currently, between Yi Yuan and the vast heaven steel,
A trace of faintly discernible connection was also established. It was just that there were countless people staring at Yi Yuan at the moment. He could not probe into it in depth either.
Ji Qingyun, you actually dare to transcend such a great tribulation in my dragon clan's totem territory. How do you plead? Ao Duo's voice was like a great bell directly spreading out.
Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he was just about to speak when Long Tongue's figure suddenly appeared and beat him to it. Ill-mannered little thing, what are you shouting and wrangling for? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was thrilled. Long Tongue remained dormant all along after returning to the clan. Currently, it seemed like he was finally going to activate posturing mode. In other places, an artifact spirit like Long Tongue really did not have much capital to be arrogant. But in the Dragon Clan, Long Tongue was practically an undefeatable existence. Drifting for as long as 50,000 years, Long Tongue's research into the dragon race's cultivation methods and martial techniques had virtually reached the acme of perfection. No matter how powerful the dragon race martial artist, the strength that they could unleash in front of him was also less than 10%. But the moment Long Tongue's words were uttered, the entire dragon clan was thrown into an uproar.
Where did this fellow appear from?
To actually dare call patriarch little thing. Is this throwing away his life?
This guy is looking down on my Azure Dragon patriarch. His crime deserves 10,000 deaths.
That Ji Qingyun nearly brought a catastrophic calamity to my clan. Now, he let some baffling person out to insult the patriarch, truly tired of living. Ao Duo's expression was also black as the bottom of a pot. He had taken charge of the dragon clan for several thousand years. When had he been looked down upon like this and scolded by people before?
Little thing?
There was actually still someone who dared to call him that in this world.
Originally Yi Yuan almost bringing a catastrophic calamity to the dragon clan, Ao Duo was already incomparably frustrated. At this time, some guy pretending to be mysterious suddenly appeared. How could he still endure it? Acting recklessly and blindly. Ao Duo's expression turned cold and an incomparably powerful dragon race martial technique was fired towards Long Ting.
This move could not be said to not be strong.
The attack of a void mystic realm powerhouses, no matter how casual, was also not what the average person could resist. However, Long Ting imitated exactly and struck back just like that with the exact same move.
No earth-shaking collision sound occurred either. Ao Duo's attack was extinguished like that. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. Ao Duo was obviously not some invincible existence. But in the entire divine realm, a person able to eradicate an attack of his so casually had yet to appear. Even the 10 great divine kings could not accomplish this either. The Dragon Clan's clan members all looked at that black silhouette in the sky with incredible shock.
Patriarch,
this person is that mysterious expert that I mentioned to you before. Didn't think that
even Patriarch is unable to beat him. At this moment, Ao Jiambo ran out from no idea where. Hearing these words, Ao Duo was also endlessly shocked.
Linking it to the words Long Tongue said previously, could this person be a senior of the Dragon Clan?
But he could not think of which Dragon Clan senior's strength was so powerful.
This divine sovereign dragon fist is still not bad. Much stronger than that brat beside you. It's just that, it's still not perfect yet. Long Tongue's voice sounded out once more arrogantly, attracting a wave of sidelong glances. This guy was so arrogant, to actually start lecturing the patriarch of the Azure Dragon Clan. However, he seemed to really have the capital to be arrogant.
Just which of my Dragon Clan senior is?
Your Excellency, since you returned to the clan, why not show people your true face? With this, Ao Duo also calmed down and knew that he was somewhat rash. Hence, his tone when talking also became slightly more amiable.
Long Ting said calmly, I'm just not telling you.
Better let your family's own senior talk with you. You all who are surnamed AO. None of you are good.
Ao Duo's old face that had just eased up immediately sunk again.
But right then, another figure appeared in front of everyone. Elder Tang, your words are also a bit too hurtful, right?
At least I, Ao Qian, have always stood on your side. Ao Qian said with a bitter face.
Humph.
The incident that happened in the clan back then, you all, those little punks, were all still unaccomplished. Otherwise, whose side you stand on is still hard to say. Long Ting said with a cold snort.
Qian was defeated and said helplessly, Elder Tang, the matter has passed for so many years. Could it be that your elderly self still not able to let it slide?
Heh, let it slide? Longtang laughed coldly but zipped his mouth and did not speak.
While at this time, Ao Duo's expression became ugly, his mouth continuously mumbling, Ao Qian, Ao Qian. This name is so familiar.
All of a sudden he lifted his head and looked at Ao Qian's figure in disbelief as he said in astonishment, You.
Are you the one known as the Dragon Clan's strongest head elder 40,000 years ago? Ao Qian.
Ao Qian was rather surprised and said, Hehe, didn't think that so many years have passed. There are actually still people who remember me, this old fellow.
You're surnamed Ao too. Looks like in terms of seniority, you gotta call me your geek grandfather. Hearing Ao Qian admitted it personally, Ao Duo's shock could not be any greater. Ao Qian was a legendary figure from 40,000 years ago. How could he suddenly show up in the clan? Patriarch, this person is? Seeing Ao Duo's expression, Long Zaiyin could not resist asking.
Ao Duo sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart before saying slowly, In these 100,000 years, my dragon clan had two great flourishing ages. The first flourishing age was 50,000 years ago. In that era, 7 void mystic powerhouses appeared at the same time.
The second flourishing age was 40,000 years ago. 5 void mystic powerhouses appeared in that era at the same time.
And Ao Qian is
the strongest one during that era 40,000 years ago, and also that generation's head elder.
The moment Ao Duo's words came out, Ao Jiamba and Long Zaitian's faces both changed.
They were seriously unable to imagine how a figure from 40,000 years ago would possibly appear before their eyes.
Although the dragon race's lifespan was much longer compared to the human race, it was at the very most also just around 20,000 years. Then what was going on with this legendary head elder before their eyes?
Doesn't that mean that, compared to the patriarch back then, he's even more? Long Zaiyin said in amazement. Ao Duo nodded and said, If he is really old ancestor Ao Qian.
Except old ancestor Ao Qian is a figure from 40,000 years ago, how can he possibly live until now?
Ao Qian was not angered and said with a faint smile, Looks like this old man still has some prestige. It's just that, so what if 40,000 years? You all know that the strongest person 40,000 years ago was this old man. Then do you guys know who the strongest person in that era 50,000 years ago was? Ao Duo was not an idiot. He virtually reacted right away to who that person Ao Qian was talking about, and could not help revealing a look of shock. You're saying he is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ao Duo's expression changed greatly. The demeanor of a patriarch was all gone at this moment.
These two people were both figures who were long already submerged in the annals of time. But now they appeared in front of him alive. How could this not shock him?
Although he was unwilling to believe it from the bottom of his heart, a part of that person, who else could evolve the dragon race's martial techniques to such perfection? Just that move the black-robed person exhibited earlier, it did not just require unparalleled talent, it even needed the accumulation of time. With this, that black-robed person was really extremely likely to be the strongest person 50,000 years ago. Long tongue. Patriarch. Who on earth is that black-robed person?
Is he really so formidable? Ao Jiamba could not refrain from asking. This sort of secret only Ao Duo, this patriarch, know. These people, even head elder Long Zaitian, was also unaware. Seeing Ao Duo's expression, Ao Qian said with a faint smile, Actually, you already believe it in your heart, right?
In these 50,000 years, to be able to cultivate all of the dragon race's martial techniques to the limits. Apart from Lord Long Tongue, who else can there be? Long Tongue? Long Tongue.
The old ancestor Long Tang, known as the Dragon Clan's number genius in these 100,000 years? Isn't he the Dragon Clan's traitor?
Long Zaiyin felt that this name was very familiar first, but suddenly came to a realization and thought of Long Tang's name. Hey, traitor? Ao Xinghan, that damn thing is really shameless enough. Forget it, you just take this old man to be a traitor then. But the title of number 1 genius in these 100,000 years, this old man doesn't deserve it. Long Ting said coolly.
After so many years, Long Tongue had long gotten over it already.
Ao Xinghang already died for who knows how many years. The Dragon Clan's patriarch had also changed quite a few batches already. He could not raise his spirits to haggle over it with these juniors.
Elder Tongue, apart from you, who else is worthy of this title? Ao Qian even thought that Long Tongue was being modest.
But Long Tongue said smilingly, before meeting Yi Yuan, this old man was really worthy of this title. But now, this title naturally has to return back to your master.
Long Tongue's words startled everybody.
Including Ao Qian, everyone's gazes all turned towards Yi Yuan in wonder. Long Tongue's title of number 1 genius in 100,000 years being able to circulate until today, it was sufficient to indicate how great his talent was. But he actually yielded this title to Yi Yuan totally willingly. But Yi Yuan was just a human. Lord Long Tongue, Yi Yuan, he is just a human, Ao Jianba said. Long Tongue said disdainfully, so what if he is a human? Yi Yuan isn't just the number 1 genius in 100,000 years. Saying that he's the Dragon Clan's number genius in 1,000,000 years isn't overboard at all.
Everyone was confused and suddenly felt that Long Tongue was a complete lunatic, simply impervious to reason.
Elder Tongue, isn't it a little too much?
Although Yi Yuan is my master, to say that he's the Dragon Clan's number genius in 1,000,000 years, it's too exaggerated, right? Ao Qian could not carry on listening anymore as well.
Although Ao Qian and Long Zaiyin and the rest did not refute owing to Long Tongue's prestige, disbelief was written all over their faces.
Even though Ao Qian served Yi Yuan as master, he did not eradicate his own thoughts. He admitted that Yi Yuan was formidable. But to say that he was the Dragon Clan's number 1 genius in 1,000,000 years, this was too ridiculous.
Such a title was not what anybody could bear.
Hey, this old man was somebody who should have died long ago. Why would I shoot my mouth off in front of you all, these juniors?
Do you all think that the Sacred Dragon Token will anyhow acknowledge a master like you fools? Do you all think that a problem really occurred with the White Tiger Clan's Blood Soul Stone? Long Tongue's words did not spare others' feelings in the slightest and were full of ridicule.
How could these guys not perceive Yi Yuan's extraordinariness?
It was just that they were unwilling to admit it from the bottom of their hearts. But
Ji Qingyun, he is a human after all. What connections does he have with my Azure Dragon Clan? Ao Duo finally could not resist refuting.
He perceived that Long Tongue was rectifying Ji Qingyun's name. Long Tongue was driven out of the Dragon Clan back then with the reputation of a traitor. 50,000 years had passed. He brought Ji Qingyun to stage a comeback. His goal was already self-evident. What was damnable was that Ji Qingyun actually had the Sacred Dragon Token in his possession. According to the ancestral teachings, the owner of the Sacred Dragon Token was the Lord of the Dragon Clan. Then he, this patriarch, was awkward. Yi Yuan grasped the Sacred Dragon Token and brought Long Tongue and Ao Qian, these 2 seniors with seniority that frightened people to death, back to the clan. This was simply dreadful. His only excuse now was that Ji Qingyun was a human. How could a human possibly become the Dragon Clan's patriarch?
Long Tongue said smilingly, actually, when the Sacred Dragon Token acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, I was as surprised as you are. All the way until he entered the White Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits and saw the White Tiger Sacred Ancestor Spirit did this old man know why the Sacred Dragon Token would choose him. Because he is of the Atavism Dragon Soul.
A Atavism Dragon Soul? The moment these 3 words came out, the other few people's heads all rumbled, virtually going to explode. Atavism Dragon Soul. That was a legendary existence capable of reaching the ancestral dragon's height. How could a human possibly possess an Atavism Dragon Soul? Elder Tongue, this
mustn't be joked about. Ao Qian opened his eyes wide and said in incredulity.
Long Tongue said coolly, joked about?
I only met Yi Yuan for a dozen over years. If not for the Atavism Dragon Soul, how can his dragon wave possibly train to late-stage spirit rank?
If he's not of the Atavism Dragon Soul, on what basis would the Sacred Dragon Token acknowledges him as its master?
The 4 people's minds fell into a sluggish state and did not come back to their senses for a long time. The news that Long Tongue brought gave them immense psychological impact. Atavism Dragon Soul was in existence even more terrifying than the perfect white tiger physique. It only existed in the legends.
For 1,000,000 years, it had never been heard of that anyone in the Dragon Clan possessed an Atavism Dragon Soul. Therefore, there was completely no way of identifying it too. But hearing Long Tongue say so, it seemed like apart from the atavism dragon soul, there was no other explanation at all.
If you don't believe, it's also very simple to verify my words. As long as you let Yuan enter the dragon clan's land of ancestral spirits, the outcome will be clear, Long Tongue said coolly.